Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. It always has to rain or be windy when we have an event, but that's how it goes. Welcome, everyone here. Thanks for taking the time to come. And welcome, everyone on the live stream. Sorry, we're running a little bit behind. My name is Arjun Saxena, and I'm the founder and CEO of Humanic. And I also run this community, which is the AI marketing community. We've done many, many events in the last couple of years here at Notion, at the Digital Garage, at the Hanwha Center, and everything else. And we built up quite a bit of community. We also have a very strong online presence on our YouTube channel, etc. Which way should I? Oops, no. No. Yeah. Cool. So thank you. So welcome again to the AI Marketing Summit. This is hosted by us and our sponsors, as well as the people here, AI User Group, Cyril. This is one of the places in the city that has the best setup for live streaming and recording, so that's why we prefer doing events here. Otherwise, there's like a lot of setup for everything. Cool. Oops. Why is this not moving? So yeah, like I mentioned, we've done a whole bunch of events in the city. Oops. Sorry about this. Cool. And yeah, I'll just use I won't use the clicker. But one of the themes about the AI Marketing Summit is that every marketing leader is facing a challenge to scale growth without significantly increasing spend. There are many, many tools, many, many ways in which you can build stuff. And if you are a buyer and enterprise person, that's what you want to do. And like this, wait. And when we think about AI and marketing, what do we mean by that? So in talking to almost everybody, everything that used to be agency work or bespoke work has now becoming products. So if this is how we think about it. So in the first line, you see no-code AI workflows, which is sort of a new category that has come up in the last few years. Earlier, it was internal teams or outsourced to agencies. So there are many, many tools like Zapier, N8N, AirOps, and there are many flavors to all of these tools that are becoming very prevalent. Then traditionally, marketing orchestration, things like Marketo, which is 20 years old now, used to be the thing that you would use for email marketing campaigns and everything else. And a lot of these things were so complex that you needed agencies or internal, big internal teams to be able to do that. And now, with many new self-service AI native tools have come up. Iterable, who's going to be Sam is going to be talking now, has come up with a new platform called Nova, which is all AI native. There is Resend. There is obviously us at Humanic. AI data intelligence, again, it used to be something that used to be done by internal teams. Now there are many, many tools that are helping you make sense of that. Aampe, which is one of our sponsors here, that are doing that in scale. They're going to present Amoeba, which is doing neurosymbolic AI to extract data. Even here in AI and data intelligence, there are many flavors. Some of the tools are marketing focused. Some of the things are sales focused, like enrichment. So Clay does a lot of enrichment, and they're obviously big name. Apollo does a lot of enrichment and campaigns. So many things that used to be extracting information from either first-party data or third-party data used to be bespoke work. And now there are tools that allow you, as a marketer, to make use of that first-party data or third-party data and a combination with workflows. The other big thing that used to be outsourced to agencies is SEO, and has been for forever. There are some traditional tools like Ahrefs and SEMrush, but now with the AI workflows, the no-code workflows, AirOps is a big player in this space. They're going to be presenting about what is changing in the AI SEO world. Website creation, obviously people used to spend weeks, hours, months, and now there are tools like Lovable, Bolt, Relume, and many others that are building this. And then finally, content creation. Content creation has been completely revolutionized by AI, and very broadly there are three flavors. There is the text, there is the video, and there is the images, and you can do all kinds of permutations. You can go from text to video, video to text. There is Descript. There is obviously the big players like Figma and Gamma. Gamma is going to be presenting tomorrow. Descript is a big thing, and then Writer is a pretty major player in AI content generation. So when we think of AI marketing, this is the universe of companies, workflows, people that we think of. There are many events for AI and developers, like how to build stuff, and then there is many things around AI and go-to-market revenue. But we are focused exclusively on this sort of universe, AI and marketing, and this is sort of our focus. And we focus on 4 types of things, which we call the AI and marketing diamond. So what's, in talking to so many founders, builders, CMOs, everything else, what we've come up with is what we call the AI and marketing diamond. So the Fortune 500 companies at the top, they are using internal teams to use tools like, obviously, Anthropic and MCP servers and no-code workflows to build bespoke workflows for themselves. These are companies of one, and they have very unique situations, and they are using this to build it out. There are the existing marketing vendors that are putting a layer of AI, on top of their existing tools. And there's a whole slew of AI native tools that have come out in the market. And the fourth corner, by no means a smaller corner, are the AI agencies. So agencies that used to do traditional work are now not only using AI, but they're also becoming partners to some of these AI native and these existing market vendors. So the amount of spend that like the Fortune 500 have is 80% of all spend. So if you're building an AI native tool or even an agency, and if you don't have a significant portion of the AI, the enterprise revenue, then it's going to be tough building a business. So understanding what the Fortune 500 are doing, what things they are going to do in-house and what they are going to outsource is a key focus for our for our community here. And our keynote speaker, Sam Allen, who has a great background at Salesforce and now CEO of Iterable, is going to talk about how to sell into the enterprise. And we've got a pitch to the CMO session later in the day, which is all focused on how do you sell, not how do you build, because building is pretty straightforward these days. It's about how do you sell, how do you build a brand that is extremely important to get significant market share. And the other thing I'd say is that going forward, you had teams of single, smaller, like one-person teams, or internal teams somehow. Like I used to work at Adobe, so I was head of growth for Photoshop and Illustrator before founding Humanic. And we had a huge team, and they probably still have a huge team at Adobe that sends out billions of emails a year to all of the millions of users that use Creative Cloud. And what the future, in my view, is going to look like is 3 to 5 person teams, smaller teams that are going to be using AI and agentic workflows to do much more. And the next market tier is going to look like, at the top, the 3-4 generalists plus a bunch of agents. And this is a very high-level view of like any digital business that you can think of. So if you think of any digital business, there is, 3 or 4 swim lanes. There is acquisition, so how do you get users? And this is typically a place where, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, dominate the space. They have all the algorithms, they have all the scale, they're vertically connected situations. So a lot of people spend a lot of money, and actually 80% of the money, or close to 80% of the time and money, is spent on how do you acquire customers, users. And then part of this is also your SEO situation, like how do you do organic traffic. So any business that you have, whether it's an e-commerce business, B2B business, B2C business, you would always spend a lot of effort in streamlining your acquisition. Then you have, very generically a storefront or a website. So in the B2B case, it would be something like an app, but in the e-commerce, it would be agent. And the reason I call it storefront agent and not B2B, because San Francisco is like a B2B echo chamber. A lot of companies here are all B2B, but e-commerce is a much bigger, opportunity, with Shopify and everything else. So there's a whole bunch of things that are up for grabs on the retention, on the website building, on the, so Lovable, for example, is now integrated with the headless Shopify. So if you go to the Shopify store, you can use Lovable to build out, a brand or a website for yourself. And then finally, there is, the entire retention. So once you have people in, they are engaged. This is the classic growth. Like how do you do decisioning? How do you use first-party data? How do you do, delivery to the right person at the right time, which has been an age-old problem or challenge. And then, another adjacent thing is the content. So all kinds of content needs to be created. There are workflows that are being created. There are fundamental tools like Writer and Descript, but there are also workflow tools like Hexes and others that allow you to streamline the workflow for a marketing use case. And obviously, all of this is built on top of your LLMs, the OpenAI, Anthropic. So this, I would say this is sort of the LLM layer, but everything above this is like the applied AI. Which is sort of our focus and everybody that we talk to. Finally, the last thing, and this is something I got from Gray Hedel at Iterable, is that one way to think about where AI fits, like AI doesn't do everything well, is whenever you need iteration, variation, and translation. AI works very well. So just something to keep in mind. And this is our Slack channel. We'll send this out later. But with that, I want to invite Sam Allen to the stage. He's our keynote speaker. Thank you very much for gracing this event. And I'll hand it over to you. Sam is CEO of Iterable, one of the largest companies in the space. And he's spent a whole bunch of time at Salesforce doing M&A and driving very many things, which he can.
Thank you. Using the word grace and Sam Allen in the same sentence, that may never have been uttered before, so I appreciate it. So am I using a clicker or am I manually doing this? Okay. So first of all, thanks everyone for coming. I don't know what the agenda said I was supposed to present, but a couple weeks ago I was talking with Arjun and we talked about the challenge of actually selling into enterprise. And so I said, why don't I talk about that? So that's what you're going to get today. Also, just heads up, my intent was to spend half a Monday and most of yesterday preparing for this. I had a bunch of shit blow up in my company, so I'm kind of half winging it. So just enjoy the ride because I'm not sure where this is going to go. So again, I'm Sam Allen. It's great to be here. And just on behalf of everybody coming today, thank you for taking the time. I know it means a lot to take time out of your day to come, and hopefully they'll have a great agenda to support that. I am the CEO of Iterable. I've been in this role for 3 months, so please go easy on me. but I've been in the technology sector for over 25 years, and I'll talk about that in here in a moment. So just a little bit about me. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you. All right, shout out. That's pretty rare. I grew up very strong work ethic, very blue-collar home. My first job, I was 7 years old, chopping wood and selling it on street corners so that people could heat their houses in the winter, and I've just never stopped working. So I'm just a deep believer in strong work ethic. When I was 18, I got admitted to University of Missouri. I couldn't afford it, so I joined the United States Marine Corps. And I spent the next 10 years in the Marines. I was lucky enough to also go back and get my degree. And so I spent 4 years enlisted, 6 years as an officer in doing intelligence and counterterrorism missions, a couple combat deployments. So that was kind of my formative years. I came to Silicon Valley in 1997, just to give you a little bit of sense how old I am. And that's when the dot-com boom was going crazy, and we were hiring everybody that you could hire who had a pulse. I went to a really large Fortune 50 company that doesn't exist anymore because it was very poorly led. Jumped from there to a startup called Cerent. I was the first non-engineer hired. I was brought there to build a program management function. 18 months later, we were acquired by Cisco for $7.4 billion. So I've seen the ideation through exit as someone in the trenches. I stayed at Cisco for about 5 years. I did M&A. I ran an operations division. And then I got bored and really was kind of hit the ceiling, and so decided to get my MBA. So I went to Wharton for that, and then coming out of that, I founded a company called Scan Cafe, which was in the consumer media space. And then Habitat is on here because I believe in giving back, and I'm a board member of Habitat for Humanity. And I also do some other philanthropic work on the side. And then I meandered my way into Salesforce, and I got to Salesforce in 2014. I built their M&A engine, did about 24 deals there. And then I ran a couple of divisions at the company as I built my career over the next 11 years. And my last role there was Executive Vice President, Chief Pipeline Officer. So I was responsible for driving $45 billion pipeline globally across every segment and cloud that Salesforce has. Okay, I think that context is a little important just to underpin some of the things I'm going to talk about. I've sold a lot into the enterprise. I have been sold to as an enterprise budget owner. And then somewhere throughout that entire journey, I got married, had 2 kids who are now both in college. So that's a little bit about me. Okay, so let's talk about the enterprise buyer. So you're actually looking at one right now. So I'm an enterprise buyer. I'm in my 50s. I generally have a big title, which comes with a big paycheck, and that used to mean a big ego. But to be honest with you, I'll tell you a dirty little secret about my peerage in these large companies. They're kind of scared right now. And they realize that AI is completely unlocking lots of value that are making senior executives think, why am I paying these people all this money to manage these huge teams? And so what they're looking for is security. And there's a famous saying, no one's ever been fired for buying Microsoft, or no one's ever been fired for buying Salesforce. And that's very true. So that's going to be a theme of what I'm going to talk about over the next about 10 minutes. So I'm going to present for about 10, and I'll be happy to take some Q&A if anybody has it. So one of my roles at Salesforce, I ran the MarTech stack. So believe it or not, at that point, Salesforce had about 100 vendors in its MarTech stack, spending over $100 million a year. I managed that entire budget. I saw a lot of pilots. And a lot of them were excellent. But I'm going to tell you that the startup graveyard is filled with a lot of companies that had great pilots but could not get to execution through the pilot program. And here's why. Enterprise buyers don't buy technology, they buy certainty. And that's a really key thing to understand as you think about deploying your technology in the enterprise. The AI gold rush has created a lot of excitement, without doubt. It's also created a lot of fear and, frankly, a lot of buyer fatigue. Because I talked to a CMO at a public company a couple of weeks ago. She's actually on my board, and she said every week she gets pitched a new agent, a new AI bot, everything, and it's just she doesn't know what to do, right? So that exhaustion is real, and you've got to figure out how to punch through that. So the market's very noisy. Everyone's talking about AI, about enterprise buyers are very skeptical. This chart is the number of S&P 500 earnings calls that mention AI, and you can see the spike there. I'm surprised it's not bigger than that. I bet that'll go through the roof here as we continue to progress. But what do enterprise buyers really, really want? As I said earlier, they're buying confidence and capability They want proof, they want predictability, and they want partnership. Risk avoidance in the enterprise will trump innovation FOMO. I can't underscore that enough. So what you need, of course, is a champion, and you should be selling to champions in these enterprises. And a champion's a mid-level executive. They're passionate about technology. They probably, all the practitioners of that technology most likely report up to that champion. But here's the thing, that champion doesn't write checks, okay? So, and they don't buy alone. And what you need to do is sell to the people above the champion who actually sponsor large transformative technology in the enterprise. So now you enter the real decision maker. The real decision maker is the CFO, who's got to balance a budget. It's the CIO, who has to think about integration of a very complex marketing technology stack. It's the chief legal officer, who's got to think about things like compliance, especially anything related to AI. So there's a lot that you have to go unpack in the enterprise from a buying cycle perspective. So how do you bridge all these different decision makers? The first thing that you need to do is build trust. And the best way to build trust is to be fluent in their language. And there's lots of different types of language in the enterprise. I kind of picked 3 for this conversation. The first is the visionary language, and this is how you speak to your champion. These are people that care about transformation, innovation, and competitive advantage. But you also need to speak the risk language for the legal and security team. What is compliance? What's SOC 2? What's GDPR? What's PII? Data residency, audit trails. This stuff is boring, but it's important, and you won't make it past pilot if you can't address these things from a risk perspective. And of course, you have the money language, so the finance folks. What's the ROI? What's the payback period? What's the total cost of ownership? Like, understanding all of that context is hypercritical when you're trying to sell into the enterprise. And most AI companies, most technology companies, most startups speak the first language very, very well. That they're buried in it, they're passionate about it, and they know it. But where they fall down is in speaking to a CIO or a CFO, or even a chief legal officer. So, and just a sidebar comment on that, chief legal officers are now a much more important component of the buying cycle than ever because of the obvious privacy and risk issues related to AI technologies. So your content, your demo, your pitch decks, your first call decks, they all need to be multilingual, okay? Think about that as you're constructing those. Then once you've built trust, here's the one really important thing to understand. You aren't selling a standalone technology. The first question you might get asked is, well, how does this integrate with Salesforce? Or fill in the blank, right? So cutting edge AI has got to integrate with a 25-year-old CRM platform. It just has to. So think about when you're allocating engineering resources, how are you going to make that happen? And the enterprise isn't a greenfield. It's a jungle of legacy systems that honestly, many of them are politically protected by somebody's career. So as you're thinking about how to get into an account, understand what the incentives are around these other technologies that you might be trying to replace. And so your technology doesn't live in isolation. It lives with SAP and Databricks and ServiceNow and so on. And as I was constructing this slide last night, I thought about something. So is it, people in here know what a mainframe is? So it's technology from the 60s. This year, there's going to be $5 billion of mainframe sales. And that's going to grow to $7 billion over the next 3 years. Fucking mainframes, okay? So understand that there is a morass of technologies out there that you got to deal and manage with. The shit's just endless. Okay, pardon my French. You get me a little unhinged, but that's okay. Okay, so congratulations, you get into the pilot phase. But remember one really important thing during the pilot. Yes, they are looking at your technology, but they're also trying to understand change management complexity. So what I mean by that is the gap between, hey, this is great technology and it works really well, between that and how do I deploy this to 50,000 employees across 30 different countries, that's a massive gap. You can't expect them to get there on their own. And so you got to think about how you're going to help them on that journey to go from pilot to full deployment. That's an area where a lot of startups fall down when they try to penetrate the enterprise. It's an enormous gap. So, and while you're in your pilot, remember this, and if there's one thing I would love everyone to take away from my conversation, it's this: time kills deals, okay? And there's a different sense of urgency. Your startup might have 18 months of cash runway, and you're dealing with an enterprise that has a buying cycle that's longer than that. And this is why the enterprise can really kill deals. I mean, you want a deal now, and for FY26, they're planning their FY26 budget in Q3 of FY25, and they have a nine-month procurement cycle. So just understand how the buying cycle works at the enterprise is really critical. The procurement team, and Arjun made a comment about the number of people at Adobe and Demand Gen. Their procurement team at a large enterprise may have more people than your entire company combined. And so understanding that, I have a quote here. I talked to a sales rep the other day. He said in one Fortune 100 deal, 14 different people had veto power, and 2 people had titles he'd never heard of. And so just understanding the complexity of how you have to get technology adopted is really critical. And then to that point, enterprise buyers aren't buying the pilot you show them today. They're trying to invest in something for the next 5 years. So understanding that is really critical, bless you. So they need to know things like 24/7 support. What are the service level agreements that you're going to put in place? What happens when the site goes down at 2 o'clock in the morning? The AI adds a special element of fear. What happens if your model hallucinates and I get sued for $50 million, right? You have to understand these things and talk about them during the pilot and buying cycle. And these concerns all seem really boring, but let me tell you something. The enterprise is a boring place, and you've got to understand these things and kind of get in front of them. Okay, so just a couple other data points around continuing to signal trust. So references are actually really important. Every industry you're going to sell to believes that they're super unique, even though most of them are not, but they need proof that you understand their world. Selling to a financial services company, CIO, is completely different than selling to a health life sciences company, CIO. And if you don't speak their language and understand what they're dealing with, they're going to just kind of kick you out of the room, right? So understand that. Understand that's really important. And recognize you've got this cold start problem. You need enterprise references, but you don't have an enterprise account yet. And so you got to really do everything you can to get that first enterprise account, because when you do, it's going to be worth 10x minimum in future deal flow. So do whatever you got to do to get that first enterprise account. There's a kind of counterintuition about how to sell into the enterprise around pricing. These enterprises have huge budgets, and they're not afraid to spend it. They just want to be secure that they're making the right decision. And so they're not buying software, they're buying a strategic initiative that requires executive support. So a $50,000 tool is something that a manager will bring to their vice president, but a $500,000 platform transformation gets C-suite engagement and sponsorship, and then protection. And so price to the value that you're going to create for the enterprise. Don't price based on some analysis you do with cost of goods sold. Okay, I think a lot of you probably understand that, but I thought it was a really important point to bring up. Don't be afraid to ask for a big number. Okay, so this is my last presentation slide. So what do you do to get into the enterprise? Enterprise selling is won through preparation, patience, and process, not flash. The second thing is enterprise selling is a lot of orchestration. It's not persuasion. You got to really map the organization. Think about that example where I said there's 14 different people with veto power. Where do they sit in the org? How do you align to them? Look at your LinkedIn profile. How are your investors connected to this company? You've got to create that human connection. That's really, really critical in the enterprise. Your job is to make buying from you the safest decision they can make. So you've got to really address all these trust issues. Address their fears with ROI calculators, executive briefing decks, competitive analysis. If you can get a Gartner report or a Forrester report to support your position, that's great. Because again, a CIO will love to be able to point to that and say, well, it's a great technology because Gartner says it is. I personally think that's an antiquated way that we go about things in the enterprise, but frankly, it's the price of doing business today, so kind of understand that. And then equip your champion. Like, you need your champion to be selling for you when you're not in the room. That's super, super important. And make sure you're there 100% available to that person and make them your best salesperson. And then you're selling a business case, not a feature set. Translate your features and the metrics really early. Cost per ticket, time to insert, time to insight, churn, all that kind of stuff. So be very specific and pointed about what that's going to do for that enterprise. And then, for your first customer, I mentioned this a moment ago, pick one vertical, say it's going to be financial services, find an account that really you think could benefit from your technology, and do everything you can to align all the wood behind that one arrow and go get that account. Even if it means giving you unpreferential pricing, just get it done. Consider it a cost of doing business, and then leverage the hell out of that logo very ruthlessly as you build pipeline in the enterprise. And then the last thing is, remember, enterprise buyers are paid to minimize risk, not maximize innovation. And your job is to make buying from you the safest decision that they can make. Okay. So those are my multiple points on what to actually do. Each one of these things is a kind of fully threaded thing, but, and then the last thing is thank you. I put these pictures in here. I did a 4-day trip to Toronto when I was running Tableau and closed $10 million in deals in those 4 days. That took 6 months of work. So I was just there to polish those deals off. And we sold a couple of big banks and TELUS, a huge telecom company. That took a lot of work and a lot of energy and a lot of team and a lot of, Warriors games and you name it. They didn't buy the technology because the technology spoke for itself. They bought it because all the energy, orchestration, time, and investment we put into those decision makers. I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek. I blackbarred these two people simply because they didn't know I was presenting this today, but I don't think they would mind. Anyway, okay, so that's my, my presentation on how to penetrate the enterprise. Do people have questions? If anybody has a question, I'd love to take it. Huh?
Thanks, Sam. Yeah.
Arjun has a question?
No, I'll just take this.
Oh, okay, all right.
Any questions?
Yeah, there's one right here in the front. What kind of room do I got here? Okay.
We'd love to hear more about the marketer's role in this and how they can best support the enterprise sale.
Yeah, so, Jesus, that's loud. Sorry. So let me break that in two spots. So from a product marketing perspective, I think it's hypercritical that the product marketer has a very strong position in your company because they need to really translate the technological value into how a company will adopt that technology and drive it at scale. So the PMM component in marketing is hypercritical. I think the other one is, I talked a lot about building relationships and orchestration and all that. The whole event idea and building bespoke closing dinners, and I was kind of tongue-in-cheek when I said going to Warriors games, but it's actually true, right? Getting customers to, or prospects to events like that, or Michelin chef dinners, those things dramatically accelerate a deal. And so for me in marketing, it's the PMM stuff, which is kind of obvious, but it's also, it's also the pipe building. But to me, I think a lot of marketers bring tremendous value in maturing the pipe. And often we get into conversations about leads and pipeline creation, and those things are all valid to talk about. We don't spend enough time talking about how marketing helps mature pipeline. And so that's really, really critical. And then just another angle from the buying side, CMOs are getting a more and more elevated position because of the complexity of these technologies. And so in the buying cycle, they're taking a larger step forward. And so when I talked about mapping accounts, like your marketing team needs to build relationships with the acquiring CMO marketing team. And so that's a really important nuance that traditionally hasn't been as to the forefront as it is today. Did that answer your question? Okay, great. I think there was another one in the back somewhere.
Is this on? Yeah. I have a question about customer references. I work in customer marketing, and I'm curious if you still think case studies and testimonials are relevant as AI kind of changes things. Do enterprise buyers believe those ROI stats they read on them? What do you think?
That's a great question. I probably am remiss of not putting that in my deck. And so customer testimonials are super critical. So if you think about my commentary around buyers are really trying to buy safety and job protection, the two things they can point to is like they can say, oh, Gartner says this is a phenomenal technology and companies A, B, C, and D have acquired it. And so getting those customers, if you can get them to publicly talk about their investment, that's phenomenal, and you put it on a billboard and put it in all your marketing materials. But even from a back channel reference check, like I have customers in my past who've said, look, we can't give you the right to go out and market us, but here's my phone number, have any prospect call me. And so customer marketing is something that's, I think, absolutely critical in the enterprise, because enterprise buyers, again, they're trying to reduce risk, and if they can point to a bunch of other people who have acquired the technology, that's gonna help. And that kind of is what underpins the comment, you don't get fired for buying Salesforce, because 500 of the Fortune 500 use it, right? So I think customer marketing is absolutely critical. I should have put that in my presentation, so thank you for asking that. I think there's another one further in the back, yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, my name's Levi, former Marine as well.
Semper Fi.
Semper Fi. I wanted to talk about your, have your champion sell for you. I'm in a unique position where closer, sorry, I didn't want to like overdo it. Yeah, where I am in an enterprise company, right? So people are selling to me, but I also am in marketing, so I'm trying to sell out to other enterprise. And I wanted to kind of talk about that, have your champion sell for you, because that's super important, but what motivates the champion is kind of the critical component to that, right? Which is, for me, it's like if a company comes to me and says, hey, I want you to be part of what we're building, and when we have a partnership and a pilot, your feedback actually adjusts how we we go to market, that is an extremely engaging way to approach a champion, versus like, hey, I want you to sell our vision to your company. That's a component of it, but it's not the whole engagement cycle that you need a champion to kind of follow through with. So my question is, have you seen things like that before? And like, what is the future of a champion inside of an enterprise organization, and how does that role evolve?
Yeah.
In the future.
Okay, so I don't foresee a world where you're not going to need champions first and foremost, because they just are so critical in keeping the drumbeat going from a prioritization perspective inside your target prospect. I alluded a little bit about this, but I didn't dig into it enough. One thing that your champion is motivated by is they are motivated by career progression. And so if you go and sell this amazing technology to the senior director of sales operations, and they can make this technology get adopted broadly across 12,000 sales reps, and you gain 4% productivity, which equates to a couple $100 million, they can point to that. That's going to accelerate their career growth. And so when you think about your champions, you want to arm them with, hey, they love the technology, but recognize that a reason they love it is it's going to compel them from a career growth perspective. And so I think that's a really important component of how you take them on. But more specifically to your question, I don't see a world where they aren't important. Frankly, as teams get trimmer and companies continue to what they call reshape, or what most of us call a riff, there's less people in the practitioner level. They don't riff enough executives, by the way, that's just my opinion, but they riff a lot of practitioners, and so your champions become even a more important component of your selling cycle. I'm not sure if I 100% answered your question, but that's the way I'm thinking about it. And 250th birthday on Monday, don't forget that. Hoorah. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, way in the back.
Yeah, thanks for the chat today. I'm on the post-sale side, and I wanted to get your take on change management, post-sales change management, and how, say, at Iterable, if you're buying technology, how do you guide your teams into adopting it, and or if you're even looking at new technology, how soon in the sales cycle are you bringing up change management?
Yeah, so post-sales implementation, I think you're talking about adoption. So the very first thing is someone has to own it. And often the champion who championed the acquisition is the practitioner. They're not going to own the implementation inside the company. And so if you're on the buying team, you got to identify who owns this technology, because I can tell you from all my years at Salesforce and before that at Cisco, there's a lot of dead capacity that is sold out there. You know, people oversell seat licenses, they oversell utilization, and then a customer the following year when they're up for renewal, they're like, man, we only used 70% of what you sold us, so we're going to downgrade, right? And so I think it's really critical that you focus on what that adoption is, and but it's got to have an owner, like someone inside the company who's got power in the company needs to own the implementation of that technology. Otherwise, it's going to wither because there are so many technologies out there. So I got to Iterable, 2 months ago, and I'm like, what's our kind of go-to AI tool? Well, we have Gemini. I'm like, I don't like Gemini. I like ChatGPT. So can I use ChatGPT? Well, yeah, but you can't put company data into it. And I do go out and start talking to people, and it's like Anthropic and Grok. Everybody's using their tool of choice. And so as a CEO, I'm looking at this. I'm like, well, what are we spending on Gemini? Because my company employees aren't using it. And so that's a problem because I want to be more capital efficient. And so, we didn't have an owner who owned the adoption decision and then created the use cases inside the company that then compelled people to use the technology. And so arming those, whoever the adoption people are, with those use cases and how your company should be deploying this technology, and then continuing a drumbeat of follow-up is really important. And I think a lot of startups don't invest enough in customer success. That's one of the things Benioff did on day one when he built Salesforce, and it was a big reason why that company was so successful. You have to have people invested in the success of the customer you sell the product to. And one of the things I'm evolving Iterable is out of a transactional environment into much more of a customer-obsessed minded strategic advisor, as opposed to just, come buy my software, write me a check, and I'll go on to my next deal. So I'm not sure, did I answer your question? Okay, great. We got one
Sorry,
way
I
up.
have one
Go
more.
ahead, yeah.
Hi, I'm Tuba. I'm the founder and CEO of Amoeba AI. We're one of the younger companies selling into enterprises. So what you're saying about CISOs, etc., really resonated with me. The one question I have is buying and selling in enterprises feels very cultish in general. How many of your decisions are dependent on, well, my friend used it, versus on actually evaluating platforms?
Yeah. Okay, so a couple of things there. Human relationships actually still matter. And I can't tell you the customer, but we're in a buying cycle right now, and we're going against a competitor. It's a great competitor. They're a strong company, and it's kind of neck and neck. Well, one of my board members is friends with the CEO. And so I pinged him this morning, said, hey, can you send this to the CEO or introduce me and I'll do it. And then that CEO immediately wrote back and said, well, who's the champion inside the company? I'll go talk to him. So your technology needs to work. You need to understand the customer problem. You need to deploy a solution for the customer problem, but you might lose because you aren't as deeply connected to that enterprise as your competitor. And I don't know, how many people, show of hands, think Salesforce is a great technology? Okay, so if you're watching online, it was very limited. But it's a great, phenomenal company. I loved my time there. It was great, but it's going to be a kind of crickety technology, right? They're still selling billions upon billions upon billions of dollars of it, because at the end of the day, they have senior executives who have great relationships with the buyers, and this is why you see technologies get acquired, and you're just scratching your head and you're like, that is a bad technology. Why are they buying it? Because there's some sort of connection at the top. And I talked early in my presentation about never underestimate how politically motivated someone is around a buying decision that was made 3, 4, 5 years ago because your career is tied to it. And so it's a really critical step I talked about mapping the organization, spend time to understand who the people in the buying cycle are and how you're connected to them, how your board is connected to them, how your friends are connected to them. Because at worst case, you can reach out and get some inside information on, hey, yeah, the pilot's going okay, but I'm hearing that you guys are falling down on X, Y, or Z. So don't be afraid to leverage that power of your network. It's really, really critical. It's a great question.
Hey, Sam, thanks
Hi.
for the great presentation. Having sold to enterprises for 10 years, I could see the journey. For somebody who's starting an AI native company, what are some of the tools out there? I know Arjun put a whole stack of tools. Could you give us some guidance on what's working today? What's experimental? Maybe even give a plug for Iterable here
Yeah.
to the audience.
Well, I didn't want to stand up here and shill for my company, but yeah, it's a good one. But So first of all, I'm probably one of the least qualified people in this room to talk about the best AI tools, to be very blunt with you, because I'm moving and so fast and so buried in my new job that I'm not spending enough time on that. But I'll think about and I'll answer that in a couple different ways. First and foremost, what I've told my company is, I don't care what your job is, you have to become a native practitioner of AI, right? Like if you're spending hours trying to, and you're in marketing, trying to come up with a great tagline, and you're not leveraging your tool of choice, that's a mistake. I did this big shift in our go-to-market strategy my third week at the company, and then our CRO said, well, we need a project plan for this. I said, okay. So I went to ChatGPT and I wrote a prompt and I got a project, and 4 minutes later I sent it to him. Here's your project plan, right? I didn't need a project manager. I didn't need somebody to go create this for me. I just did it on my own. And so I think becoming AI practitioners is the first important thing. Let's become more agnostic about what the tool is. From an engineering perspective, and this is where my knowledge starts to really erode, but what you're able to do in engineering with tools like Cursor is pretty phenomenal. And so I think as a CEO, part of my job is capital allocation. And I need to drive more engineering capacity in my organization. But what I'm telling my CTO is, you need to get me 30% gain, and I'm not going to give you an extra dime, because the tools are out there, go figure it out. And so to me, it's less about what are the specific tools and more about what culture are you creating inside your company to go drive. So I didn't give you the great answer, but that's how I'm thinking about it. We got time for one more?
Yeah, one more.
Front row here.
So I think people buy, which you started the discussion with, there's a lot of CYA, so
Yeah.
peer pressure, lemmings off a cliff. So that explains a lot of the cultish type of decision making. And then your last point about the importance of AI, and there's a contradiction, because you said a lot of enterprises don't want to use ChatGPT because of privacy. So how important is privatizing and getting your own AI within the enterprise versus, burning them, staying up late and having ChatGPT write your proprietary plan?
So I think once you get inside the network, and I air quote that, and you start sitting on top of people's data, that's where the real fear comes in. And one thing Salesforce has done really well is, they've got their data cloud product and they're trying to stitch everything in there, and then investing a lot in things like MCP and RAG. And that's what we're doing at Iterable, because you want to basically create a world where you're going to your prospects and saying, our AI engine is not going out to Reddit and getting information. It is actually on top of your own data stack, and it's walled in that way, and it's secure. And here's all the reasons why we believe it's secure, and here's all the compliance components. But our AI works best on top of your data. And I think selling that story and pitching it that way is the right way to do it. A lot of the fear is around hallucinations, and they see these stories about what these AI tools do and weird stuff, and they fuck up people's brands and everything else. But that's because these LLMs are out kind of just going out to Wikipedia and all these other kind of open source sites. And so if you can actually convince them that you're building your AI technology on top of their data and putting a walled garden around it, that will alleviate a lot of the CYA and a lot of the concern. I've seen that work well. Okay. I'm getting the hook?
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank
All
you
right.
for
Thanks,
such an
everybody. Really appreciate it.
empathetic and transparent talk. Thank you for give Sam a big hand, please. Thank you very much. So next up, we have Kady Srinivasan, who is the CMO of U.com, and she's going to talk about. Yes, that's yours. MCP. So we're going to do a podcast with Sam in a couple of weeks. So if you have follow-up questions, please send it my way, and I'll be sure to ask him those questions. Thank you. So please give a big hand to Kady, who's going to talk about one of the pressing issues of our times, which is infinite content and zero attention. I love that tagline. You have the clicker?
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming in to listen to this. It's a really tough act to follow Sam after he has presented something so amazing. But I'd like to maybe briefly talk about marketing, like the true top of the funnel stuff, prior to all the stuff that needs to happen from a sales perspective as you kind of get into the funnel. So the topic for me for today is I'm calling it the multi-threaded marketer. And what that basically means is actually, let me take a step back and talk about myself for a second. I started life as a software engineer, just wasn't very good at it. I shifted over to marketing at some point. And I've been doing tech marketing for about 15 years now. I've had a few tours of duty, worked at Dropbox, then at Klaviyo, and then most recently at a public company called Lightspeed. And then now I'm with a company called U.com, where we basically sell AI search infrastructure to companies who are thinking about how to integrate the right kind of search in their AI agents and apps. So over the years, I have been in the thick of building teams, building marketing teams, building go-to-market teams, and being in the thick of integrating multiple kinds of disciplines to create new playbooks for marketing. This era, the AI era, is obviously completely different in some ways and completely the same in some ways. So what I want to talk about today is what are the differences I'm seeing in terms of what used to be a traditional SaaS marketing type of a playbook and what it should be now, particularly as you all start companies or you're founders or you're thinking about go-to-market teams. What needs to be top of mind for you in terms of how to integrate the idea of AI as an enabler or as an accelerator into how you think about marketing. So I call it the multi-threaded marketer. You could apply this to multi-threaded go-to-market operator or any of the other professions that we have. But there is this idea that what is needed today is a multi-threaded way of thinking about how to bring aspects of marketing together to compete in this new landscape. So let's get into it. And I'll try to run through the slides and then open up for questions towards the end. I think I have 30 minutes, right, Arjun? OK, cool. OK, so here's the new reality, right? Because of AI, whether it's slop or not, people can create amazing amounts of content, as you probably know, and in seconds. So the latest count is apparently there's 400+ million terabytes of information that's present. But at the same time, if you look at what's happening on the other side, all of our attention spans are decreasing quite significantly. I believe the latest is that we have 8 seconds of attention span that somebody cheekily said is as long as a goldfish. So you have an infinite amount of content. You have a very, very, very small window of attention that's happening. This is on the customer's buyer side. So how do we resolve this? How do we create a system where we can merge the two? So we are in an era where there is going to continue to be a bunch of content. And as marketers, we have to still figure out how do we rise above that noise? How do we make sure that we are continuing to make the content relevant, memorable, and get it in front of the right people at the right time to make things happen? So for me, the bold assertion here, sorry, I'm just walking back to look at my slides. The bold assertion for me is it's not about us going in and saying a lot of things more loudly or doing the same thing over and over. It's about constructing what I call systems that enable an idea of a surround sound around a customer buyer. So for instance, an example is buyer hears about us from the salesperson, but also sees a billboard and sees content and sees an ad on LinkedIn. And it's constructed in a way, in a system that makes it really hard for them to miss and keeps our company, our brand on top of mind. And that's the sort of the world that we need to move into. And so what this basically means is, from an experience perspective on the teams that you are constructing or creating, there is no more the idea of a single-threaded marketer. What I mean by single-threaded marketer is, 15 years ago, we used to have these silos. We had within marketing, we had product marketing, we had brand, and we had demand gen. And they were fairly static. You would have people who kind of rose up through each of those ranks. You would hire people that needed, at the top, at the CMO level, you would hire people who over-indexed on one or two of those pillars because that's the kind of the outcome you wanted. And so it was a very clear idea of a lane that people followed. And you think about it within the organization, that sort of cascaded down to different people who also had those things. So you would have a person who would run an ad. You would have a person who wrote content for the website. You would have a person who ran email marketing. And if you weren't careful, they wouldn't talk to each other. They would all be running off on in their own silos. But now, because things move so fast, there is so much to do, you cannot have those single-threaded aspects anymore. You have to be able to create multi-threaded systems and marketers who are bringing together multiple different things. So a person now has to think about, how does my brand voice show up in the copy that I'm writing, and how does that land with the community that I know we are building? So you have to think in multiple aspects of how does the message that I want to land resonate with the right audience at the right time so that they can take that action. So one quick kind of gut check that I would encourage people to do is think about what are these threads that you might be running in parallel or that you might need to run in parallel. Can you think about a thing where you can say, I put on an event, but after the event, I do a certain kind of follow-up. Maybe I even send a gift after the follow-up for certain people. I include a case study along with a follow-up, and 3 weeks later, I send them an email or create like a personalized landing page. So think about what these could be that bring together multiple aspects of how you would market to an audience of one. I call that the go-to-market thread. Think about how many threads can you run? Are you running in parallel? How much capacity do you have to run those in parallel? And are they all reinforcing one another? Because what you don't want to have happen is you start running these threads, all of a sudden it becomes 15 different threads that go out saying multiple different things to multiple people in the market, and you kind of lose the focus of what the company is all about. And then finally, are you learning from each of these things? If you consider this a campaign, are you learning from each of these and bringing that back into, okay, what do you do next and how do you do things properly? The one flag with AI right now is it is impossible for a lot of these systems to learn from what the real world activation looks like. What I mean by that is you can run a bunch of agents, and we do that today, but unless you are a human in the loop thinking about what is the outcome of those agents, what's working, what's not, and feeding that back into the system, the agent really just doesn't work very well. So you have to be very careful that you're closing the loop every single time. Oops. There we go. And so when you think about this idea that, okay, there are all these threads that you want to run, go-to-market threads, multiple different things, multiple different playbooks across multiple audiences. You will not be able to do that with the tech stack of the 2000s, right? Because they're just not set up that way. So you would have, in a traditional tech stack, you would have a CMS system, you would have a CRM system, you would have an email automation system, you would have a database, you would have the Google ads piece of it, you would have an SEO tool potentially, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole bunch of things, right, that just string together. But in this new world, you have to basically really critically think from almost like a first principles perspective. Is that actually helping me run these multiple threads in parallel? So the 5 things that I kind of see in terms of how this new go-to-market tech stack should be is some of the following. One, even though, in my opinion, AI agents have a long way to go, they're still very useful. So there's agents that you want to make sure that you're testing, iterating, and building the knowledge with them, building the context engineering with those agents. So there's that one bucket that you really need to really think about and how to introduce into your tech stack. Second, you have to have, Sam briefly touched about on this, you have to have a RAG system, you have to have a CMS system, which basically means that you're taking your internal company knowledge and providing it as context engineering to the systems that you're running. Because that becomes the most important thing that you can do to make your apps and agents run better. Third, any kind of personalization engine that you can do to make this look like you are doing a real white glove type of a touch with all of your customers, especially enterprise customers. And Sam talked about it, relationships. Part of extending the human relationship is to make them feel like you're not marketing broadly, you're specifically talking to each person individually. Finally, orchestration layer. So there's a great deal of work to be done to connect a lot of different things together. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we used to use Zapier to do a lot of these automations, but now it's even more important to make sure that these workflows and automations you're setting up are across agents, not just across apps. So we use, in the work that I've been doing within my own company or advising, I see a lot of things being built, automations being built to do things like post-event MQL follow-up from events. And that's built on Relevance. So there's a lot of different things you can use these tools for to create the right kind of automation so data is flowing in the right way. And then finally, LLM in the loop feedback. What I mean by this is, again, going back to feedback. So you run these agents, you run these campaigns, you run these threads, but at the end of the day, all of these start as hypothesis, right? Like you're saying, I think that my community is going to appreciate this sort of an offer, and therefore I'm going to run this offer, I'm going to run this kind of creative messaging, and I think that this is what's going to help. But at the end of the day, if you don't track how that actually happens and feed that back, you're just not going to learn. And the biggest, I think, opportunity for all of us, whichever kind of operator you are, is really to get the data and put it back in the system and have the LLM learn from it and give you advice and feedback on what to do next. And that's going to be the most powerful thing. I kind of think of it as like updating your memory system all over, right? Your enterprise memory system, because you're updating the context almost real time and bringing it back into the system to give you feedback. And so I have a bunch of things here around what are the things that you need to consider when you think about this new go-to-market stack? Is your content system readable? Is your CRM connected to your content layer? Can your ops generate insights? The biggest takeaway here is make sure your tech stack is talking to each other, right? That's the most important thing. Otherwise, you're going to come off as a jumble of different things to your customers. And the reason why this is all important is search is no longer the search you knew. And I think people already know this, but search is no longer about blue links, because search is now needs to be geared towards LLMs and for humans. And what I mean by LLM is take the idea of a keyword, right? In the past, we used to say optimize for CRM. Now it's no longer about a CRM, because the LLM understands concepts. You can say AI marketing tool. And it needs to have that level of context to be able to give the user, to be able to take your brand and put that in a synthesis of an answer that it presents to the user when they're looking for something specific. So I won't go through each of these. I'm sure we'll make these slides available, but be very clear about how are you architecting your systems, both humans and LLMs, to make sure that you're creating the right kind of search infrastructure for both LLMs and for humans. And then finally, what does this actually look like? Multi-threading in action means you have the content, you are thinking about distributing the content. So I write a blog post, I'm going to distribute it. That's fairly obvious, but I write a blog post, I cut that into snippets using Descript. I put that on my social media or on YouTube. I write a blog post, I get some customer reference materials, I put that in my sales enablement tools. I write a blog post, I convert that into slides that I give to my sales team in a pitch deck format. So you can imagine, like, one piece of content can actually create a ton of distribution variety if you do it right. Feed that into your data, into your CRM or multimedia signals, or media engines, right? So that one blog post that converts into some ads or customer case studies that you put into, one blog post that you can convert into short video snippets that converts into an ad that goes into media algorithms, and you get the feedback, you put that all back into your CRM, and you get the feedback of what is resonating, what is the value proposition that's resonating with customers, how is that going to be working, what do I need to do to tweak it. And then you bring that back into product and say, my onboarding flow is broken, or when customers land on this homepage, they don't see this value proposition that seems to be resonating here. And so what do I need to do to improve my homepage or my, product feature pages to enhance this idea of a value proposition or social proof? And then finally, that goes back into brand. Think about how your tone, voice, etc. get updated based on what you're hearing from the market. So this becomes a really nice little loop if done right. Now, if you don't do it right, this can become noisy and create more dissonance in the market if you don't think about who your ICP is and create it properly. But this is the idea of a multi-threading system where everything connects with each other, and you're doing this loop over and over fast, and you're doing multiple of these loops in parallel. Essentially, that's the whole system of how you create a multi-threaded architecture. And then, so lastly, I know I'm running out of time. I'm going to skip through this. Oops, sorry, guys, 1 second. I don't know why this is. There we go. So I'll leave you with this one quick framework. The way you want to build your multi-thread map is the following. Identify these 3 or 4 threads that you want to build. Start with your ICP, obviously, and say, what do I need to do to meet my ICP where they are? If it's an enterprise buyer, what do you need to do? You need to be, like Sam talked about very beautifully, you need to be able to share with them references. You need to come off as credible. You need to come off as someone who understands their business. So what are all the different things that you need to do to get in front of your ICP in the right way? Build those threads. Make sure that within those threads, you're assigning the right kind of ownership. So PMM obviously gets involved, but a forward deployed engineer probably is the right way to go for some of these, because you're talking about use cases that may not exist. A customer success person probably gets involved. A solution engineer gets involved. Figure out how these threads are going to come into play with the right kind of people. Connect all of them. Make sure that you're getting the insights, getting the feedback, and then finally automate this as much as possible using AI and workflows. AI and workflows are not the same thing, keep in mind. So use things like Zapier, use agents to automate all of this so that you can compound it and create a system or set it as a system that does all of this, hopefully while you sleep. The last thought I'll leave you here with is, remember, if you can't diagram something like that or write it out in Figma, Canva, it's going to be hard to scale. So make sure you have a very clear idea of how to bring this to life in a system. So I will pause here. Happy to publish the slides. There's a little bit more content there as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions as well from the group. Yes?
Questions?
Hi, Kady. This was very new and refreshing in terms of our thinking. At least I am building from India. If you can just explain with a real world case study, in the sense that maybe even at a high level, how you were able to stitch this together, all of these different threads, and how they are coming together in real life, because a bunch of that got lost in translation
Yeah.
In my head, at least.
Yeah, no, good question. So one example I'll give you is, so we create a lot of content for our CEO, who's very well known in the space. We put the content out there on LinkedIn for the most part, not X. Put it on LinkedIn, and then we look at all the people that have engaged with that content. We scrape that, we filter it by ICP, and then we follow up with those people from a demand gen perspective as well as a lead nurturing perspective. So we kind of close the loop on all the people that are engaging, how you bring them together and close it. We also, there's other few things that we do in terms of when we nurture those leads, how we continue to push them deeper into the funnel. But that's an example. Previously, social media used to run on its own. People would post content. Digital ads would run on its own. But what we are doing here is bringing all of that together. So that's an example of the kind of thread you want to create. Yes?
How are you building teams around this framework?
Yeah, it's a good question. So what I'm thinking about right now a lot is the kind of the DNA and the skill set that I need for people to run something like this. And I think I've been fortunate enough to find people who have a what I call range, which means that they think of things like a mini CMO. They think of things like, how do I take the content that we have, how does that work in demand gen funnels? How does that work on the CRM side? How is that connected to how we are doing sales enablement? So these people think very much in terms of the different aspects of how to bring all of it together to drive a certain outcome. So first is to identify and hire people like that. For instance, my head of content, she's exactly like that. She thinks in systems. The second thing is, the idea is also you are moving away from hiring just a head of product marketing or just a head of demand gen or just a head of brand to making those roles a lot more cohesive in terms of the outcomes they have to drive. So one of the things I have my team think about is, what is the so when I think about, we have two, let's call it aspects of our business, outbound and inbound. In outbound, I want to make sure that our sales team is closing more, meaning our win rates are high. So the team that's focused on outbound, the outcome is win rate improvement, right? I don't care about any other vanity metric. I want them to go think about how to increase win rates. So you have to construct your team around outcomes, not around top of the funnel metrics. So that's another way to think about it. And the last bit I'll say is all of this has to be extremely bolstered by technology, the right kind of technology. If you don't have the right go-to-market stack, MarTech stack, it becomes infinitely harder to make any of these things happen.
Awesome. Hey, so my name is Mike. I'm a founder of a small company. I'm actually going to piggyback off of her question. We're hiring our first growth marketing person now, and this is exactly the direction that I want to take our company. Digging deeper into the attributes and skill sets that you look for in a candidate, it's definitely more tech heavy rather than traditional marketing with a process like this. Do you have anything specifically that you look for that's a differentiator in terms of a skill set in the interview process with someone?
Yeah, so look, my first instinct is always to hire someone who is really curious about your company and what you're trying to do, and who is a problem solver. Because at the end of the day, none of this is going to work if people are kind of stuck in the playbooks that they've already brought to the table. You have to be constantly learning and iterating and absorbing new things. So I test a lot for how interested are you in my company, in my business problems. Even in the first conversation, I start talking about, here's the stuff that I'm challenged with. How do you solve this? Kind of thing. So that exposes a quality of thinking. The second thing is, I always look for people who have a lot of problem-solving skill set in terms of they're okay with being uncomfortable not knowing something, and they're okay with like really breaking down a problem, even if it is not the right answer. The third, in your particular case, I would be definitely looking for someone who spikes on technology adoption and who understands systems really well, not this kind of system, but like deep systems, and who also has a little bit of understanding of how does messaging show up in those systems. Because what you don't want to have is someone who's just running experiments all day long using systems. You want someone who have, I guess now we call it taste, who has a little bit of that taste to understand, okay, but is this really the value proposition we want to go and talk about? It doesn't have to be deeper than that. It has to be common sense. This is the messaging I want to create. Is this the right value proposition? Are people going to look at it? And can I learn from it? So a little bit of the taste, that judgment, that messaging skill set, but a deep systems knowledge.
Hi, I'm the founder of a startup as well, and we're very early in our journey to set up our go-to-market stack. I wanted to ask about, at the very beginning where it's zero shot and you basically are building out that new team, it's kind of linked to this question here, but specifically for the stack. How do you go about implementing that stack from a functional perspective? Do you have dedicated folks that would set this up? And also like maintaining the stack itself and overseeing its outcomes? Because what we found is that you may find different technologies that speak to the different segments, but they don't necessarily talk to one another.
Yeah.
And then overseeing the entire stack, especially because these are all new technologies, becomes a bit tricky.
Yeah, I totally agree. Doesn't matter how small you are or how big you are, the proliferation of technology becomes really crazy at some point. I would say just speaking of professions, a very strong RevOps person is always a great investment. They are the ones who, if you find the right person, and at my company we have the best, they think about how to create the right systems, how to connect across multiple things, and they can help you problem solve as things come up. And that's an important skill set. We migrated from HubSpot to Salesforce. Thousands of problems around how to, there's so many things that broke. But at the same time, we were introducing a whole new motion, new sales motion. So then you have to solve for, okay, how do we do lead nurturing? How do we do new lead scoring? How do we do this nurture of this particular campaign that shows up? So they can help like problem solve on a regular basis what needs to happen. And I think the other thing I found is they know enough about marketing and sales and CS to be able to stitch together the right kinds of things to happen. So they need to be able to understand that you don't need to know, as a RevOps person, you don't need to know all of marketing, but you need to know, okay, there are going to be campaigns that are coming in, events we run, webinars we run, and how does all of that flow through the Salesforce system and what we need to do to make sure that that's getting into the hands of the salespeople. So they think in kind of that linear supply chain format, and so you need to find somebody like that. But again, I think about it like cleaning the kitchen sink. It's never a done deal. It's like that with tech stacks, right? You add something, you remove something, and it's always is your tech stack helping drive your strategy? Is it the right one, or is it holding back your strategy? You need to make sure that the latter doesn't happen.
Thank you very much, Kady. This was very, very insightful for many technical founders here, how to run, go to market, and everything else. Thanks for taking the time. Please give it a big hand. Thank you. So we're going to have a quick break. There's coffee and breakfast in the back, and then we'll have Tuba, who's the founder of Amoeba, going to open your minds, and then we have Paul from Aampe that is going to further talk about new things. Thank you very much so far. Thanks. Thank you so much. We'd love to do like a podcast with you at some point. Can we have a... I saw your name on the agenda, and I was walking out these out, and I saw a billboard. Oh, really? Yeah. And I searched for X about it, because I said
Baby girl, I've been thinking about things, and lately, do you feel the same? Somehow we took a wrong turn and ended up on Lonely Street for a while. So tell me, show me what you need. so slow. Week by week, counting days on the way you say that we can't meet for a while. Try to get some sleep, but the pain inside just makes me weep like a child. And I know, I shouldn't call you this late. Got to try and let you fly. Oh, tell me, baby. Meet me downtown, baby, at our favorite spot. Trying to tell us apart now. Ain't it funny how that life just moves so fast? But love, our love moves slow. Oh, no. Love moves so slow. Love moves so slow. Love moves so slow. Lord, now, so tell me, show me what you need. Show me, baby. Meet me there. Meet me downtown, Lord. Spirits, devil, trying to tear us apart now, baby. Ain't it funny how life just moves too fast? But love moves slow. It's only a trick if you make it a trick. And you're wondering how to get yourself out of this one. Out of this one. Out of this one. It's only a good thing if you make it a good thing. Once again, you're just pulling yourself out of this one. Out of this one. Out of this one. Well, all you have to do is just give yourself the green light. Just give yourself the green light. It's only a kiss if you make it a kiss. just pick up the phone and call me. I'll be there. Girl, let me show you, you're my one and only, like I told you. I'll be there. And if you get blue, I got the loving for you. Yeah, I'll be there. Your heartache, it kills me, but your loving, it thrills me. I'll be there. Whatever tomorrow may hold, I know you're the one for me, child. And when we're together, my love, you give me hope and a way to cope. Yeah, yeah. I'll be there. Ooh, I'll be there. And when I'm at home, I got no one to hold. Won't you tell me I'll be there? If my mind is reeling from the stress that I'm feeling, I need you. I'll be there. I just need your love, and I long for your touch. Won't you tell me I'll be there? Your loneliness kills me, but your loving, it thrills me. Won't you speak those words? I'll be there. Whatever tomorrow may hold, I know you're the one for me, child. And when we're together, my love, you give me hope and a way to cope, yeah. Whenever you're lonely, just pick up the phone and call me. I'll be there. Girl, let me show you, you're my one and only, like I told you. I'll be there. 'Cause if you get blue, I got the loving for you. I'll show I'll be there. Your heartache, it kills me, but your loving, it thrills me. Yeah, I'll be there.
You good?
Whatever tomorrow may hold.
Hello, everyone. This is a 2-minute warning. If you can make your way back to the main hall, main stage, we're getting ready to get started. I gave you a morning session, no? You're the first one to go. One month's the sponsor. You will? Everyone in the back, if you can make your way to the front, we are going to get started now. Get your coffee, wake up, and be ready. Oh, really?
Gosh, it's like
Hi. Can we take our seats?
I'm using the
We
lectern.
take our seats, we're going to get started.
Tuba
Hi.
fashion. I said I'm using my lectern.
We're going to get started. Can you take us? Everybody back. Hi guys, we're going to get started. Can we make our way back? We're going to get started now. Okay, we're going to get started. Hi, we're going to get started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for making your way back from the coffee to the mail hall. We don't want to be late because there are people waiting on the live stream. There's always that thing. Cool. So let me introduce you to Tooba Durraze, who is founder CEO of Amoeba AI. They are doing something very new that will open your minds. And she's also one of our sponsors, and this is a big reason. She's one of the big reasons why this summit is even happening. So give her a big hand, Tooba Durraze.
Thanks, Arjun. Okay, hopefully everyone's caffeinated. We're going to be kind of talking through a lot of data-related stuff, which could be a dry subject, but it's not going to be. And one of the key framing things I'll say to start off is generally forget everything you heard in the past hour, because I'm going to talk about something that's a little bit contrarian to some of the things that we talked about. But before I jump into that, a bit of introduction into myself. So again, name's Tuba. I'm the founder and CEO of Amoeba. My background is in data science and AI. This is before AI was popular or famous. So I'm dating myself, but like 20 years. And then prior to starting Amoeba, I also worked in a lot of kind of B2B SaaS type companies, startups, building products, selling products. So I've seen it all from all angles of go-to-market. I'm not a marketer. I like to say I'm a marketer's friend, and ideally in most cases best friend, because I get you the data and the things that you need in order to get answers to move forward. And that's part of the reason why we started Amoeba as well. Okay, so my talks are generally controversial, but one of the things I want to start everyone off with is we've all been lied to in reference to our data. Now, what do I mean by that is, show of hands, how many people have heard the expression data is the new oil? Great. So this is my analogy. Data is not the new oil. Data, in actuality, is like crude oil. If you put it in the car as is, your car is going to explode and not go anywhere, right? So at the inception, everything that we're talking about today in terms of whether you're running go-to-market, whether you're running marketing, your business, or whether you're kind of building product, etc., everything stems from what is the data that you have and how can you best leverage it to do the thing that you need to get done. And then these are some of the things to keep in mind. As an example, we've all heard Gen AI is the only way forward. I myself have been a victim to that lie. If you track everything, you'll know everything. We hyper-index on essentially putting a pixel on everything and anything to say the more data we collect, the better, in a better space we'll be. The answers are in a dashboard is also my favorite. We've heard that a ton. You look at static slides, or you look at essentially spreadsheets and dashboards and say, somehow I look at that radio and I'm supposed to know why something is happening, is like the assumption. So these are the kind of lies I'm speaking about in terms of how we use data. In general, the way we think about traditionally getting the most out of our data is in the form of things like reports and dashboards. But if you think about what happens when you're looking at a report or a dashboard, they're geared towards observation, right? Which is a very passive thing. So you're looking at sort of what's happening at a map, but you're not entirely doing anything to move the map. And the antithesis of that is we want to move people towards, how can you use your data to grow in whichever department, and then that growth lever is essentially the thing that requires reasoning. So let's talk about some challenges here. And none of these should be new, but I feel like they've been exacerbated these days because of everything that's come out. One, AI is shaking things up, whether you're using AI, whether your competitors are using AI, whether AI is kind of happening around us, think of geo and all of that. But it's shaking things up faster than your teams can adapt. What I mean by that is you have playbooks that may have worked like a couple of years ago or even a couple of months ago, and none of those playbooks are relevant anymore because you don't know if tomorrow some great big initiative in terms of technology will kind of shake in how your buyers are perceiving products, how your buyers are buying, and how your go-to-market motion is run. Second, your data is not reliable. We have a ton of tools at our disposal. We use a ton of systems. I think I was counting on my hand like all of the places the CEO of Iterable had worked, and I was like, okay, this in itself is like a bajillion tools. So everyone has a Salesforce, a HubSpot. Everyone is using different styles of ad platforms, and then you're lobbing on essentially an analytics solution on top. But the idea there is your data is still fragmented. It's sitting in 50 different systems. It's outdated because by the time you can actually reference it, the thing has already happened. And then it's disconnected because even if your team or your department's using a way to extract information out of that data, there are still other teams within your business who might not be looking at data the same way. So we're talking about go-to-market functions here, but again, finance data is a part of it, product data is a part of it. So if you think about each of those individual teams and how many products or analytics tools, et cetera, that they have, that they're using to extract anything out of it, you would be mind blown that on average, most of these teams are using 3 to 4 per department in terms of things to extract value out of their data. And that basically creates a worse problem for us. And then what happens as a result of that is you are stuck. You're in analysis paralysis. What I mean by that is you are constantly spending your time building these dashboards, building these reports, or getting prepped for your Monday morning meeting where you have to kind of report things out on how things are working. But within that, you're not necessarily making any decisions or like moving the needle as fast as you could or in a more optimized way. I call this analysis paralysis. We all get stuck there. So we talk about AI as this like great overlord, overarching technology. And if AI is so great, the question I ask is, it was supposed to magically fix all our problems, right? We were supposed to like implement these systems and we wake up tomorrow and then we're in the world where all of a sudden everything is fixed. And our go-to-market works so well that every quarter from here on out, we should have made our goals, all of us, right? Which is obviously not the reality. So why hasn't AI magically fixed all our problems? I'll talk through a couple of concepts here. The first is that we talk about the outputs that you get from existing tools, and you end up in a world where your data is not trustworthy. I'll give you an example of a customer whose CEO messaged the CMO and said, hey, we're doing really great at this initiative. I looked at this data. And then her response back right away was that, no, you're looking at the data wrong. We're doing great, but we're missing XYZ data points while you were calculating that. So automatically, that fragmentation has led to 2 different people within the organization coming to 2 very different conclusions around what's actually happening in the business. Secondly, it's kind of telling you, what's already happened or what's happening. It's telling you A plus B equals C, but it's never telling you why it's happening. And as much as we love calculators, they only get you half of the way there, right? Understanding why something is happening is the thing that you take forward in order to impact change in how you're going to do things, not just because it happened. And then because of that, our decisions, again, are stuck. So we're stuck in a world where you're talking to your channel managers, et cetera, and you're saying, hey, this advertising campaign was working great last week, and then we decided to throw more money at it. Why isn't it continuing to work? And then you're also taking that to your C-suite execs or your boardroom meetings and saying, I think this worked last quarter because of this, and I'm kind of going to base my assumption on what I see, and then make a forward-looking assumption of where I want to go in search of that. So this big question of how do I hedge my bet, and where I need to be data-driven in order to hedge that bet is the question that should be front and center for all of us. And then what we're talking about here is, I've taken the magic out of AI, but I'm going to bring it back to magic for 1 second. What we're really talking about here is you need almost like a crystal ball, essentially. You need a system or a tool to be able to tell you, hey, this is happening. You need to be able to ask the question of why it's happening. And then you need for it to then keep that awareness within the system so you don't even have to ask the question. You want it to basically tell you what's going wrong in your business. Now, when we talk about AI these days, a lot of folks equate that to LLMs or Gen AI. And LLMs was probably one of the bigger advancements in the past couple of years. So why did they not solve this problem when it comes to data? And again, when I'm talking about data, I'm talking about both your structured data, which is your normal kind of quantitative data, and then your unstructured data as well, which is things like these talks, your advertising campaigns, like the actual campaign themselves, videos, gong calls, all of that. So we're talking about the corpus, right? And the reason LLMs don't really work well for this use case, this is where I say I'll be contrarian, is because they automate language and not logic, right? For anyone in the room, and we all tinker, probably with ChatGPT or some version, Claude, some sort of LLM. For all of us who've kind of tinkered with some sort of an LLM, we also know how hard it is to actually extract value without really giving the system a ton of guidance, right? And even if you give it to the system a ton of guidance, what might happen is 2-3 days from now, something shifts in the model and your outputs are different. Now, can that work well for when you're talking about like creative outputs? Sure, because there's a lot of variance that's allowed in creative outputs. But does that work well? Is that something you're willing to kind of hedge your bet on in terms of the data points to run your business? Probably not. And again, it's predicting the next word, but not actually why something happened. So I like to say that your go-to-market stack already has an AI problem because of these things. Like if your data is siloed, existing AI solutions will essentially just like make up an answer. We all know garbage in, garbage out, but right now it's, sometimes not even garbage out because if you perceive output, sometimes they could look realistic, but again, they're a hallucination. So the underlying problem is that now that we have all this data and then we have these solutions on top that could provide value, there's a shared context that's missing in how the data communicates with these systems. So we say you essentially need a system that thinks in terms of your business goals. And when I say business goals, I'm talking on the macro level. That can be, your goal could be, I need to increase my revenue by X% quarter on quarter. Or you can think on a micro level and say, I need my pipeline to improve by X%. But either way, what you're looking for is a system that is, not a chatbot, not a dashboard. Those things are apt for the way you would consume the information. But behind the scenes, what you need is a reasoning system, a system that's figuring out like why something is happening and then directing you accordingly. So there's one question that comes up a lot in my conversations with folks. We sell into enterprises and, we're smaller, but we're very well versed in the world of AI. So a lot of questions that come up are around how is the world shaping or evolving past what exists right now in terms of predictive AI, causal AI? What is the right AI to use in what situation, right? And when I'm talking about go-to-market data here, I'm basically talking about business outcomes. So if you think of the past 10 years, we were relying a lot on historical data. So we were using a ton of like predictive models, right? We all talked about intent, etc. That's all based on what has happened in the past. Can we use that to predict what might happen in the future? Things like who's likely to click, churn, and convert. The next decade is going to be causal. So again, not just that something happened, but why did it happen? So not an entire reliance on your historicals as well, but basically trying to get to the root cause of like why something is happening, because obviously that just because two things coexist doesn't mean they're correlated, right? So you're really trying to get that out. So to kind of refine that, predictive is based on pattern recognition. Causal is based on the understanding of like why is the pattern happening. And then that's kind of the leap from I'm an observer of what's happening in my go-to-market data, like I'm reading these things via dashboards, etc., versus I am sitting on top of a truly intelligent system that's going to drive business outcomes for me. And then the second thing that we get asked a lot, that we anchor to, is everything needs to be anchored to a goal. It's when you're asking the question, like basic questions like, what is dropping in my business? You need to have a combination of like what is causing it, and you need to find remedies that would help you fix it. So when we talk about AI systems, we're talking about systems that are able to do both of those things for you instead of just doing one or the other, because you need both pieces. You need to understand the why, and you need to know what to do against it. So this bottom here where it says the flow of data, so we all start with, again, we talked about problems with data. We start with a good flow of data. We add on a reasoning layer on top of your data. The reasoning layer should cognitively understand what is happening in your data against your business. And then you move that towards an actionable recommendation. Now, I'll pause here. There are a lot of tools in the market who maybe fix flow of data, right? So you have a lot of tools that will say, okay, we'll normalize the data for you, etc. So there's a lot of money spent in that direction. And then on the opposite end, there's a lot of money spent on tools that allow you to automate something, because it's a problem that you face in the now. So all folks are using things like Clay, etc. I'm sitting in the room. I have to like send 50 billion emails. and it's a problem that's front and center for me, so I'm just going to automate that. And then one thing I'd like to point out here is like, if that middle piece is missing, why you're automating something and the thing you're automating being the right problem to solve, you will end up in a world of hurt down the line, essentially. So always think about that middle piece or the intelligence there as being the thing. So in our heads, like every go-to-market question, whether it's again, a micro question or a macro question, it's almost an experiment in its own, right? So you want to ask the questions, you want to analyze the answers, then you want, based on the analysis of the answers, you want to be able to simulate scenarios. What if I change this thing? Or what if I change that thing? What impact would that have on my business in a controlled environment? And then based on those simulations, this is where human intuition comes into play, you pick what to act on. And once you act on that thing, you observe what's happening, and then you let the system learn so it can direct you better next time. This is it's meant to be a loop, not a straight line, obviously. This is a really dense loop, but it's dense on the computation, right? On the math, on the systems. It's not dense on the end user, the human who is trying to run their go-to-market motion. So for the human who's learning it, your inception points are basically you're asking it, then you're putting forward a hypothesis on what you want to simulate, and then you're picking the thing to act on, and then you let the system kind of govern that cycle. So I say that go-to-market systems and just go-to-market motions should not be a guessing game. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and know that, okay, all of a sudden something changed and I'm not going to meet my goals. I want there to be more predictability in how I'm getting to business outcomes. So it should be a scientific loop. And again, you need machines that are powerful enough to run that scientific loop every day on your behalf. So we're not talking about you sitting there and manually kind of running these loops. You need systems that are able to do that at both micro and a macro scale. So what is Amoeba, like us, and like how do we solve for this? There are plenty of ways to kind of solve for it, but we have a slightly different perspective on how we solve for it. Amoeba is essentially built to solve that problem, where your scientific loop essentially in a box. So we do everything. We take your data in its rawest format, so whether it's structured, unstructured, whether you're missing a ton of data, you don't have a ton of data, all of that. So think of all the problems that exist. And then we take that and we run it through our system, and we end up with some ways for you to act and observe based on the outputs from the system. But one of the differentiators about Amoeba is that system is always goal-aware and is always context-aware. So the system doesn't rely on you bringing forward a semantic understanding to the system. The system is smart enough to learn what is actually happening in your data, how you run your business, based on the inputs that it's connected to. So you end up in a space where you can build a forward-looking plan. So as of right now, everyone's probably planning for Q4 or their next fiscal year. But you're in a position where you can actually build a forward-looking plan by combining your data with not just your data, but also what's happening in the market, because a lot of that is shifting the way your business is being run. So it's insights that evolve and are as fast as the market's evolving. So you're never in a position where, again, you wake up tomorrow and say, what happened with my data? What happened with my business? I'm like not aware of that. This is sort of like our architecture, how we do it differently. So again, ingesting from all your normal sources. We do all the data prep within the product itself. And then our interpretation layer is where we're differentiated. It's because we're not an LLM-based stack, we're a neurosymbolic-based stack. And the reason, I promised Arjun I wouldn't talk about neural nets, but I'm talking about neural nets, sorry. So for those of you who are bored in the room, I can always deep dive on neural nets, but the one key framing here is the system is designed in a way that it thinks the way you do about your business. When neurosymbolic AI architectures get rid of the problem of having to define context, get rid of the problem of having to define, this is the definition on this thing in my business, get rid of the problem of you having to think about retraining the system if enough things in your data change. And then for you as a consumer, you just have a smart brain at your disposal that you can essentially use. It's built for go-to-market leaders and analyst teams, so you can use it, obviously, if you are already a data scientist or data analyst as a way to augment, but primarily its goal is to be anchored to folks who are running their business and the things that you use to run your business. So if you're a CMO or a CRO, you can understand what's driving your pipeline and basically in a way where you'll never be in a position where you meet your pipeline number, but you're not meeting your sales goal at the end of the day. If you're in analytics and the ever-regarded function of RevOps, you can automate repetitive requests. And as folks I've sat adjacent to a lot of RevOps roles, and I would say they do God's work because there are a lot of requests that come their way. The idea here is that this shouldn't, something that's repetitive can directly go to the business users. They don't have to be involved. And then if your product or marketing team, so for all the startups in the room who are actually building products, this is a really good way to figure out like which part of the product will drive adoption/business versus what parts of the product are not being used and its impact on business is unheard of. So I say this is my prediction, and take 5 years with a grain of salt. It probably will happen a lot faster. But I don't think in the next couple of years, go-to-market teams are going to be running things out of dashboards. Will we still have things like Salesforce? Yes, probably. I don't think we're getting rid of things like Salesforce, HubSpot, etc. But you're not running your entire business off of just dashboards and spreadsheets. You're running them based on hypotheses. You and your team sit together in a room and are like, what if we tried this? What if we tried that? These are organic conversations that happen in your executive team meetings anyways, like what's working, what should we try to have more business. I think these will happen within the agentic layer on top of your go-to-market stack. I'll kitschily say we're talking about go-to-market superintelligence, and I can guarantee you we'll probably get to go-to-market superintelligence before we will get to generalized superintelligence. So my stake is in the next 2 to 3 years, you'll have these like fully functioning brains, essentially that are running your business, where you as a stakeholder are involved in guiding the brain and telling the brain where to go or where to pay attention, but everything else is taken care of by the brain. It could be a knowledge companion for executives, obviously, because executives spend a ton of time pulling data together. It could be a way to make self-service analytics easy, and it could be a way to do simulated experimentation. And then if you look at these 3 things that I pointed out, those are the 3 active ways you're consuming data right now. You're either pulling things together so your executive team and you can have a cohesive look on what's happening in your business, or you are self-exploring based on what's working, what's not working, whether it's like your business units or your channels, etc. Or you are planning what tests to try in market in order to drive better results. So these are, again, 3 ways in which you would consume data, should all be taken care of by that brain that we're speaking of. And then much more, of course. So the last thing I'll leave you with is when you think about AI, when you think about LLMs and Gen AI and all of this that's kind of at your disposal, don't just look at it from the lens of like, hey, where can I reduce my pain in the now by automating something really fast so I don't have to do that repetitive function over and over again. You want to bring on systems that create a sense of understanding around your business, unify your perception, your executive team's perception of like what's happening in your business. And you want to do that in a way that can scale, meaning you're not the Sherpa of the data at all times. So the companies that can reason with their data, can truly understand why something is happening, are the only teams who will win, because then you're not in a space where you're just reporting on something worked, something didn't work, but you can actually take lessons and then apply them to your future. Thank you. Just a quick plug for our AI data marketing workshop that's coming up after. But in any case, one thing I'll leave you with is, Amoeba is a tool. There are other tools that allow you to do that. But we're in a brilliant space right now where we can tinker, right? Everyone has this idea of like, you can play around with tools and understand really what's happening. Before you pick something, I think it's really important to understand, like, is it just a toy that you tinker with for a few minutes, but then longer term will require a lot of investment for you? Or is it something where you put a little bit of investment up front and then ends up being a game changer for how you run your business? That's the only thought I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you. You have that mic. Any questions?
Thank you for such a great presentation. I'll try to frame my question, but we'll give you a little bit of context. I'm super aligned with what you said. Every GTM question should become an experiment. The reality is, whether you're working in a Series A, Series B, Series C startup, you only get very limited time and budget to do the experiments.
Yeah.
And so my question primarily is, who does these experiments, or who owns these experiments, and how much time do you actually spend on these experiments?
So the idea is you should have an experimental mindset, But to your point of like experiments are hard to run, and then you're left in a world where like a simple A/B test, you run it for 6 weeks and you're like, I don't have any stat sig, so what actually happened there, right? So the idea is with a tool like Amoeba, you're putting forth a hypothesis to the system, and then you're letting the system simulate a bunch of different scenarios in the form of those experiments. So your starting point of whether you implement that experiment is much more grounded in data and the things that can work. In terms of who would run the experiment, I think it depends. We have customers where, they're giant companies and they're actually heads of go-to-market sit in meetings and say, hey, we want to try this initiative. Now, for anyone who has kind of worked around, like I'm one of those people, I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll have an idea in my head. I was like, I really need to try that. And my head of go-to-market is sitting in the front and she's like, we should be conscientious about trying this, a different channel, whatever it may be. So I think you get those sorts of random questions, right, that come up in exec meetings. I think this is a great tool to say, this is why we shouldn't, or this is why we should. And then within Amoeba itself, you can also kind of give it parameters. So if it's a smaller scale experiment, you can say, I want to see results in 3 weeks, and you let the system tell you, it's not worth running this experiment because the results that you're looking for are out of the context of like what you can get within this thing. So the idea is that you should think about your go-to-market engine with some capacity to experiment, but instead of taking the onus of running each experiment to see whether it'll be successful or not, you simulate them with Amoeba and see whether you even want to run them or what the expected result will be.
Hi, Tuba. This is Ankit from India. I'm building a consumer tech startup, and a large chunk of the fundraising that we do goes towards our GTM and marketing. So we're trying to build systems to be intelligent and our way to actually really crack the revenue frameworks. So whatever you said hit a lot of right notes. I just wanted to ask a couple of things. One is some of the tools that I've explored in the past, it's hard to put your trust in. Like the example that you shared, that the executive kind of talking to their CMO and saying you're looking at the data in the wrong way,
yeah.
right? Like when you're looking at it in a manual kind of a setting, you can always go back and see that how are you really computing that data and then establish that trust, okay, this parameter was wrong or whatever, right? So in some of these systems, are these like black boxes? You just need to trust it because we'll have to keep investing our marketing dollars basis insights that a system like this would probably generate. So how do we build that trust is the first question that I had. And the second is you talked about this neurosymbolic AI on how it learns from industry trends and also helps you generate better insights. So I'm wondering if it is more specific to specific industries and it takes that much time to fine-tune the model maybe to understand what that industry is about and generate specific insights, or it's more like general purpose, like me coming from India in a different industry would be able to use this versus somebody doing an enterprise AI in US?
Yeah, great questions, by the way. On your first question on trust, I think that trust is a two-part problem. One is technology and one is psychology. So trust in technology and the outputs should be like, as an example, every output from Amoeba ships with an evidence pack. Where is the answer coming from? Why was it reasoned a certain way? And then you can always like pull the thread. So you need that. As a consumers of this tech, like you should be investing in technology where, it's at least a glass box, right? And then, yeah, fine, early days, you may test it quite heavily. And then once that trust is built in the technology, then, you take it from there. Which is also the thing that makes me nervous, by the way, when people jump straight to automation. Because it's like, you have these agents that are automating things for you. Do you trust them to reliably perform that function every single time because they're non-deterministic in nature? So that kind of covers on the technology front, which is if folks tell you, I can't really tell you what happened behind the scenes, it means that they haven't instituted the right things or the right instruments to be able to reveal that to you, and all vendors should think about that, revealing that. The second part is the psychology. So two people can say, imagine I'm a CMO, you're my CEO. A plus B equals C. The reason A plus B equals C may look different to you, may look different to me. But normally what happens is you get in a room and then there's a he said, she said debate of like, I think I know my business better. So it looks like this. In most cases, like I would say, like I would shy away from my CEO and I'd be like, yeah, I think you might be right, but I'll try to redirect the conversation, right? But I think that's where a tool like Amoeba is really interesting because you have a neutral party at your disposal. And so it's not a he said, she said. It's more so stemming out of like, this is what the system says. the other caveat I'll offer here is oftentimes when you think about data, our minds automatically jump to precision, right? So we're like, it's exactly that. Data science is less about precision. It's more like a compass. So our tool is designed in a way, and a lot of tools should think about this, designed in a way where we're telling you within a certain amount of probability, it could be these things. And then your intuition is sort of applied on top, I would say. So I hope that kind of answers your question. In terms of applicability across different industries and verticals and stuff, there's a generalized version of the neural net that's trained on just industry benchmarks, right, in that way. But the liquid neural nets are especially interesting in terms of how they can adapt between verticals, etc. So we generally ask for like one traverse, which is 24 hours for us, but then they start kind of learning from your data outside of that. But if you were to take this technology and apply it to D2C, you'll get answers. It'll understand those nuances or infer them from what's within your data to try to better position like what the outputs should be.
Thank you. We are on time, so at time. Thank you very much. Tuba will be around here, and she's, thank you. She's going to run a workshop with Julie in the room in the front after lunch. So if you have more questions, please go attend the workshop where they can deep dive into all the questions that they are solving for. Cool. Next up, we have Paul, who's the founder CEO of Aampe. If you haven't heard of Aampe, you should definitely look it up. It's one of the most revolutionary companies getting built in the AI and marketing space. So welcome, Paul, and with him is Matias from Grab, who's going to talk about how they actually have used Aampe to do a lot of great things for a super app like Grab.
All right. It's great to see everyone today. I don't know whether to be happy or sad that we're missing the beautiful weather. I came in today from Sausalito thinking that it was going to be pouring and we were going to have an atmospheric storm, and instead we've got a sunny day. So it'll be good to maybe step out for lunch later and benefit from that. And I'm really excited here today to be here with Matias, who is a product leader at Grab, and one of our earliest partners, kind of design partners, and one of our earliest customers. And so we're just going to talk a lot about some of the challenges that we've overcome together and the core problems in the existing workflows for a consumer application like Grab, how Aampe operates, but really more generally how what we see as agentic infrastructure operates. So you can think through some of these more of like from a first principles perspective, and then we'll just use a lot of illustrations and examples from an actual incredibly powerful business that's doing amazing things in a fascinating part of the world, which we don't always get to hear about here in San Francisco. I actually just recently moved back from Singapore to San Francisco, and we've seen some really incredible things about the way mobile and the way consumer technology works in Southeast Asia. So excited to hear about some of that from Matias today. So we'll introduce ourselves in a minute. In fact, I'll get Matias. Sure. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, folks. I just got in last night from Singapore. So I lead my team, sort of leads our product team that does everything communications. But what's really relevant today is kind of our one-way communication. So all of how do we serve and engage with our customers across Southeast Asia. And then we can maybe share a little bit about Grab in a second as well.
Yeah, let's start with Grab.
Okay. So just for context for everyone here, so Grab is live in 8 markets in Southeast Asia. We cover about a population of 700 million. We have about 48 million monthly transacting users. I think to put it in context, we operate in 800 cities in Southeast Asia. But maybe to kind of like, I kind of put our verticals down here to just contextualize for everyone in the US. Imagine you take an Uber and a DoorDash. That's kind of our mobility and deliveries business. Then you add on top of that kind of a Chime, a SoFi, that's our digital banking. You add a PayPal, that's our financial services. And then not just that, but we also own our actual grocery stores in a couple of markets. So that's kind of our business. We have tens plus like verticals across the region. So our challenge is we have a lot of things we want to tell our users about. And this is not in separate apps. It's all in a single super app that we have to sort of engage our users. So that's the challenge that me and my team is trying to do and where AMP sort of comes in. Yeah.
Yeah, and Grab is the leading super app in this space in the region. So the scale is pretty incredible just from a technical perspective of serving that. And then you layer on the complexity of the diversity, all the different languages. Singapore itself has 4 official languages. And then you've got all the different countries with different character alphabets. There's a lot of technical details in handling that. And then you layer on top of that the complexity of handling all the different value propositions and helping people discover those in the right way.
Yeah, and I think just you have sort of the language differences. Obviously, there are a lot of different languages. I think just cultural differences. Like what a campaign might work at 5 p.m. in Bangkok doesn't work in Singapore. What every single market, not just by countries, but down to the cities, what works in Manado in like East Indonesia doesn't work in Bangkok or Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. So we have to be hyper local. That's kind of where that's our bread and butter. It's how we won in the region over Uber, et cetera. So how do we do that at scale across all these verticals, different offerings? That's really kind of the external complexity that we have.
And one of the factors that was always amazing to me when we thought about what we were seeing with Grab is that oftentimes we think about communications between our business and our own complexity and where our customer is, and in terms of things like Matias has pointed out, in terms of cultural expectations. There's also the fact that they're dealing with, there's a lot of exogeneities where the other businesses, competition, forces that they're being exposed to are also operating differently in those different markets. So people's expectation for the rate at which they're messaged in Indonesia is very different than what they would expect in Singapore. And partly that's because the fact that other businesses in the finance space, in the food delivery space, in the ride-hailing space, in the entertainment and travel space, et cetera, are all operating. They're all trying to communicate to the user at the same time. And I think that is interesting to me because the complexity of Southeast Asia, to me, is an idealized form of actually what we all face in the world today. Even simpler businesses in a single market like the US, you're still facing the fact that you do have multiple value propositions, usually multiple features and functionality that you're trying to communicate, and your customers are being inundated and are being exposed and are being served by a lot of other businesses. So this is just an extreme version of what we all face, and I think that's why we can learn a lot from the story here. Before we get to that, I'm just going to introduce AMP for a second. So I co-founded AMP in 2020 with two other machine learning scientists. We all kind of came from the intersection of cognitive science, neuroscience. So we think a lot about the problem of making inferences and statistical inferences and thinking about how people make decisions in complex environments, and then doing that in the context of consumer technology. So how can we build applications that help people make better decisions in complex environments? So AMP is backed by a couple of great funds. Peak 15, which used to be Sequoia out of Southeast Asia, and recently, a couple of years ago, globally split from Sequoia and rebranded as Peak 15. Z47, Theory Ventures here in San Francisco. We're used by customers in over 15 markets, and have team members in 16 different countries. I previously co-founded a consumer mobile app in India, so it's a mobile application to help lending. So came very much from that background of thinking about how do we build applications that can scale and handle the complexity of the diversity of our users and the noise that they're facing. So that's just a quick rundown of AMP. We're active in Europe especially, and in the US, so some great customers in Europe like Deezer. Actually, we have one of our partners from TaxFix, which is the leading tax provider. It's sort of like the TurboTax in Europe and based in Germany. And he'll be speaking about some of the complexity they face tomorrow. So this is just a little bit of AMP. There's a bunch of team members from AMP in the back. If you want to hear more or get to know us, we're always happy to chat. So let's jump back to Grab, and maybe Matias, you can speak to, so these are all the benefits and the value propositions that Grab's providing, but how do those get operationalized in terms of, especially from a comms perspective, there's so many teams that are singly focused on driving usage of food delivery or financial services, and your job is to coordinate all of that.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we talked a little bit about sort of the external complexities around culture, competitive nuances, different markets, et cetera. But I think this slide kind of illustrates, this is just a snapshot of kind of all the services we do. We do Grab Bike as mobility because you can't get around traffic in Southeast Asia if you have to be in a car. This is kind of all the services we do. Each of these services also have vertical teams who all want to communicate to the customers. Our mobility team want to talk to our customers all the time. Our food delivery business want to talk to our customers all the time. But the real problem we have, and like historically what we have done is kind of like, we then have kind of a weekly meeting where within each country we're negotiating and saying, oh, this week food is going to get maybe 70% of our comm slot of the volume. And we kind of does this like manual negotiation. This clearly doesn't scale. All of our teams know that this is like super it's not personalized. It's basically from a business perspective, what do we want users to hear about? So this is an example of kind of how Grab can interact with you, like how you can interact with Grab throughout the day. And you can kind of see across all of the verticals we do. These are like 10 different things I want to tell you about throughout the day. How do I figure out the right thing to tell you in this particular moment about, instead of it being kind of, hey, we want food to be the top priority, so we're going to keep telling you about food. So the complexity is really like, we have tens of different teams who have different messages for our users. How do we find the right way of communicating that to each user, where it's not sort of globally optimized and saying, we're going to get 50% to this vertical, but how do we find the right thing for each user? That's really kind of the complexity that we're going through. So how this is done is, historically, we have country marketing teams in each of the markets who sort of sit down and plan this out. And I think we actually did an illustration on the next slide of kind of maybe the complexity of how this is being done. This is just, ignore what the names are. This is how we do it. This is how every single market basically runs a spreadsheet of a comms calendar for every single channel we have of, here's how we're going to plan out the week. You can clearly see this is, first of all, it's very complex. No one likes to do this meeting. It's like a manual negotiation where we're kind of horse trading, saying, oh, you get a slot here, you get a slot here. But it's also just not very customer-centric. This is like fully business-centric. This is how we want, like what we want to go out. This doesn't scale, and no one likes doing this. It's not personalized. That's kind of the problem that we were having.
It feels, when you're planning it out, I think early stages, it feels like you can make a lot of sense and you can structure it in a particular way. It feels like an illusion of control. And then what you just start to realize is that, that earlier slide shows the diversity of services, but also shows the diversity of people. And it makes sense to send, in some ways, a notification, for example, about food delivery around dinner time. But then it just turns out that a lot of people either have dinner plans or aren't eating dinner at the same time for all various reasons. In fact, I'll share just a quick illustration of this. I remember about 6-7 months after we started operating AMP with Grab. And basically what AMP does is provision an agent for every single end user. And so the agent makes decisions, takes the opportunities to communicate that the team is setting up, and then makes tactical decisions by running experiments and reinforcement learning and other kind of specific methods to make these decisions. And I remember actually another member of the team at Grab, who's actually in the back, is now at AMP. I remember she sent me an email about some of the team receiving a food delivery snack notification later in the evening on a particular day. And their first instinct was, oh, that's surprising, because we send notifications at 7:30 for food, because we see a lot of dinner deliveries. And you realize that the reality is the world now is just full of niches. It's full of diversity. It's full of lots of different specific people solving for specific needs. And so we took a look and we said, wait a second, why are we getting a particular notification later in the evening? And so we just looked and aggregated agents sending at those times and realized, okay, it wasn't everybody was receiving it. It's just that about 4 to 7% of agents over those courses of weeks were landing on deciding to send something about food between the hours of 9:30 and 11:30. And you're able to kind of put rules in place. So you can say, this is the last time, this is the earliest time. But within those times, you're giving the agents flexibility to learn and figure it out. And what's cool about that was that once we saw that, we were also able to see that the take-up rate, the transaction rate subsequent to those notifications was actually really high. And we did a little bit more user research, but kind of the conclusion, the sort of story we came to is that Singapore and Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia are actually very international cities with a lot of folks working on international time zones. This was later in the pandemic as well, and so people were working remotely. And you realize that there's some set of people who, like myself, when I was in Singapore, often on calls till midnight with Europe, with the US. And when you're in that situation, you think about the need of the moment. You got some stuff, you're running out of energy. You've been on a lot of Zoom calls, you've done a lot of meetings, solving problems like this, and you need that pick-me-up. And so you can go to the refrigerator and grab a snack, or you can realize, wait a second, I've used Grab to order lunch, but you know you can also use Grab to order a protein smoothie, or a small brownie, or something else that you might want that late point at night. And that's what Grab wants, is we want to be able to serve users where they are, with the need of the moment for them. It's just that we can't figure out manually which 4 to 7% of users need that late night notification. You can't predetermine that, especially because we double-clicked a third time and found that only about 30% of those users had ever ordered late night before. And it becomes a usage problem. You've not ordered late night before, so you just don't think about that context of using the service. So that's just sort of an illustration of like the problem to be solved for, that this makes it very difficult to solve for.
Yeah, I think just on the food thing, I think the way we have traditionally sort of, when you go talk to our marketing team, I just spent all of last week in Bangkok with our team there. When you speak to them, it's sort of, we often think if I speak to the food marketing team, we think about, here are the morning deals. This is how you get your bagels and your coffee, and then this is your lunch deals, and then we have like a late night snack deal. And it'll kind of we have very rigid structures, and it's kind of like, okay, Monday morning, we're going to communicate about this breakfast option, and then Tuesday lunch, it's these snack options. But I don't know about you guys, but I don't always eat the same thing and at the same times every day. And I think that's kind of the problem with how we have historically solved for this, whether it's sort of through life cycle journeys or even our sort of ad hoc marketing. It's just that it's very rigid, it's very segment-based. And it's the reason why we do the segment-based and time-based is to try and be personal. But we can do much better now. Like, we don't have to just stop at the segment of, these are the users we think will convert to food. We can actually let a machine figure out for each user, what is the optimal time to convert them? What is the optimal merchant to tell them about? Or is it even food for Paul or John or whatever it is? And I think that's kind of been the liberating thing for our team, has been, instead of being stuck in this structure where there's kind of a finite set of slots in a given week, and then we fight over the finite slots and we say, oh, damn it, this week I only got like 5% of the slots, my business is going to go really poorly. It is, no, just think about what are all the potential like high valuable content you could tell our users about, put them into a machine, figure out, like, let the machine figure out who should get what at which point. But the job turns more from kind of this fighting over finite slots to, wow, I can now like have an abundance of content that I can tell our users about, which has been really freeing for our marketing team.
Absolutely. So we go from this, which is thinking about all our different data sources. So these, the apps are over so many different kinds of devices, so many different country stacks, so many different vertical sort of parts of the back end where you have to integrate all those specific events if you wanted to try and manually plan it. And then you have to set up all those tools. And a place like Grab, which is such a big business, they have so many tools in place, the complexity of that becomes an issue. And then you've got to basically have those local marketing teams or those central marketing teams and all the different marketing teams operating to figure out what are these segments are, what are these triggers, And then you got to go operationalize it. You got to say, I'm going to take all that spreadsheet and I'm going to convert it into my comms and I'm going to send it out. So we can talk a little bit more about the complexity of it, but we can also kind of think, again, let's just talk a little bit about what how AMP is trying to solve for this and help companies like Grab solve for this. It's sort of saying, well, if I'm communicating with my users, I'm communicating them in the app, in notifications, potentially in WhatsApp, potentially in SMS or email. And in every case, I'm saying something to a user. Oh, I'm not stepping on a wire, but anyway, we're good. Technical complexities always. In every one of those cases, I'm saying a lot. So I might be emphasizing snacks, but I'm also emphasizing the convenience of ordering them versus the discovery factor of finding something that's really delicious. There's many different ways and reasons why I might want to use the application. It's not just that it's convenience. It's also sometimes less convenient in the sense that I could step out my door and go into a late night shop fairly easily and Grab, but I couldn't discover the delicious thing that I really wanted at that moment, but Grab can help me do that. And then connect the dots in terms of it being available when I want it. So what AMP does is just allow teams to attach the agents and, like Matias said, is create much more abundantly, create many possible versions that are all connected and tracked across all of the specific units of an action, of the communication. And then have those and just think in terms of the rhythm of, I have machines, I have agents, figure out which ones users are responding to, and then think as I go forward, how can I be more creative, think about more context in which I can integrate more sources of information and put that back into the hands of the agents for them to go out and communicate more and just make this sort of flywheel happen much more rapidly than the old segmentation process. So maybe, Matias, you want to talk to how some of the ways you guys have been innovating with labels and these concepts and tracking them across multiple teams.
Yeah, so now you kind of have the context on maybe why Grab is somewhat complex in the region. You kind of have from Paul how we set it up. I don't know about you guys, I hear a lot of solutions. Let's make it very concrete. So this is kind of how, this is the pilot use case that we launched with. So you can think of it as, we kind of launched with a product marketing use case, which is we launch new features every single month. Our product marketing team is responsible for driving adoption of those features. Now, if you ask any product marketeer or product manager, they'll tell you, you have a lot of different benefits or CVPs for why you should use a product. But often in our spaces, we're very limited. So let's say we're launching advanced booking, like a scheduled ride. Often we'd be very limited to what are the 3 key CVPs or benefits you can tell a user about. If you ask any product manager, they'll tell you, no, there's actually 10 reasons why you should do it, but these are just the top 3 ones. So where sort of AMP was really powerful for us, and this is a very concrete example of it, was when we set up, in this case, the example over here where it says plan ahead, ride smoothly, book in advance for a smooth and hassle-free ride, that's just one CVP. So what we actually did in AMP is we set it up for this one product of advanced booking. We have a lot of different benefits. So the way we do it is we labeled the actual content we set up. So in this case, book in advance for a smooth, hassle-free ride is talking about kind of the interior, like the motivator of convenience. But you could also talk about, there could be a cost-saving element to it. So there could be different value propositions that you use. Now, that's helpful in that we can then talk about all the different benefits of advanced booking. But where it gets really powerful for us is we start now learning for each user what they respond to. So today we're launching advanced booking, but let's say tomorrow we're launching family account, or I think Uber calls it Uber for Teens, where you can now send your teenagers on a ride or your elderly parents on a ride. But we have now learned something about you from how we communicated in the past. So if we communicated in the past about convenience or safety, which is like a core pillar of Grab and how we started, I now know that you responded to safety, or maybe you responded to discounts or value saving, etc. But that means that whenever I communicate to you in the future, I have a notion of what you respond to. Not just did you like this product, but why did you like that product? So when I communicate the next feature or the next product to you, I can now build on top of that, and I actually have a very rich understanding of the motivators for what you responded to. So as a concrete example, sort of, in this case it's one, but actually this then leads us to having multiple benefits across different products that we get very, very personalized on how we communicate it to our users.
Which also becomes a team orchestration element to this as well. Because what we've got here is not just the different contexts and the different values, but the fact that within a company like Grab, different teams are responsible for different aspects of that business. So you've got your product team that wants to emphasize something like safety because they're responsible for safety as a function. And you got your CRM team, which is responsible for certain retention metrics or something like that. And your product marketing team, which is trying to emphasize certain aspects of specific functionality of advanced booking or family accounts or advanced or group orders where you can split a ride. And traditionally, they're all doing their own messaging. And on that worksheet, they get 5% of the traffic. And then they send their messages and they're completely siloed and disconnected. The labels and the tags become a way for them to coordinate, where if the CRM team is using the same labels as the PMM team, then the agent can resolve the fact that in one context it's about this, and in another context it's about this, but both are referring to convenience. And the agent is sort of saying, yeah, let me thread this through. So the team actually, the value of their messaging begins to compound because the coordination is handled under the hood by the agent, and the team doesn't have to pick up the phone constantly. Like, make sure this week you talk about convenience, and let's make sure we're coordinated. No, they can kind of give instructions as they come up to the agent, and the agent is doing the coordination in the infrastructure layer.
Yeah. And I think it really sort of hits home when we started with, the pilot, I think we'll have some data to show as well after, but like we started a pilot where we just sort of talked about 4 products to start with. But what's cool is that now the team can go in all on their own. They can go in and set up for whatever feature they launch. But the agents don't have to learn from scratch because they now already have an understanding of, hey, Paul is responding to safety as a value proposition. So whatever new feature or product we launch, you're not starting the learning from scratch. You've actually already done a lot of learning around it. So we this was our pilot. This is how we started with just four products. And there's some data on like how well we did in actually for the product marketing team sort of driving adoption of these products. And the numbers speak for themselves very well. But I think the really key part is actually the very small bullet point at the end here, which is we started with the 4 features and it was very high touch initially for us to get it set up properly. But then after that, the team now has full control. Like the product marketing team doesn't have to go talk to me. They don't have to talk to Aampe. They don't have to talk to a product manager to give them space in the app. They can go set up this content and it'll automatically flow, it'll automatically personalize, and it's all compounding. Every single time we show a user, whether it's this surface in-app, or it's a push notification, or it's another channel, the learning compounds on a user basis. That's really where I think the key unlock has been for us.
Yeah, awesome. So we could talk more about results as those grow and as those compound. We can talk more about the technical enablement of like what's involved. We can talk about the operational complexity and how you kind of go through change management as you help teams adopt new technology that they're used to. That's certainly a big issue. I know I was talking to Matias last week and he was in Bangkok and kind of getting in market with a team and understanding their local conditions and their local concerns and kind of helping them onboard is a big part of any complex organization adopting new technology. So we can speak to that too, but rather than us kind of like, again, contextually just sort of speaking from us, I'd love to open it up a little bit early and see kind of what kind of questions or thoughts there might be that we can speak to so we can actually adjust to where there's interest and where there's curiosity.
This is super interesting. The whole model of one agent per person and then multiple agents per individual coordinating, being able to make decisions, based upon not just one app, but multiple types of apps. Aside from asking this question, I wonder if you had any thoughts on the Amazon perplexity kerfuffle that's happening now where Comet, the agentic browser, goes out and makes decisions for you using Agentic AI, but Amazon is saying you cannot do that on the Amazon platform. Have you heard this last couple of days? Do you have an opinion on that? Because it seems to play in that space.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Maybe I'll just sort of speak to it very briefly and then contextualize in the context of what we're talking about today. There's a lot of view in the world that the way it will work is that as users, we will just go and get our own agent, our Perplexity agent, our ChatGPT agent, or whatever our agent is. And then that agent will go out and interface with the rest of the world. And my view is that is doesn't understand the operational complexity of what that agent needs to solve for. Let's take food. I can have an agent that knows everything about me, but understanding the very live, real, complex food space as it is evolving in real world, right? The restaurant that you loved 6 months ago after the chef quit is not the same restaurant. The restaurant that's amazing but is just dealing with massive crowds because it's so amazing and just isn't fun to go to anymore is not the same restaurant as you thought. Things are changing. Users are responding to it. And that's very hard for an individual agent to really respond to. I think what Amazon is pushing back against is all the different ways that can be quite problematic for one person to be like, let me get agents and just do a bunch of stuff in a very fast way, scaling beyond myself as a human. But the other side of it is just that in many ways, for example, with Grab, they are in the best position to give you a really highly attuned agent to you to solve for your food discovery and nutritional goals and all of those things in the food space. So the reason we started AMP the way we did was because we were like, a lot of times investors would ask me in the early days, why don't you just build the personal consumer agent? And I would say, because I think enterprises and businesses are solving a lot of operational problems that are really important. I'd rather give them the infrastructure that allows them to provision an agent for an end user. An agent that knows its domain, knows its discipline. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about taxes. Right? Taxes are complex. I don't want you to try and train your ChatGPT to figure out how to help you with taxes. I want an expert on taxes to be able to have the software for them to assign an agent to you to help you solve your taxes. And it's the same thing in the context of food delivery. Definitely an agent for every user, but I think an agent that is managed and guided by a domain operational expert authority like Grab is a much better version of the future and what I expect to see happen. They can be so much efficient, so efficient. And because Grab owns all of the agents for all of their users, they can make sure that those agents are effectively coordinating. So your agent is not just learning from you, it's learning from the other agents that are working with people that are similar to you. Because otherwise, like, food is expensive, right? You only get to eat one lunch a day. And if you waste it on a poor meal, that's a shame because your agent didn't know any better. But if your agent can learn from 10 other agents that went to that restaurant and had a really bad experience just in the last couple of days and can reroute you to a better restaurant, that's super powerful. But that happens from coordination, and I think that happens from having humans like Matias's team behind the agents, making sure that they're appropriately managed and strategically guided. What other questions do we have? Yeah, please, I saw your hand was up.
So I'm a consumer e-commerce founder from India, and Grab has been a big inspiration to the kind of businesses that can be built in Southeast Asian countries. What I'm curious about is that in our company, we are going through this entire product and engineering build, which is where we are trying to do the entire experience really personalized for the user, like the kind of content, products, and offerings that they see on the app. And there's a lot of this personalization that you're doing on the AMP side, which is about what to communicate to the user, at what time, what offering, and so on. So I'm just interested in knowing, like, in this partnership with Grab, because I'm sure Grab would be going through a lot of those things as well. What's the real boundary, right? Like, how does Grab personalize offerings for the user on the app? And then how does it intersect with the personalization that you're building on the AMP side? And are they in sync, or they're like completely different user interest graphs or knowledge graphs that evolve over a period of time?
Hello. Okay. So I think from our perspective, I don't think this is kind of a binary, you buy or you build. I think Grab has a large data science team, as I'm sure you're like, that should focus on the things that are core to Grab. So for us, that is our marketplace efficiency. It's our matching, pricing, fulfillment, even food recommendations. So that like is something that inside the app is very core to our business. That doesn't mean that we have to build everything ourselves. But I think it also doesn't mean that because we're using AMP, this is the only way we're personalizing it. I think where the power has really been in what I speak to a lot of vendors. I get pitched a lot of different solutions. I think what's really been really great working with AMP has been how open they are. I think when you work with a lot of vendors, like we work with a lot, where it's kind of like, oh yeah, send us your data and we'll personalize for you and it's a black box. I think here, like I speak to the AMP data scientist and it's been very open about whatever model weights you want to get back. So whatever learning AMP has had on, hey, you respond to like convenience or safety, we can ingest those weights back in and then use that in our own data science models internally. And vice versa, we can actually ship over some of the signals we have from our models to let the AMP sort of agents learn better as well. So for us, it's more of a hybrid model where for some surfaces like push, some of these in-app surfaces, we're using AMP because it's the fastest way for market to market for us. But it doesn't mean that it's kind of a binary split. I think we pick the right solution and tools where it makes sense, and then we try and invest our resources where we get the best ROI. Yeah.
The modularity and interoperability, the reality is every business is building all the time, and they should be building all the time, and tools should help them build better. A lot of it, actually, I'll just refer to what I said in the beginning, which is I was founded by a team with a strong background in thinking about cognition and neuroscience and cognitive science. And so one of the things we often refer to is the misnomer of the analogy of intelligence as being like brain-based and centralized and single-moded. And actually, that's not how it works. Our brains are incredibly diverse, but also a lot of intelligence is happening through our body. It's called embodied cognition. It's what allows us to walk down the street and have a very complex conversation, but also navigate over very uneven terrain. Right? It's the difference between the brain that's helping you decide where to go for lunch and the one that's stopping at the stop sign and turning left. Different systems as well throughout the body, as well as contextual sort of in the world. So our view is that most problems are solved by coordinated intelligence. And yes, you want your data science team to be really focusing on recommender systems, but they're really dependent on certain kinds of data for those recommender systems. And if we just look back to that problem of complexity of all the things that different teams are doing operationally, another problem that we didn't even talk about is when you do that in those manual ways and you do those in those worksheets, it means all those decisions are not reviewable by another team like a data science team. They can't go to the marketing team and say, hey, give us a record of all the decisions you made across all these different spreadsheets. It doesn't work. So in fact, by helping enable the marketing team with agents who are logging everything, making discrete decisions that are tracked, that are experimental, you can also have a data science team programmatically interact with those, give them instructions, for example, to say, hey, it's this burger we want to talk about. But we don't know about the fact that a product marketing team wants to also be talking about a new membership loyalty program or a finance function. And so our recommender doesn't contain that either. And so giving that context to the agent and letting the agent coordinate and orchestrate that is a powerful thing, even for the technical team. So we think very much in terms of building on top of what you use, not as these discrete kind of locked-in vendor systems that don't have that ability to support other parts of the decision system. Please, right there.
I have a little bit more of a forward-looking product innovation question. I think so much of what you guys are focused on is personalization and AI's power in that. And I'm interested in how you guys have explored or are experimenting in actually the interaction modalities. So as voice gets better, as the cost to deliver different images and illustrations and videos. So I think you kind of had the flow chart on the board of got to surfaces, and I think we're going to get to interaction modalities by surface as well. And so really interested in how you guys are thinking about that kind of frontier, and then any interesting things you've done in terms of experimentation, especially since you're operating in such a heterogeneous environment.
Yeah, the surfaces piece is so important because once you realize that it's not just in the text, but it is in the modality of the interaction, it's the modality of how you get responses. So maybe, Matias, you want to just quickly speak to, we have it actually up on the slide here, but we're talking about this, which is plan ahead, ride smoothly. But right over here, we realize that at the same time, we also need them to be getting to opt in a different context. That's an instance where you're actively asking the user for explicit feedback. And I think the future of consumer applications is increasingly more and more you can smoothly integrate explicit feedback where you give small tasks. So one of the exciting opportunities I'm really keen for is where we start to sort of, for instance, deliver notifications that offer options that allow you to take immediate action. So here's a recommendation, but don't just open the app and go through and order it. Actually slide it over and add it into your basket for this evening, or set a reminder to it. Or negative feedback, where you say, you know what, you've told me about this and I was interested, but I'm really just not interested right now. And it's not just an algorithm problem. The future of this is it's definitely not just an algorithm problem. It's an interaction problem. It's the ability to kind of perceive and take results back. And Matias, like, if you were going to manually set up actual explicit feedback into it would just break, right? So,
yeah, it just wouldn't scale. And I mean, I think the illustration here, this was our pilot. This is sort of starting to talk about just 3 examples of surfaces. They're still very text-based, but you can kind of easily see how these actually start sort of scaling from here. The middle might be very like push notification, which is, I mean, it's core to driving our business, but we're already starting to get into kind of like, oh, what if we start personalizing the image or the color of this? But I think your question had a piece around sort of like, what about new modalities like voice, et cetera? And I think to the previous question, I think this is where the collaboration actually comes in, because we have teams that are working on kind of voice AI agents, consumer agents, really embedded inside of our app, but that's maybe core to what we want to do longer term. We talked about it on the earnings call yesterday, but where it really becomes key is like, if there's learning happening in AMP on how these services are being personalized, if we see a user responding to convenience here, that is an insight that should feed back into whatever we're doing internally, whether it's a voice agent, et cetera. So it's kind of like, it's this mix of, it's not, these are AMP-powered surfaces and they live in isolation, and then we have sort of our internal. I think the key is really, how do you extract the sort of the derived signals for each user so that you can use them across different modalities, whether they're powered by AMP or internally. I think the beauty of using AMP is that the team is very flexible in how we work together on these pieces.
Yeah, we've got some really cool partners that are starting to actually take those scores for those different dynamics and pass them in as system prompts to an LLM. So if you have a chatbot instance where you do want live two-way communication, that's really a problem to be solved by a language model. But you don't want that language model to start from scratch. You want it to have some context to what that user is cared about, and you can't just do that by dumping a whole event stream. You have to kind of create a semantic organization that you can give it to. And so that's what the infrastructure is trying to do. Also, I'll note that when Grab started, we hadn't actually launched our Figma widget. So they had to do a lot of that manually, but now we have the ability to attach, if you're doing design in Figma, you can attach the AMP to it, so you can actually create different layouts, again, different kinds of action buttons, different kinds of cascaded event sequences. And so the design team can also in advance say, look, let's not just be expressive and specific in our outbound. Let's actually make the app itself become malleable and responsive to the user, and shifting where you find functionality, where you're introduced to things, as well as what you can give back to the system and kind of train the agent more explicitly, which I think, yeah, is definitely the future.
You guys have walked through so many different aspects of personalization in this presentation, which is really cool. From the offering to the value proposition, to the time of day that you serve things, to the channels that you serve things, to the headline, to the images, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm seeing the power behind this of being able to personalize in many different ways. My question, and this is probably more for you, Paul, is across your AMP portfolio, what types of personalization are you seeing the biggest impact? And like, where are most of your clients starting before they get to the more complex personalization outline like you walked through today?
The question you're asking, I think, expresses one of the biggest realizations for us, and the thing we try and convey and communicate to our partners as rapidly as possible, is that the concept of prioritization is so, it feels so right. It feels so intuitive that you focus on one thing and then you do the next thing and you do the next thing. It's hard to challenge that. And in fact, that is one of the central things you have to challenge. The prioritization is a legacy. It's an artifact of the technology that is manual. It's this. Your team has to say, we're going to do this thing. So this month, we're going to focus on this thing. And that's what we focus on. We're going to make sure it's right. And what that clashes with is the fact that humans are incredibly diverse and they're all over the place. And so if you try and do one thing and move the needle on one thing, you've missed on the fact that one thing is really only relevant to a tiny sliver of people in your base. So what we kind of tried to help realize is that actually you have to start from a parallelization perspective. You have to say, let's give the agents opportunity to talk about a lot of things, not try and solve for one like A/B test where A beats for everybody. Because there's just nothing that moves the needle for everybody. Everybody is very distinct. So it becomes a creative problem where you say, let's try and think about all the possible ways we can speak to users, and then let the agents figure it out. That's also really key because it's really important to solve one of the key algorithmic problems. Historically, if we start with one conversion, one thing we're focused on, because so few people do that at any given time, let's say you're in the e-commerce context, such a small, tiny percentage of the users you're interacting with at any given time are checking out. 90% of the process is shopping. It's discovery. It's not transaction. So if you give your system and you train machine learning with just that end conversion point, you face what's called a reward choke point. Agents just don't see enough success to know what it's like, to know how to get there. The reality is that's because people are mostly focused on much higher processes in the funnel. They're trying to find the function, the feature, the thing that helps them get to the point where they're ready to buy something. And so that for us is very key as we say, let's just let agents have a lot of opportunities to communicate to the users across all of these different things. And again, technically it shouldn't be that hard to do it. Once you've done it once or twice, you're just like, let's just give more options, right? And then the agents find it. A simple analogy I sometimes use is just, think about the context of us as romantic people, right? Like if you're trying to find a match and your long-term goal is a partnership with someone, you want to have children, I have a 6 and 3-year-old, right? They're part of my life. If that's what's in your head when you go and meet somebody for the first time, that's fine. That's your long-term goal. But if you introduce in that first conversation, like, how many children do you want? 9 times out of 10, that's awkward, that's weird. That's not where their head is. Instead, they're looking for a question around, like, what kind of books do you like? What kind of movies do you like? And I think it's similar in the context of shopping. If you get straight to, are you ready to buy? Here's $5 off. They don't even know what they want right now. They don't even know if they want food. If they do, what's the issue in terms of what's going to help them figure it out. So what we want to do is not say, we're trying to drive food deliveries, let's only talk about food deliveries, or let's only talk about this screen. We want to say, let's operationalize agents across many different screens with as many value propositions and many modalities and many opportunities as possible, and let them parallelize their way towards finding what's right for any given user. Does that make sense? Cool.
Cool. One last question.
I just have a follow-up to what you just said. So while agents are learning across all of these context variations and all of these different objectives, you don't have to force them to drive a singular result, is it? Like they will keep figuring out what is the right journey to bring the user onto, like the example that you shared in the e-commerce context. Is that something that the agents also do on their own?
Yes, right. So the agent's job is to find out where a user is in their life cycle. But what I'll let Matias speak to for a minute is, it is the reality that as a business, you know things the agent doesn't know about. You know exogenous factors, you know about business priorities, haven't really been represented within the agent's worldview. So they can't operationalize. So a key goal for us as we've developed the infrastructure is to sort of say, how can we give human teams the ability to update the priors, update the awareness of the agents so that they can respond? A good example might be a lot of seasonalities. Like I just moved from Singapore and I bought a car and I noticed that the car popped up on my screen a Halloween widget. I wouldn't call that personalization, I'd call that contextualization, but that's not something an agent out of the blue can know about. Unless you trained it on historical data like that, in which case, yeah, you're spending a lot of compute for for a very lossy sort of process. So the question is, how can humans give that knowledge? And I think that's an important part of like how Matias is probably evaluating, as time goes by and they decide what they want to focus on as a business.
Yeah, I think maybe when, how do I frame this? When we kind of started out our pilot with AMP, and maybe the results actually kind of have a version of this, I think a lot of teams would like to just kind of do a very naked A/B test of, okay, did you drive the conversion at the end? But what we actually done when we're setting up this content is step one is kind of defining what does the funnel look like for these products? Because the goal is not just to drive you to the bottom of the funnel conversion for every single message, to Paul's point on dating and finding a partner. Your goal is not just to convert to the end immediately. Users go through a journey. And that journey sometimes needs a lot of awareness. Some users need more awareness. So actually, the agents are not optimizing just to get to the bottom of the funnel, but we define what the funnel steps are, top, mid, bottom. So the reward function for the agents are also looking at, is the user progressing through the funnel, not necessarily just to the bottom, but are they progressing from awareness, mid-funnel? And sometimes users need to go to the mid-funnel multiple times before they convert. So I think that's on one hand. The other hand is then, how do you embed kind of the business priorities? Because we might have thousands of different products to promote, and we have tens of thousands of different content for them, but we do want to kind of put our finger a little bit on the scale of saying, it's not just what the users are responding to, but we might have business priorities around, hey, for the next 2 months, this product is a priority for us. So even though it's not maybe the most optimal for every user, we want to kind of like tip the scales a little bit and put either a discount or a boost on kind of some of the weight. So that's kind of what we can do in the AMP portal as well, is sort of saying, for these labels or for these tags, we want to boost it or prioritize it to kind of hit our goals. Because for us, we don't have a single objective. Like, we have multi-objectives. And when I talk to kind of on that calendar, what's actually embedded in it is 20 different teams who all care about 20 different things. Like, we're all driving in the same direction as a company, but if you are a parcel delivery business head, you don't really care about the food delivery guy. Like, you care about your objectives. So my role is also to kind of cross that across all of our different business lines and make sure everyone is achieving their goals while doing the best for the users. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much, Paul and Matias. This was fantastic. Give them a big hand, please. So we make sure that we get the best people, the best companies to present at the AI Marketing Summit. And Paul and his team are going to do a workshop in that room. So if you want to learn more about personalization, A/B testing, targeting, outside of AMP, I think it's a good session for you to go attend. So lunch is here. We'll reconvene at 1. We have Madison, the host of the Room podcast, coming up at 1. She'll be talking about how to build a brand. I think that's a very important thing outside of all the high-density technical stuff that we talked about. And then we're going to have this fun session called Pitch to a CMO at 1:30, which is where we talk about, let's say you've built the product, you raised the money, you have everything, and you have your, first session or first meeting with the CMO. And we're going to have 3 judges here who are going to give feedback and ask tough questions about how do you land your first POC or your next meeting or, ultimately buying the product. So thank you very much so far. Let's get some lunch, and we'll meet at 1. Thank you.
At least I'll have my peace. I've been hiding, yeah. I've been hiding. I've been hiding from your words and keeping my head clear, trying not to let my heart on, drown under the bed. I've been hiding, yeah. I've been hiding, yeah. I've been hiding, but I ain't gonna hide no more. Oh yeah, ain't gonna hide no more. say it like I never warned you. Your heart bleeds and my heart sees it. I guess that life is like that. Got my heartstrings banging 'cause I'm feeling for you. 'Cause I'm realizing everything you do has consequence. Your heart can mend by accepting life is like that. That's why I'm taking it back again, making it tight, holding it down again, pushing it out, making it right again, taking it back again. I got that right sugar, right. I got that right sugar, right. No, no. Yeah, looking like I never told you. Got that face looking sad like I never warned you. Your heart bleeds and my heart sees that. I guess that life is like that. That's why I'm taking it back again, making it tight, holding it down again, pushing it out, making it right again, taking it back again. Like the summer breeze on a cold winter's day. Like the autumn leaves, they just up and walk away. Taking it back again, making it tight, holding it down again, pushing it out, making it right again, taking it back again.
First time I caught that look, didn't want to let you down or drive you away. The very next day, felt you slipping away. You had your mama on the phone, and you want to be alone. We got to figure this out, baby. I got you, we make a hell of a team. You get me, it's such a beautiful thing. Got bills to pay, walls to paint, filling in the gaps, trying to bring it all back. The honeymoon is over, pressure's piling on, putting out the trash, no aphrodisiac. Let's talk about it, baby. I need you, we could be living a dream. I feed you, we like cookies and cream. like cookies and cream. We don't see eye to eye, but I'll never give up. Gonna find that shortcut back to your heart. Let it never be said, a good thing. Don't need a little work now to make
fantasy. Your ego can grow like the temper in me. You think that you're old, life lessons for free. But darling, what's wrong with the reality? When you're out with friends, you're so hard to reach. The sun can come up and go down in between. Each time you tell me that you're going clean, darling, what's wrong with the reality? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Don't you love me now? Sometimes you're cold, money hungry and green. Next time you're so, don't live it down the stream. What kind of fortune are you trying to seek? Darling, what's wrong with the reality? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Don't you love me, no? That you lost all the gifts that you had. My fate in your hands, and you go breaking bad. Who could live up to your fantasy? But darling, what's wrong? 'Cause everything you do is getting in the way. Don't you love me no more? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? Darling, what's wrong? 'Cause everything you do is getting in the way. Darling, what's wrong? Everything you do is getting in the way. Darling, what's wrong? You keep on holding out on me. I'm always dishing out for you big time. Don't take no holy man to make see. The love you're giving worth a dime. Now you gotta wake up, pay up. I'm not gonna let up. Hounding you, say more, look up. You you gotta wake up, pay up. I'm not gonna let up. Hounding you, say I wanna look up. You gotta pay up. I'm not gonna let up. They keep lending all the time, running out of love. You don't spend up all of mine, now you better pony up. You've been drinking all the wine, emptied out the cup. You don't spend up all of mine, now you better pony up. You got to satisfy, oh, don't leave me scraping by. Hey, you got to satisfy, no, can't just be getting by. You got to satisfy, oh, don't leave me scraping by. Hey, you got to satisfy, don't wanna say goodbye. You got to satisfy, oh, don't leave me scraping by. Hey, you got to satisfy, no, can't just be getting by. You got to satisfy, oh, don't leave me scraping by. Hey, you got to satisfy. They keep lending all the time, running out of love. You don't spend up all of mine, now you better pony up. You've been drinking all the wine, emptied out the cup. You don't spend up all of mine, now you better pony up. My friends, they come to me. They ask of me. They all know me. Oh, you, where were you when I needed? You only call when you need. I always drop everything. Oh no, I just don't care. I just don't care. No, I just don't care. Spend all of my time to make sure I'm free. No time left for me. Oh, what happens if the man's out on me? It's one-sided to me. Take his real name. don't know which way to go. See no end in sight, in darkness let the light guide you. If you just believe, try and you see, a way will find you. So many roads and rivers to cross. When you don't know the way, it's easy to get lost. Sometimes life can pull you down. Oh, you gotta stay strong. In a world full of confusion, it's hard to carry on. See no end in sight, in darkness let the light guide you. If you just believe, try and you see, a way will find you. See no end in sight, in darkness let the light guide you. If you just believe, try and you see, a way will find you. I'm gonna make it this time. With love on my side. Oh, I'm gonna make it this time. I got your love on my side. My. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna make it this time. From now on. I used to hold. Too much for just one man trying to take control. Tried to resist it, couldn't stand a break. Now you're drunk on the power, you're dying to unleash everybody. Knows what we need. We got to have the power, yeah. Power without greed. This is what we need. Power without greed. This is what we need. I've been waiting, waiting. Don't everybody know that feeling? I've been praying for something, something to believe. I tried living for the moment, but you don't ever want to talk about it. I've been pleading, I've been hoping for the fates to intervene. All we giving up, all we love, all we giving up, all we love, all we giving up, all we love, all we giving up, all we love. Waiting, waiting. Don't everybody know that feeling? Praying for something, something to believe. Living for the moment, but you don't ever want to talk about it. Bleeding, I've been hoping for the fate take a minute. Won't stop cause I'm on a roll. Get up and get with it. No stopping like a rolling stone. We're gonna get it. Baby, when the chips are low, get up and get with it. There ain't no stopping when we lose control. All night, I'm gonna keep us winning, baby, all night. Get that sweet ass money, nigga, all night. If you snooze, then you lose, and we can roll the dice. Don't you wait up for me. I like winning, feeling ahead of the game. It's got my head spinning. my soul. Just hold on tight, 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 and let it roll. Oh, come on over, 'cause I need you right now. Come on over, baby, let me show you how. Come on over and bring it straight to me. Give me that sweet, sweet thing. You know what I need. You and me, love. Right now, right here. All your troubles, babe, will disappear. Oh, sweet, sweet song. Sing a sweet song for me, baby. Sweet, sweet song. Sing it all night long. Come on over, 'cause I need you right now. Come on over, baby, let me show you how. Come on over, love guarantee. Give me that sweet, sweet thing. You know what I need. You know what I need. Knock, knock, baby, open the door. Let you in my kitchen. Taste just a little bit more. Salt and pepper, sugar and spice. Stirring it up with love, cooking it hot all night. Oh, sweet, sweet song. Sing a sweet song for me, baby. Sweet, sweet song. Sing it all night long. Naked under the moonlight, shining on his face. Kiss me, squeeze me, baby, all night long. Come on over, 'cause I need you right now. Come on over, let me show you how. Come on over, love guarantee. Give me that sweet, sweet thing. You know what I mean. Come on over, says me and you. Give me your sweet love. You know what I need. I need you right now. Baby, love me, yeah. Let me show you how. Let me show you how. Come on over. I need you now. Give me that love, baby. I'll show you how. Come on over.
Hello. Hello, everyone. It's, if you guys can all take your seats back in the main hall, that'll be awesome. We're going to get started. Can we take our seats? Yeah. Hi. Can we take our seats? Can we take our seats, please? Thanks. Hey, Bill, can we take our seats? We're getting started. Can we get back? Yeah, thank you. Guys, can we take our seats? Yes. If you can take our seats. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to get started. I'm going to announce it right now. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we're getting started after lunch. Please take your seats. And for people who are online listening to the live stream on LinkedIn, please move over to the YouTube stream. LinkedIn is limited to like 4 hours. So we also have live streaming going on YouTube. Please look for the AI marketing channel and subscribe, and then you'll be able to get started. Everyone in the back, we are getting started now. So a couple of quick announcements. We're going to have Madison, who's the host of the Room podcast, talk about a very, very important issue in my mind, which is brand building. And she's built a big brand with her podcast and content. So she's going to break down that for us. And we are going to have 2 workshops, one run by Tuba, which is Amoeba, which will start at 2 o'clock in the room in the front. And we're going to have another one by Aampe, which is in the room in the back, which was also started too. So for right now, let's all stay here. And if you're interested in AI data science, the first session that Tuba talked about, that's in the front room. And then if you are looking for personalization and learning more about A/B testing, targeting, etc., then that's in the back. Both of those workshops start at 2 o'clock. But for now, give a big hand to Madison from the Room podcast. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to meet you all. As he said, I'm Madison. I am the co-host and co-founder of the Room podcast. We have been at that for about 5 years now. I'm currently full-time the startup ecosystem lead at Vercel. If many of you have built or shipped product with Vercel or V0, maybe you've heard of us. And as a part of that, I get to still do what I love to do, which is tell amazing founding stories from zero to IPO. Prior to joining Vercel, I was a full-time partner at Defy VC, where I managed our seed practice. So was specifically working in inception stage investing from kind of like zero in revenue to about $1 million in revenue. And then prior to that, I was a product manager at Gap Inc., working on our back-end order management system. So I've worn a lot of hats. I would actually not even consider myself a marketer. So it's very fun to be here at this amazing powerhouse of marketing leaders. I'm curious, who in the room would consider themselves a creator? Okay, a few hands. Awesome, love that. Honestly, I don't consider myself a creator in many ways, but I think everyone should be considering themselves a creator today. I think it's an incredibly important unlock for how businesses are being built, followers are being earned, and then at the end of the day, revenue generated. So with that thesis in mind, today, the presentation I'm gonna walk us through is my personal kind of conviction that people as a platform is where the internet of the evolution of the internet has taken us, and I think AI is only gonna continue to compound. And despite AGI happening soon and everyone's own ability to make digital selves, I still think having an authentic voice online is gonna be a brand and ultimately company differentiator. So I'm excited to tie that into many of your guys' products, some of which are B2B software products. I don't think this is limited to consumer experiences. In fact, I have some examples about how at Vercel, this has been a differentiation for our company. I'm going to speak through the lens of hopefully authority through building my own career as a platform for myself and my co-host, the ways in which that's actually built really meaningful business impact for us, talk about some other examples in the market, and then end on just like any questions people have, whether it be about like podcasts specifically as a medium for platform, and then other channels and ways I think this is going. So in case you're not familiar with the Room podcast, we are a top 5% podcast on Spotify. We've been around 5 years, had over 13 seasons. Our guests have had a combined enterprise value of over $150 billion. And honestly, like it's really been a project that became a business. My best friend and I in COVID were in the middle of career shifts to become both a founder and a funder. I was the funder. I was the first check into her company, and we wanted to tell differentiated founding stories to like our generation of 20-somethings that we felt like didn't just want the success stories, we wanted the how-tos, and so we weren't afraid to ask really successful CEOs, like, how did you get your first check? How did you get your first customer? And really like tell it through that hopefully authentic lens. And when we got started, like podcasts I think people were listening to them, but like it was all in. It was like the same summer as them. Acquired had been around for 5 years, but they were not like the phenomenon that they are today. So I think it's been really interesting to kind of ride the wave of like podcast evolution. I would definitely argue podcasting is oversaturated today, but the best time to start a podcast was yesterday. So definitely like don't let that get in the way of still launching one. And frankly, since I even started doing this, like there's just been a lot of shifts in what's resonated with audiences. Like it was audio only when we got started. If anyone remembers Clubhouse, we were hosting Clubhouse sessions. And now it's like video. LinkedIn is promoting that. YouTube has eclipsed podcasting platforms and the #1 listening channel. So it is more popular than both Apple and Spotify, which is a huge shift since 2020. Apple Podcasts is actually at the top and now they're third. So just like if you think nothing has happened in terms of like how you should even approach podcasting, like a lot has. And I think that means there's always constantly opportunity. I would say the TBPN or Tech Bros Podcast Network is a great example of like a podcast people feel like came out of nowhere, and they kind of did. They've only been around like under a year and they're already doing incredible things. So that I think could be you guys, and frankly, it could be your businesses. So you can engage with podcasts either as like a consumer of them, a creator of them, or a sponsor of them. And we've historically found a lot of value in partnering with incredible institutions like Mercury, for example, who is one of our current partners, to help tell our story, their story, and then ultimately reach their customer base of early stage startups. So what like did this mean for us? Okay, like both why did we start the podcast? I kind of just covered that, but like how did we think about it? So I think at our core, we thought about it from a digital first lens. I think this generation of founders, this generation of consumers and customers will almost undoubtedly meet you first digitally. And I think it's like not a novel thing to say, but like having a very robust URL footprint is table stakes at the moment. And evergreen content like a podcast that is there and findable and searchable is really helpful. So whether it's you being a guest on a podcast, your company having one, I really see no downside, even if it's not like the driver of your business. It's just a surface area that someone can meet you at. But that's not enough anymore, unfortunately. Like you can't just have the URL experience. You have to be in person. You have to be meeting your community. Events like this are incredible. So shout out Arjun, thank you for hosting this and thank you for having us, because we've seen with the podcast that this is where the community really comes together and is like excited to meet you, the face of you, ask you questions. And so we host now with the podcast over 4 events a year, some of which are very like robust, such as this. We host an annual conference. We do more casual meetups. It really is a range, but it really brings to life the URL. So I like to call this like the URL to IRL pipeline. And then ultimately that unlocks measurable impact. And because you have this flywheel that gets created of online, in person, back to online, it really just like continues to grow and compound. And for us, that we've seen that incredible. But a little nuance I'll add is like, you're gonna look up the Room podcast and you're gonna be like, oh my God, they only have 1,000 followers, like so freaking lame on LinkedIn. But what I'll say is like people follow people. And this is, again, is not novel, but it's really been true for us. So like me and my co-host, we have almost 1 million impressions this year on LinkedIn alone. And for me personally, I've seen like incredible growth on my Madison Mcilwain channel at LinkedIn. And that's where we get our #1 form of engagement. And I have a bit more about why I think LinkedIn has been a good performing channel for me personally. But it's not just about the platform of the podcast, it's really you, hence the title. Also, if people have like questions, you can jump in for sure. I would love to hear them. Also, I want feedback on like this format. I built this on V0, which is definitely me shilling Vercel to you all, but I think it does a really good job with slides. So let me know what you think. If it's not good, LMK. But yeah, here's just like a little bit of a sense of like who and what stories we've told. There is a bit of like, you know, an application layer story on the far left, anything touching like actual consumer brands here. These are like very deeply technical DevOps infrastructure integration tools. And then this is like in the fintech sector. So our our mission has been very broad. It's 0 to IPO founding stories from technology founders and consumer founders you know and love. Arguably, that was a little too broad, right? Like we really had to establish credibility early on and be able to earn the right to tell these founding stories. And that frankly took us like multiple years to do so. So I do think there's a huge value in going niche and owning a niche, and particularly in podcasts with SEO and the way that that's changing. People are just starting to find us on agentic search, and I think that's really interesting. We're working more on like how to actually be findable when someone queries and asks like, what's a great podcast for XYZ? But that's like really nascent and just evolving in real time. But I tease this a bit, but I would say for me, LinkedIn is like outperforming my best performing personal channel and therefore the podcast best channel. And I think a lot about this as kind of like a if then for you. So I'm going to start on the left. You're either a long form girl or a short form girl. It's very hard to be both, in my opinion. I am a long form girl. I think in long form. I write in long form. I'm a yapper. I started a podcast, obviously. So in general, like ask yourself, am I a long form or short form? Do not try to be something you are not. I am horrible on Twitter, and it is very hard that I joined Vercel because I'm not funny like that. I'm not short or have brevity. So therefore, podcasting works for me. Substack is going to work for me. I have just launched my Substack. I'm trying to be better about writing. I love writing. And so if you're the opposite of me, if you think in short form and you want to be like one-liner and all day, every day, obviously invest in X. I think TikTok is better for that. Even LinkedIn is like amendable to short form, but I do think the algorithm actually promotes long form more. That's just in my experience. So be honest with yourself. Like, what is your strength? What is your brand strength? Then the second category, once you've kind of like aligned, I think this kind of can go up or down. Like I need like an arrow going each way. But like if you've decided that you're short form, but you want to go into depth and you want to have like really short form quips, but then have like a long thread, right? Or if you're long form, but then you want to say, well, like here's my synopsis on TikTok, like let's get that there. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but think through what kind of content actually is going to resonate with your end audience. So like if you're a B2B consumer, like or non-consumer company, like obviously your audience is like developers, or your audience is like the HR manager who's buying your software, or the marketing lead. So thinking through like how do they consume content? Where are they going to find you? How much time do they have in a day? I would say should drive some of these decisions if you're thinking about this from like ultimately driving business impact. By the way, if you're just building a personal platform for vibes, like definitely do that too. That's really fun. But I'm more gearing this conversation towards like how to have business impact. And then, yeah, are you playful or professional? Just because it's a professional goal, I don't think you can't be playful. But what does that actually mean? What does that look like? I would say my tone of voice is like pretty authentic, pretty like millennial Gen Z cusper. Maybe that doesn't work for some people. Maybe it does. Definitely. Fortunately works for Vercel, fortunately works for the podcast, which I get to own what the content is. But in general, that's just like an open question that I would be asking yourself. Any questions about this? Okay, cool. Oh yeah, please, go ahead. Instagram can definitely be short form. These are probably not mutually exclusive. I just think of these as being like the two for each area that would be strong. But yeah. Good. Yeah, I mean, YouTube, it kind of, oh, sure. Is it, yep. Is this better? Okay, does that sound better, guys? I don't know. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, honestly, that's an oversight. I should have YouTube on here. Sorry, this is like a little warm, thank you so much. Yeah, YouTube would be great on here. I think I was thinking about this as like more like pure play social media and like where you can have surface area, but I would think of YouTube as more of like a distribution partner for your podcast. That's like how I think about it, but it's definitely a social avenue, especially with short success. I think there's a question. Okay, perfect. He's coming to you with the mic.
Yeah, just while we're on the platforms topic, are there any emerging platforms that you think are potentially viable to start posting on? Like Substack is kind of new and they've exploded recently, but yeah, just would love your take on other platforms out there.
Yeah, emerging platforms would frankly just be like any of the chat interfaces. So like Perplexity, ChatGPT. I mean, I don't use like Claude as much for my search, but yeah, Claude, of course. And then honestly, like I use V0 for a search engine, which I probably shouldn't do, but like anything where you are going to be prompted with an answer that is something you might ask and might be on a podcast or might be anything content related, I would definitely be thinking about how you win there. That dovetails a bit more into like agentic search optimization, which I would not say I'm an expert to speak into, although I am trying to form an opinion on that. And then on the social side, like next gen social, I've seen a lot. I mean, I'm a personal investor in Partiful. I think Partiful is not there today, but I could see a world in the future where they will own marketing and own content in a unique way. I think that's probably 2 years out. I don't know their product roadmap. And then I like more on the social like reach side. I don't think like there's been a breakout, right? Like we keep getting promised that there's going to be a Gen Z LinkedIn. We keep getting promised that there's going to be a new video platform that takes over TikTok and these major players. But the problem with horizontal distribution is it wins and it works and like people are on there. So for now, I don't know. But if people think I'm wrong, I'd love to know. Okay. It's fun to vibe post, but ultimately, I think it's good to have a strategy. For us, the strategy was thinking through credibility. When I started the podcast, I was 24. No one thought I had any business acumen, nor should they have. And there was a lot of opportunity for me to align myself, my co-host, to align herself with people who were frankly more successful than us, had more acumen, and were people that you would trust to tell you about business opportunity. Hopefully now we've earned the right to speak into that space, but we kind of short-coded that by bringing on people that gave us street cred. And then I was a full-time investor at the time, and it was COVID, and there was no way to meet people in person, and everyone told me that was how you meet incredible founders. So this was my attempt at actually getting in front of founders and carving out a unique moat for distribution. And so ultimately, one of my goals was to meet the next generation of founders through the podcast and through the reach that it brought me. So that was a really clear goal, and that had really clear impact with my own ability to invest in great founders. And I've noticed more recently it's given me a leg up in actually being able to make angel introductions. People are asking for past podcast guests to come and join their CAF table, and I'm able to facilitate that introduction through the room. And so it's just been like the gift that keeps on giving, but the initial wedge was deal flow for me. And then ultimately build community. I think at the end of the day, like you're not just doing this for yourself, hopefully. I love to do it, hopefully, in the attempt at building community, building it for others, and creating spaces. Our goal is to open the door to the room where it happens. Yes, it's a Hamilton reference, and also making these doors and rooms more accessible. So that is like personally what gets me out of bed, alongside a lot of these business needs. Okay, so, oh yeah, please go ahead. So sorry.
Hi, you were saying earlier that you truly believe going deep into some specific niche and stay there. Maybe there is a specific niche that you can see right now that is open, that if you would start from zero, you would totally do that.
I mean, I would start that if I did. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be out here giving my great ideas. I'm kidding. I love that you're asking that question, but I don't think if you're asking it, it means that like you should do what I say, if that makes sense. Like the very crux of the question is because what you think and what you know is interesting and how you see the world is why the niche is gonna win. So if actually someone tells you you should start a podcast in this, probably don't start that podcast. Like I would flip that on its head and say like, what gets you excited? Sometimes awesome people have a really good sense of who you are, like your personal board of directors, and they speak into that moment and like how you should start it. Speaking from experience with the podcast, I had a really unique week in July of 2020 where 3 different people, totally independent, a close advisor, a close colleague, and then my best friend and now co-host and business partner all said to me, you should start a podcast. That happened in the same week. I started a podcast and here we are, right? So it didn't have a topic tied to it, but it was listening to the market. So for you, think about what your skill set is, think about what niche you already own and know, and then just like, don't be afraid to get started. Okay, cool. I'll keep going here. We can go through so many examples and almost like, infinite number, and honestly, like every day there's like new creators, but I'm just gonna highlight a few today where like they didn't start as platforms, right? Like these were truly just people who woke up one day and said, I'm gonna create content and I'm gonna see where it goes. So I think Lenny is a great example. Who here knows Lenny or like follows Lenny in any way? Yeah, it's like, he's great. I used his product data back when I was a PM, like really, really interesting niche content, very valuable, huge respect for founders now. He was just a PM at Airbnb, trusted voice on product growth. This is what ChatGPT told me his numbers are. I did not gut check this with anyone else, so don't take this to the bank, but I think they look pretty good. They're probably directionally correct. He, of course, has his Substack, he has his podcast, and he's huge on LinkedIn. So definitely cross-channel is huge too, but I think we all know he started as this newsletter. Kat Cole, she's the CEO of AG1. If you guys follow that consumer brand, she has 380,000 followers on LinkedIn. I didn't even know that. Like, I didn't even know you could have that many followers on LinkedIn unless you were like the president or something. So I'm really fascinated that like she is the CEO, not founder, of a cult following brand that has gone incredibly viral thanks to Andrew Huberman's support of her platform. Another podcast, another person, another platform. It's helped really build her brand. It's of course supported AG1. I had the chance to hear her speak live. She's incredibly dynamic, really thoughtful. Honestly, it was like, I'd give you money in a heartbeat. She just has that energy and vibe, and she's clearly using herself and who she is to promote her consumer brand. So another good, like again, example, I think, of like an untraditional creator who's now leveraged her own brand, her own person to support her core business, which is AG1. The founder of Vercel. Many of you might follow him on Twitter. He has over 300,000 followers on Twitter. We are a developer tool company. Like, why would a CEO of a developer tool company be creators? Well, who's our audience? Developers. Where are developers? They're on X. Like, that kind of is part of the magic, right? And I've just noticed this at Vercel. Like, people are encouraged to share their stories. We're chronically online. We have some YouTube talent. We have people who are building podcasts. We have people who are on X. Like, it's just in the water at Vercel that's how we tell stories. And ultimately, that's driven an incredible PLG flywheel for us. And we just announced our Series F at $9 billion. And honestly, I think a huge part of that is because of the trust and credibility we've built in the overall ecosystem. And Guillermo actually got his start in the open source community. So if you're selling into developers, open source is another amazing way to win. And I think he's a great example of like an untraditional creator, also a founder. And then on the venture side, this is also very true for venture. So I think we're noticing like all of the really popular venture platforms that are getting created today, a lot of them are actually getting founded by these content creators who were also investors, because at the end of the day, firms are amazing. Firms have a lot of credibility, but firms' credibility is waning, and people and founders are looking to more work alongside individual partners, and they are looking to work with firms. And I think Rex Woodbury is a great example of that. He started his own Substack that went incredibly well. He was previously at Index, and then was able to recently raise a $30 million vehicle to invest in his first fund off of kind of the backs of his recognition. And he does incredible long form content. So I think he's a great example of how long form can win. All right. I'll close here and open up the final minutes for questions. But ultimately, I think your story can be a growth strategy. And I think that that's how marketing and people can be working more closely together to tell these stories. And I would think about it as like, with a great question of like, what's the niche? Start with your voice. Ask yourself what your voice is. Ask your friends what your voice is, and then run after something. Build trust. That's not particularly novel, but people trust people, and then they build conviction, and they want to work with you, and they want to work with your business. And then ultimately scale community, thinking about your audience as a touch point, a place for feedback, a place for alignment, and ultimately hopefully drives like real business impact. So that's a little bit how I think about people as a platform. Would love to have any other questions from you guys and thoughts.
Hey, great presentation. Just a quick question. Could you talk a little bit about your perspective on authenticity versus posting for virality, and then also like building in public versus the build something really, really cool, get good results, and then share the value? Kind of struggling with which direction to go, especially the build in public versus private motion.
Yeah. authenticity is something you can't manufacture, therefore I wouldn't overthink it. Like, just post it, and if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I force myself to post on LinkedIn twice a week. Sometimes things that I think aren't that great won't go anywhere. Sometimes they're random and they do. Like, it's just being yourself online, and there's enough people in the world that you will hopefully find people that resonate with it, which I think is awesome. On the building in public thing, yeah, I don't know if I'm an authority on this, but I think building in public is great. Vercel definitely builds in public, and I think stumbling in public is also great. Like, there's such a thing as like viral moments that make you better and like tell your story more. And even if it's an oopsie viral moment, like, who cares? Like, that's really interesting. I interviewed Alex Earl earlier this year, and like a lot of her personal journey and story and how she went viral was actually things that were like incredibly vulnerable and definitely public, like her acne story. And like, hey, like, I don't know if I want to post that on like Twitter or TikTok or anywhere, but she did, and it worked for her. So I would actually, my advice is to push yourself to build in public more. People aren't going to narc your stuff. Like, I don't think it's that deep. And if they do, like, just beat them at it, you know? But that's just my personal opinion. I think, yeah, he had a question, and then up here too.
Hey, great talk. I am in the process of launching my own podcast called Intelligent Growth, where I interview marketers on how they use it in their day-to-day practice.
Awesome.
So first episode is ready to go. I'm thinking how I actually launch it and get some buzz around it, creating trailers, putting that out on LinkedIn, Twitter, other channels. Can you give us some more like tactical advice on how to launch and scale something like a podcast?
Absolutely, yeah. Great question. It's changed a lot since I launched mine 5 years ago. I would say 3 things: video, video, video. YouTube, definitely. If you're not thinking about that, start there as alongside cross-promote across all channels. You never know what's going to hit. I couldn't have told you LinkedIn would be like our best performing channel. And then also consistency. Like, truly, like, you need to post every week. You need to like give your audience something they can chew on. They need to know when they're going to hear from you. We have like a really clear season structure. So like 8 episodes in a season. It's every Tuesday if we're in season. If we're not in season, you know where to find us online. You know where to find us in person. We make announcements. We have a newsletter. Like, you just can find us everywhere. And that's really, really helpful, because what happens to a lot of podcasts, and like, by the way, like, most podcasts don't make it out of season 1. Like, it's like a podcast graveyard out there, is like people have these grand visions and then they just like do not follow up. And so you can actually win in podcasts by simply keeping going. So I would just encourage you there to like just stick with it.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, amazing presentation. I'm just starting my own podcast as well, so I had a similar
Woohoo!
question.
Love this.
Yeah, I'm interviewing as a founders about founders' journey, pivoting moments, and so on. So how did you find your first sponsors and how you launched these deals? And like, yeah, tell more about
Yeah, our first sponsor was Silicon Valley Bank, LOL. And our second was Cooley, the law firm. It's a lot about brand alignment. They want to get in front of early stage founders. They want to be in the room where it happens as well. And they have some incredible initiatives and efforts and capital that they're willing to allocate towards just kind of the brand awareness bucket. So that was amazing. I had senior mentors who knew senior people at those companies make those introductions. And there was like a willingness to start small. Our first contracts were like significantly lower, probably 5x than lower than what they are today in terms of dollar amount attributed. And so I recommend a slow burn partnership model there, where like people can, if they like kind of try before they buy, like sponsor 1 season. And now we do annual contracts, and that just works better for us. And that's even better for us than programmatic ad blocks. But the world's kind of your oyster. This is a room full of marketers, so I'm guessing you guys actually know how to market better than I do. But that was like what worked for us in partnership and sponsorship. One last question? Okay, great. Well, come find me on LinkedIn and see you guys around SF. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Madison, for that very, very timely and insightful presentation around building a brand. So now we have a new thing that we've tried called Pitch to a CMO. So we're going to have judges here, and we've got 6 startups that submitted their proposal to pitch to a startup. The setup is that you've raised money, you have a product, you have a very good idea, and you have, you have some beta customers, something's going, and now you want to break into the enterprise account. So the structure is every startup, we've got 5 startups, every startup gets 15 minutes. 5 minutes is their pitch, and it's verbal, so there are no slides, there's no supporting docs. They come up here, the judges will be seated here, and they try and explain in a very concise manner what their value proposition is, what is the job to be done for their product, what they are trying to do. And then we've got, let me announce the judges, Jeff Yoshimura, who's co-founder of AnyTeam, but 3-time IPO, CMO at different companies like Sneak and others. He's our first judge. Then we have Rima Bhatta, who's the VP of Growth Marketing at Figma. She's making her way from the back there. She spent a lot of time, obviously, in product marketing and marketing in general. Then we have Levi, who works at SUSE. Is that the right way to say it, SUSE? SUSE? Okay. And we've got Rahul, who's also from Intel, 4 judges. And Levi here has a very interesting background. Phil, can we get one more chair? One more chair? He is part of a newly formed AI council. So traditionally, more buying is happening through CMOs and others, but now many companies have specialized buying groups, and he's going to talk more about his AI council and how they are making decisions. So Jeff, why don't you start, introduce yourself, and then we'll invite our first startup.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hey everybody, my name is Jeff Yoshimura. You can call me Yosh as well. I've been a marketer for a long time, and formerly was the CMO, but I didn't actually buy the tools because my team bought the tools. So I was the first VP of marketing at a company called Zuora. Was the first really head of marketing at a company called Elastic, which we took public in 2018. And then I was a CMO at Sneak. Now I have my own company. It's called AnyTeam. But looking forward to the session and just hearing these pitches and hopefully giving useful advice on how to pitch to marketing orgs.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rima, Rima Bhatta, and you can call me Rima. It's easy enough. I had growth marketing at Figma now, but prior to this, I've been a marketer for a really long time as well. Worked along in consumer brands, PLG businesses, and now, of course, SaaS. And as part of that, growing up in the growth organization, have been responsible for buying many tools over the years, and frankly have been amazed by the rapid expansion of tools in the last 18 months or so. So really excited to see and hear more about what's coming up down the pipe and what you guys are building, and hopefully offer some good advice along the way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Levi Wirtz. I work at SUSE. I'm the senior AI marketing strategist there. So a little more of the champion role that you may be trying to engage, right, to sell into an organization. So I kind of come from that perspective. Do a lot of implementation as well as strategy. So I kind of own both sides of it, and run our AI marketing council there as well, which is kind of the idea of bringing all of marketing together, giving everybody a seat at the table, and then moving forward with what brings the most value to the organization as a whole.
Hey guys, my name is Rahul. So currently I'm at Intel. I've spent a lot of my career at little companies like Salesforce, and some big companies like Docker. And so I absolutely love buying tools and stuff, and I usually get told by the CFO, stop it, you're spending too much. But I think it's totally worthwhile. I can't remember in the past 25 years when I bought something and just regretted it, because even we may not have renewed it, but the habit and practice of experimenting and trying is in itself super valuable, I believe. So yeah, excited to hear the pitches.
Thank you. Any questions so far on the audience on clarifications on how this will play out? All good? So the first person to pitch is Vinay from Notch.ai. You have 5 minutes. And by the way, the result, so all of them, after he pitches and they ask questions and they clarify, they have to give an answer, like either it's a no, like I don't need it, or they say, I want a next meeting, or they say, I want to start a POC, or they're like, I'm sold, let's do the paperwork. Go ahead, you have a mic?
Hello. Hey everyone, yeah, super excited to be at the event and meet a lot of fellow marketing professionals. Yeah, so my name's Vinay. I'm the founder of Notch. Notch is an AI creative testing platform that uses AI agents that gets trained on your data and public trends out in the wild. Really the core problem we are solving is there's just this massive explosion of new channels and formats in today's world for anyone driving performance marketing. Each of these marketing teams need to be heavily staffed. They are always looking for new trends. They're scrambling with first-party data to unlock insights. And frankly, we've spoken to a ton of marketing leaders, and they haven't figured out a way that, you know, instead of like just a cute social post, how can it improve their daily lives? So that's where Notch comes in. How we solve the problem, there's a very foundational layer of a knowledge graph that we build that gets basically built out from your first-party data, public trends, and a lot of other material out there. That's easily editable and augmented using a perf, directly by a perf marketer. The second piece is we have a proprietary engine that we call a concept builder that can basically spit out any number of concepts in different formats and different channels that are trained on this material now. And so basically the productization for this is every Monday, you would get 10 to 12 concepts delivered in your inbox that are ready to be tested, that are trained on the last week data. And the final piece is some workflow stuff. We can easily launch these ads, save that time as well. So from an impact perspective, we like to think of as serving the perf marketers. So we are seeing anywhere from 10 to 15% improvement in ROAS. So to contextualize this, an average budget would be roughly 100K. So you're saving $10,000 to $15,000 just from a performance standpoint by just improving your testing. But then most importantly, you're saving just heavily staffed teams around each channel and having an analyst and having a creative strategist or hiring an agency with massive retainers. Right? So that's about Notch.
Cool. Jeff, you want to go?
Yeah, so what do you replace in the organization? So is your solution for large organizations, mid-size, or SMB or startups?
Yeah, so great question. You know, when I think about the alternates, there are two basic alternates. One is working with ad agencies with extremely high retainers. So that's directly something that, you know, we can replace, for example. Or the second is a lot of marketing tech teams, marketing engineering teams within large organizations that are trying to hand stitch an 8N solution with some APIs, ingesting first-party data, and actually making that machine work is really hard. And so those are typically our customer segment. Where we are seeing the strongest pull is from the mid-market, I would say, where they just don't have the budget or the capacity to staff up these teams or pay these agencies the retainers.
A follow-up question to that. Yes. I mean, it's really impressive to hear about the returns you can drive, but how are you making sure that the quality of the ads and the brand risk inherently this automation entails, how do you plan to manage that?
Great question, and I'm glad you asked the question. So one of the biggest objections with this technology is a lot of AI slop. And that comes in when you just like naively use the technology with just a generative model and be like, what's an ad? Like that's not going to work out. And so we've taken a different approach here. So we actually take the creatives and layerize them. We have a Figma plugin. So a lot of our advanced users actually take the output, which is, call it 90% there, and they are able to just spend the remaining 10% in Figma or Canva or our native editors and just complete the rest. And so that's really helped kind of bridge that gap on quality around like logos and product packaging. And we spent a lot of time to make sure we select the right assets and also give you capabilities where you're not jailed with that.
Great, thank you.
My question would be, so you said this is for growth marketers. Can you specifically explain what makes this so useful for a growth marketer and why they would want to do it or want to use this platform? And what you mentioned like every week they get insights in these concepts, right? Yeah. So how does that translate to their actual like workday workflow? Yeah. And what do they do post that concept?
Yeah, so great question. So I'll contextualize this with like a real client of ours, right? So this brand is called Madrinas. It's in St. Louis. It's the growth marketer has a budget of $500K a year. And so Morgan is the perf marketer. He loves to just scroll, find new trends, and pass it over to his design team and be like, this is the ad we want to launch. The design team is not a dedicated team for him at all within the organization. So you can guess that he doesn't get too much love from them. Now what we've unlocked for Morgan is essentially an entire product where he gets the concepts, he chooses them, and then he just passes it over to Taylor, who just comes in and in Figma, polishes it, blesses it, and then Morgan can launch these concepts, right? So right there and then, Morgan is now empowered with an entire design team that is just analyzing all the trends, is looking at his past winners, and is able to kind of pitch the concepts to him every week. And so then, yeah, basically Morgan gets these 10 concepts in his email. He just completes it with the collaboration workflows that we have, and then launches these ads. And he's happy as long as the performance and the ROAS on the ads are better.
Thank you.
Hey, sounds great. Can you share a little bit about, if you just go on the Morgan example, what would the ROI look like and how long?
Yeah, so I had spent a lot of time at Meta, so if I were to tell you like guaranteed this is like 10% ROAS every month, I would be lying, right? I mean, there's just so many variables there. So in specifically Morgan's case, we try to run these pilots for like 90 days with a very systematic campaign structures to make sure that there is less variables there. And then roughly within the 3 months, if you're giving like 10 concepts a week, we get a good shot on goal, right? Like we've tested 50 to 100 concepts with like 4 creatives each. We are seeing the ROAS improvements roughly off platform, not on platform, like downstream ROAS improvements roughly in the order of 10 to 15%. You might have spikes that go up higher for breakout ads, but in a sustained way, when the budget starts scaling on those ads, they net out at like 10 to 15% from a ROAS perspective.
I have a follow-up question to that. I think you used the word breakout ads.
Yeah.
And for those of us who've been doing this for a while, we know that, for an ad to really break out, it has to look and sound different than everything else in the market. So I think you talked about just first-party data, you talked about looking at the trends, but how do you make sure that, let's cut past a couple of, hopefully quarters, and you have many brands on your platform, assuming they're mostly CPG brands, like you said, that are run by agencies. How do you stop them from all looking and sounding the same?
Yeah. So great question. This is kind of the problem Canva faces, by the way. Like this is the whole reason why Canva as a product has like diminishing performance returns over time, because there are like a zillion templates and everyone just uses it. And so you can spot it's a Canva ad. So one of the core tenets of our product is it's pure generative. So we don't use templates. So let's say if I show you like an advertorial style ad that works well in elections, or right now billboard outdoor ads are working well, right? That's what our system said. If I were to put like that ad for Figma, it will look very different from an Intel, because we don't just like change the copy and the image and the background. We use the generative power to actually use that as inspiration and context. So those ads would look fairly different. So that's, I think, like one part of the solution that gets you the creative diversity and is always on top. And the second is, I think our system is just good where it's scraping like 100,000 ads a day. So after a few quarters, it's unlikely we'll hit like a local kind of a pool of ads that we are circling, because there is a creator, there is a creative strategist somewhere who's just innovating, and we could derive inspiration from there.
Thanks.
Cool. Any other questions from the audience? No? Yes. Shobika, can you?
I'm curious to know, how does the AI learn from different trends in different industries? For example, what's trending in finance and accountants won't be trending for developers, and it would be different for all spaces. So how does your software kind of figure that out?
Yeah, so again, great question. So we have a novel format finder agent that is able to source out breakout ads and is able to categorize them at a format level. Right? So by format, I mean these are not like very detailed elements within the ad, but they are structures that break out on Meta. Like you'll see on Meta now, paintboard ads are great, outdoor billboard ads are great. And actually those ads are more, those formats are usually the thumb-stopping elements that can translate across industries, is generally what we've seen work better. And then again, we have a ranking algorithm. So if we figure out the proximity of that format within an industry, we'll rank it higher. But in general, like if you find a format that's breaking out for rippling, you could possibly try that as an inspiration for your ad as well, even if it's across industry. If it's done well, then there's a high likelihood that'll break out. Because so much of it is just breaking, the clutter and like making it thumb-stopping.
Cool. So now we move on to the final judgment, starting with Jeff again. Like amongst the four choices, you have four choices, either like, I don't need it, and not. I think one of the things that a lot of people face, like you may not needing it and not needing it now. That is the main thing. Like if it's not a P1 priority, you don't need it now, you might need it. That's where every enterprise deal is. So.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with not need this now, but I'm going to take it from a CMO's perspective. Is there's a lot going on inside of a large company or even a mid-sized company where you have 4 quarters, you have programs, campaigns already planned through the year, and now you got to figure out where did this slot into kind of budget timeline. So what I would have liked to hear is like there's this model where a digital marketer could take this piece of software, test it out, implement it rapidly, do an A/B test against the current way they do things, and then refer it and recommend it through kind of the chain of command, so that then you could find out where to apply budget, how do you kind of move this through sourcing. So I'm gonna say kind of put it on hold, at least from my standpoint, because I don't have a burning need at my level.
Rima?
Yeah, well, I'll say there are two perspectives. I think from a CMO's perspective, I don't know where it stacks in the priority order. I think it depends where you catch an organization, at what point. But I would say as a performance marketer, I would be interested, right? Because they live by like driving the 15 percentage points of efficiency. And if, I think creative budgets today are a percentage of media spend, right, on the performance side. And if this helps efficiency, I'd say this is like an add-on. So I'd say where in the marketing organization you decide to sell, I think you just be thoughtful about that. I think more on the performance growth marketing side makes more sense than at the CMO level.
From my company perspective, I think
Hold it closer.
Sorry, keep doing this. From my company's perspective, I think there's a couple things. The first part is conception is good, like being able to drive a lot of different concepts rapidly is something that we try and do with AI in different ways. It's pretty fragmented, so I think your solution is like on the right track for like, hey, how do we get much closer to a more finished product? I think the bottleneck here, though, is that actual design side, like tossing it off to the design human. While that sounds great in theory, like for us, brand's the bottleneck. The actual design side of it, to bring it to full brand compliance and actually launch that, is where we run into the next bottleneck of from concept to actual launch is very difficult. So I would like to see more there, and I like the fact that you're like, hey, keep humans in the middle, like in the loop, right? Because this shouldn't be a completely automated thing all the time. But I do have that bottleneck, right? So like, how do I get past that with my brand team?
Rahul?
Yeah. I think two thoughts, right? From a CMO perspective, again, I think enterprise buying cycles are so complex. Like, I don't know, but I'm not going to get into that. I think what's interesting, though, from a getting what you're saying as a proof of concept, I would be super interested in that. And what I would even add, right? This is where something like a thought leadership or awareness really matters. So, for example, if you or whoever got together and published an annual report on, hey, we are the definitive voice of what we think clicks without giving away, obviously, right? That catches attention. And then it was like, okay, have you, fellow CMOs, did you vet through those guys? Because they're like, they've got an index on this. You got to prove yourself out over time. But without that, it's yet another, right? You know what I mean? And it sounds a little chicken egg, right? Because your startup, like, why would you start an index? But hey, people have done crazier things.
Cool. Thank you very much. Vinay, great. Thanks for coming out. Next person to pitch is Anish. Anish from Kiwi. Is Anish here? Good. So your time starts now. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. Just got in here. Hey guys, I'm Anish Bharadwaj. I'm the founder of Kiwi AI, and I'm going to have my phone here just so I don't miss out on any of the goodness. So we've built an AI content orchestrator for B2B companies to build AI authority. And the problem we're trying to solve is that you have a lot of great internal expertise in your companies, but that's locked in the heads of your product managers, your engineers, your sales team members, and a lot of your internal tools. And the way we are trying to address this is that instead of that expertise staying locked in, we actually help you with your AI content orchestrator unlock that expertise and directly channelize that to help you build AI authority. So I'll just talk a little bit about how this product's set up and how that would work in your teams. Right? So the product is called Content Queue, which is your content quarterback. And it orchestrates the strapped expertise and helps you build systematic authority that AI platforms cite. Now, the way this is built is, think of it as two different stakeholders or two different segments of teams that would be using Content Queue. The first is your content marketing team. So your content marketing team, Content Queue has been built to be your content marketing team's best friend. So they get a mission control. They get to essentially train a bunch of different AI agents to streamline the content strategy that you're going to be execute on, streamline your content research, and make sure that they're able to tap into the expertise across your different team members. So really orchestrate and mastermind the way your different employees start sharing their subject matter expertise, start creating their own content, as well as, of course, feeding this beast so that you can become, you can have your own living content organism as a B2B company. Now, that is for your content marketing team, and they have a lot of bells and whistles and really their own support staff to make sure that they're able to coordinate the whole content system. The way it works for the other employees in your company is they just speak to Content Queue on Slack, on email, over a voice call when they're in an Uber, And essentially, you get subject matter interviews, you get, you get requests for case studies, you get a lot of other such, nuggets from your internal teams, and all of that is being orchestrated, all of that is being essentially planned by a content marketing team so that they're both hearing from all of these teams, but also orienting them to your brand's larger content strategy and the engine that you're trying to build. I'll quickly touch upon 3 main features so this becomes a bit more tangible. So the first is, of course, active, intelligent content mining. So with this, what you're doing is essentially these AI agents are actively, and they have only one purpose in their lives, which is essentially help you build an amazing content engine that builds AI authority for you. And with active content mining, they're essentially mining customer support tickets, doing Slack interviews with your engineers, they're mining your Gong calls, and really helping surface a lot of content opportunities to your content marketing team. The second is cross-channel coordination. So you already have a lot of tools, I'm sure, to help you with cross-channel marketing and cross-channel content analytics as well. What Content Queue does here is it sits on top of these tools and really helps you build that strategic interpretation layer so that you don't just analyze what's happening, but you can also see how experimentation loops are running. So which content pillar worked well the last 6 months, and what has been this new content pillar which your competitor might have started investing in over the last 3 months. So really contextually understanding what you're doing with your content and then marrying that with performance to give you that intelligence. And of course, the third piece is learning, and it learns both what you should be saying, the content that you should be putting out, but also learns a lot from what you like as a brand as well. So your stylistic preferences, your brand voice, and it learns from both of these things. So it's really an active, intelligent system, almost an operating system for your content marketing team. Finally, a little bit about
yeah, I think.
I'll just wrap up. So I think a little bit about why we're building this. So we were looking at some of the best B2B companies out there. HubSpot comes to mind, and they have almost $100 million content marketing budget annually. They have almost 50 in-house content marketers doing a lot of this, these things. And most companies either don't have the bandwidth and the budgets or just don't have the infrastructure to operate at that sophisticated scale. And we believe that AI should not help with content creation anymore. I think it is doing a good job. It's going to do a better job over time, but really help with the content orchestration, because the real problem is the expertise that's locked in your company and in your teams that's not really getting converted into thought leadership content that helps your brand.
Thank you.
I'll stop there.
Whoever wants to go.
Very interesting. I think a similar question to, the one that you asked last
Nima, can
time.
you hold it closer?
Sorry, yeah, sure. A similar question to, what that was asked last time. You're right, there are a lot of tools out there that marketers are using today, content marketers are using today for content creation. Not a lot that comes to mind for content orchestration. But let me ask you, do you have a product in mind that you think you're displacing? Or this is net new on top of the existing stack that marketers have today?
Yeah, so I think the way we are thinking about this is, think of this as a really experienced content marketer you're bringing onto your team. So to begin with, they just sit on your existing tools, they see how the different systems work, and they become the sidekick for your content marketing team. But we've built these AI agents to be able to augment intelligence which you don't already exist. And also, if you don't want to use existing tools, also go ahead and replace those tools as well. So an example here would be just technical SEO or competitor content analysis. If you have an existing tool, today we can just sit in and listen to what you're already collecting and make sure we are aware of it. But tomorrow, we could easily spin up an agent that takes over this role as well over time.
Thanks.
I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to stick with one, which is basically something that I've kind of dealt with the content teams in particular, which is their resistance to AI, resistance to generation. I think you're in the right area, though, with orchestration, because there's a huge problem there. You're solving it. That's a huge problem to solve. In our company, we have engineers writing blogs, there's a lot of different people doing a lot of different things, and so the content's kind of all over the place. It's really hard to orchestrate, so that's critical. But how do you break through to those content teams and get them to invest and want to be kind of like partners and own this system?
Yeah, 100%. I think we've really, that's been our biggest learning over the last 9 months, working with content marketing agencies and content marketing teams as well. And I think that's really shaped the way we are designing this, and frankly also improves the quality of the output, because we see this as human-led content where the human, the user, can be as hands-on or as hands-off as they'd like to be. So if you want to be redlining a bunch of things on our initial content brief, you could do it, and that improves the quality of the output so that it works for you. But if you want to be a bit more hands off the wheel and just do editorial stuff on top of the final draft, you could do that as well. And of course, you could get super involved in content research, sending it in different directions, your content strategy, and of course, just what topics you're talking about as well. So to begin with, it's very, very human-led, and the AI is just your support system to help you be a lot more productive.
You, my friend, are attacking a very messy, hairy problem. I love it. So I've been in this for 25 years. My question to you is, who is the person that'll find a win short term in this, in your system? Because an operating system is not, right? People don't buy operating systems.
Yeah, 100%. So I think, and I'd love to get your feedback and thoughts on this one as well, but at least our current hypothesis on this is it could be one of two people. And in both cases, the person whose primary responsibility it is to make and justify content marketing investments and performance. It could be a combination of the CMO and somebody who's senior who is heading content marketing for the company as well. And we see this as a way for them to not just create content, but to get the whole teams involved, get the whole company involved in content, make it a team sport, a little bit of psychological reframing of the way everybody sees content as well. And of course, I think also giving them a lot more support so that they can be a couple of layers above in terms of being more strategic and orchestrate things rather than have to actually ship as much content as they need to. But yeah, I'd really love to get your feedback on this one as well.
Cool.
Well, I'll just add that my teams use Google Docs, write content, now leveraging a lot of Notion. So Notion has an AI feature. Where do you see the world going with like Notion and the additional kind of AI features that they're adding in their platform to be able to make content writing easier, potentially orchestration if you have a bunch of users on Notion?
How this would fit into a system where
Either how does
a lot
it
of
fit
people
in? Does it replace? Does it fit in? Do you leverage it?
Yeah, no, I think I see Notion as something which, Notion plus an intelligence engine with memory could do a lot of things that we're trying to do here. And I think Notion would just be actually a great way to streamline a lot of the inventory ingredients that we need as this content system. And of course, we'd then be plugging into a Notion, which has amazing APIs and even MCP server connections, which we'd then be pulling in from and working with. Yeah, does that answer the?
Yeah.
Cool. So go ahead.
Perhaps I can give like one piece of advice, kind of borrowing from what you just said. You're tackling a big problem, and I would never tell someone to like dream small, that's not the idea. But I would tell you to like figure out what your niche is when you start to like evangelize what you're trying to solve for, because in an attempt to solve for like everything, like it's really hard to pin down your first ICP or your first, conversation then can lead to the next one, So I would say think about the niche that you want to start with, even though the vision is really wide, because it is a really hairy problem. And I think that, content teams in general, in my experience, don't own a large budget, right? So, and a lot of the budget goes towards content creation to the point versus like orchestration. So you have many, many, many layers at which you have to educate. So think about where you want to start first.
100%. Thanks.
Thank you. Rating round. Rahul, you want to go?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to say no. You have this. You have to solve something quick, fast, for me to be able to give it a chance. And right now, I can't understand what is the quick solve. The problem exists. No doubt about that. But I'm not sure what how your solution helps.
Got it. Thanks.
I'm the opposite. It's a yes for me. I like tackling really big problems. I'm not a low-hanging fruit person. I want systematic change that makes big impact. So I think that you're tackling this and it's actually a major problem is much more interesting to me than simple. But that's from a practitioner or champion perspective, right? So that changes things. Getting CMO buy-in might be a lot more difficult. So that's, the difference.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, I think you want to refine where you want to sell first. It's really hard to explain the value at a marketing leadership level, something like this right now.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, so I will take another meeting, but so if you're pitching to me as a CMO, I would push you down to my leader of the content team to take an evaluation of this. The content team that I have is super stretched. They're not getting any more headcount. They're absolutely not getting any more tools budget. So the reason why I bring up Google Docs, Google Docs and Notion is you have to leverage ways to orchestrate all the content across the organization through those tools. Now, if they can make a case that this is going to actually, allow them to, replace armies of people and to multiply the high quality content that they produce across the organization, then it could be a win. But they're going to have to go source and find that budget.
One other, sorry, thank you. Yeah, I would also share with you, watch what people do versus what they say. And the reason I'm saying that is also watch where people spend. Because what Jeff just said, no one's going to argue with you what the problem exists. However, the problem has existed for a very long time. And so there's money. Trust me, there's money in enterprise. If there's money and the problem exists, I'm not saying it can't be solved. Again, like the people could have said this about Google and stuff like that, right? I think you're onto something, do it, but watch out for what people say versus what they do and where they're willing to spend their money. Because people will tell you things like, oh yes, it's a problem. Oh my God, yes, we need to solve it. Are they gonna pay you? When? Now? So just watch out for that.
Got it. Very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully that was useful to you.
That was very helpful. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. So we had said we'll start the workshops, but I think this session is getting pretty good. So we'll just wait for the workshops to get started so you get both angles. We'll be done in the next sometime. Next up is Carl Gold. Carl. He is building TreatMachine.ai, and he's very well known in circles. He was at Zora. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jeff, I think we have in common some time at Zora. So I'm Carl. I'm a co-founder of TreatMachine. I am the author of the book Fighting Churn with Data, the only book about data science and customer retention, which I wrote during my time at Zora. We didn't overlap, though. I think you were before my time there. But anyway, TreatMachine is an enterprise AI product that will maximize your net revenue retention over the entire customer lifecycle by picking the next best offer or message, including the channel, day, and time of the message. And this is used in situations like free trial conversion, retention, upsell, cross-sell, and it uses causal AI, which you might not have heard about. It's a decisioning agent. It uses all the existing data in your customer data platform and orchestrates your existing marketing automation platform. So this is AI decisioning focused on customer lifecycle use cases. What makes it different is two main things. One is that we work with data connection partners like Adverity and Fivetran so that you won't have a big IT lift to get this to work. And you won't have to change your existing customer data platform or marketing automation platform. That's number one, not a big effort, don't have to change your platform. And number two, there's new breakthroughs in causal AI that have come out of Stanford and MIT in the last 5 years. And this just gives better results. So causal AI is a new type of AI that can actually tell the causative effects of marketing actions and not just correlations with past behaviors. Now, I've worked on AI decisioning systems at my last 3 roles, both Zuora, and then I was at a startup that was doing loans, and then I was most recently a director of forward deployed data science at OfferFit before the Braze acquisition. And there's a dirty secret in AI decisioning, which is that it doesn't always work. But using the new causal AI techniques, I'm making a much more effective product that will actually give lasting benefits in the use cases that I described. And yeah, I guess that's the pitch.
I got a question right up front. So you mentioned that this is sending messages at the right time, but you didn't mention to the right people. And like when you're talking about retaining, say, an account, right? For me, enterprise software, potentially like Fortune 500 companies, many people involved in that, many decision makers, many people in the buying groups, multiple buying groups, right? That may buy multiple solution sets from us, different people working on it. How do you handle influencing all those people, right, to decide not to churn, to upsell them, when it could be in multiple different areas, multiple different levels of internals?
Okay, that's a good question, and you're talking about like a multiple use case application, where, I mean, the internal to the system, each use case is actually separate. And you asked about it's specific to each customer, which I should have made clear. So AI decisioning, similar to what Aampe presented earlier, it's for each customer. You don't literally have a separate agent for each customer in most of these types of systems, but you make a unique decision for every customer about the time, the channel, the message. Now, orchestration across multiple use cases is a complicated question. And it usually comes down to budgeting the number of messages, where there can be a shared budget so you don't send too many emails to the same customer. But definitely one of the core enhancements that I've built into my own system in comparison to systems I've worked on in the past is that the system has to respect a budget, because every time you message someone, you might remind them to churn. I mean, I'm very familiar with that. So that's one of the core features that I've built in is don't message someone if you think it might make them churn. I'm not sure I really answered your question though, because you're talking about orchestration across many different departments and use cases.
Well, and we could like drop the use cases, right? Because maybe that's making it complicated. But I'm thinking of it like, if we're going to decide to renew, I'm a decision maker, or I have a say, a pretty big say, but I'm not the only one. Then I have my VP, who's my L2, and then there's the CMO, right? How are you engaging each of those with your system to sell the upsell or the renewal or whatever? Because it's not just one person, but it's many that would decide, no, we're not going to continue this relationship. We're not going to continue working with this vendor. That's my question.
Okay, well, in each scenario, you generally keep a benchmark of an existing campaign. Actually, you generally keep 2 benchmarks, a pre-existing campaign and also a randomized controlled trial running at the same time. So in a good AI decisioning system, you can always show the ROI or the lack of ROI in each particular scenario by benchmarking it against those 2 benchmarks. I'm still not sure that really answered your question, though.
It's okay. I think, maybe from my perspective, just saying like, think about how you can engage those multiple people in future iterations potentially.
Okay.
Sorry, I probably need coffee. I'm totally lost. Just walk me through a scenario. Who give titles, like customer service is using this tool? Like, just walk me through a person using your tool in a company. Their title, use case, just walk me through that.
Well, it could be a lifecycle marketer who is responsible to send messages to a customer before their upcoming renewal. So they have their annual renewal, or it could be a monthly renewal if it's a month-to-month product, and you want to give that customer messages which inspire them to renew. You also might have a budget of discounts. There might be some number of discounts you're willing to give out, and this is a classic problem. You want to give discounts to the persuadable customers, and you don't want to waste discounts on someone who was going to renew anyway. You also don't want to send them out to the people who it doesn't make a difference for. And so this is a classic problem. It's best addressed using causal methods, because that's how you really check the influence.
And you're saying the NRR uplift is, you have data on the NRR uplift?
No, I'm looking for my first customer.
Okay,
actually.
got it.
So I
Okay,
have
thanks.
simulation with synthetic data at the moment, and I'm trying to find my first customer who will do a free trial in exchange for me to, write a case study.
Got it. Thank you.
So I think the number one challenge here is dirty data. Like, this is a lot of data. You have CRM data, you have marketing data, you have billing data, you have product telemetry data, you have customer support data. What are you doing to build these models and these algorithms across all of these different data sets? Like, where's the source of truth?
Well, my ideal customer is already using a customer data platform to integrate the data. We're not building a CDP, although the product can act as a CDP light, where it will actually join the data as necessary, clean it as necessary. These are modern machine learning methods. One of the key innovations that's come out of Stanford and MIT in the last few years, called double machine learning, is you can use modern machine learning methods that handle dirty data, and you can still do causal inference. Causal inference has been around for a couple of decades. It's the innovation at Stanford and MIT in the last 5 years is using modern machine learning methods, usually based on decision trees and the like, which they eat dirty data for breakfast, and it's generally okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this problem, very intimately familiar with the problem. I'd say like a couple of things to be mindful of. I think if you're building for an organization that already has a CDP, I think the problem already becomes too simple at that point. To the point you're saying is like the biggest problem is a dirty data problem. So consider expanding the scope of like the people you go after, because if you can solve for the dirty data problem even a little bit, right? That opens up really a much bigger audience for you to go after and a customer base to go after, because that's the part that's hardest to do.
It's true.
I'd say that, even, again, I'm intimately familiar with this problem, but I would say that, being able to show the lift is really important. So like and again, this is not a question, this is a recommendation, because I've been pitched this a few times, right? Think about how you can show that in the data, right? Even through simulations, right?
Yep.
And I would say a very effective customer base for you is PLG businesses. Like you said, like, hey, people who are on free product, you want to move them up to a paid account. These are small teams. They don't require ICP buying. It's not an enterprise product. So kind of thinking about your customer profile here will help you a lot. But I think that, I think the devil's in the detail. The devil's in you being able to showcase that your algorithm is better than anything else that's out there. And I think, I can see value in it, right? Like, again, going back to the point of like, this is so close to revenue. This is an existing customer, increasing average order value or average selling point, or, so it's very, very close to value. So unlike some of the other things I was saying, like, hey, content marketing teams don't really have budgets, right? I think on the growth side, life cycle is a function that if you're a growth leader, it's a no-brainer to invest in this, because the ROI can be high, but it's like getting them to believe that you're the right product for this problem requires some massaging.
Hey, thank you.
Ratings? Jeff?
So I'm going to say no based on the ICP of, I don't have a data warehouse, I don't have a CDP, nothing's in store there. I do love that suggestion. I think it's a fantastic suggestion. Just as context, it took us a year at Sneak to put in Snowflake, to move all this data out of BigQuery, out of Amplitude, and move it on Snowflake. It took us the same time span over at Elastic. So if you're focused on that ICP, it's gonna prolong your deal cycles unless you rethink about your go-to-market or your delivery of your product.
Cool. Rima?
I'd say no, only because I have similar solutions that are already working for me, but internal models. But again, I think there's a customer for you out there.
Also, no for me, not necessarily. It's mostly because, like, at least in my organization, we're not really touching that as a marketing function, which we want to change, but that change isn't here today, right? So that's going to take time. But I am passionate about what you're talking about, and I think it really does matter. It's just, for us, it's not the right time.
Yeah, no to enterprise, because just if we have a CDP, we're just gonna expect them to do it. I would tell a Braze or Salesforce or whatever, like, you do this, right? If MIT's published it, what are you doing? Like, I would just ask them to do it. But a plus one to what she said, I think there's tremendous potential for a ton of free to paid conversions, which any PLG is trying to do. So if you get in there and you can say, like, hey, there's some basic stuff, and we can even give you an uplift of 5%. I mean, that's massive. 1%. So I think
1% is
that
awesome.
that squarely makes sense, because they definitely do not have a CDP or anything even close.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the feedback.
Cool. Thank you for all the great suggestions. I think this is extremely valuable to all the people building. Next up, we have Rohit Singh building Geos. Rohit, please.
Hello. I have something. Can you just please read the first core message and then I will explain?
Oh, sorry.
Can you just please read this core message of this paper?
You want me to read it out loud?
No, can you just,
just read it?
Yeah.
You need your glasses.
Or you can give it to the next person. Can you just read that core message?
Which message do you want me to read? Okay. For standard decoder-only transformer language models, the mapping from input prompt hidden representation is almost surely one-to-one. And you can actually invert it to reconstruct the exact prompt from internal activations.
Yeah.
I wish I understood that, but I didn't.
Let me explain in plain language. It basically says that whatever output you are getting for a LLM, it is almost 100% possible to invert it and get what prompt you actually gave. That means what we thought about LLMs, that they are very unpredictable, and we are getting an answer which can't be predicted or influenced, can be done. Okay, this is not research by me, this is research by some other people. And the reason I showed this
Hold it closer.
is because LLMs are not what we think they are. They are not that unpredictable. I am Rohit Singh. I am working in GEO, which is basically generative engine optimization. The problem that I am trying to solve is, I don't think so SEO or GEO consultants or agencies should exist. Okay. Given the fact what they are doing right now is something like very monotonous, whatever signals or improvements they do. And regarding LLMs, it is definitely possible to actually influence the answer of a LLM. You can, as far as I know, you can actually influence it to up to a snippet or like 2-3 sentences or paragraphs.
Can you keep it closer? It's hard to hear.
Okay. So basically, this mathematically it can be done.
What's your value proposition? I understand.
Value proposition is simply you should not have SEO agencies or teams.
No, but this is a CMO panel. So what are you pitching? What is your solution?
The solution is basically your organic growth should happen with the help of a machine, which is responsible for your organic sales.
So you're saying you're going to replace the SEO function?
SEO and GEO both. Many of the GEO tools, if you see today, for example, AirOps, what they are offering is, of course, there is some tracking, but at the same time, they are offering, okay, you can create content which can be like refined or improved with small tweaks, and that is what is giving you AI visibility, which is more like just frauding with the system that you are updating it. I have already seen in case study, it is definitely possible that you can write a blog, it remains on top for a year. Okay, so what many people are doing, I am not saying that is not incorrect. This, what they are doing, it is more like cluster carpet bombing happening every 3-4 days. If I have like 1,000 blocks being a company, I don't want to update my 1,000 blocks every 4 days just to keep my like, oh, I am updated. I should get some visibility in ChatGPT or Perplexity or Google AI mode. Does not make sense. So effectively, yes, there.
So you have a solution that will replace the current.
I am actually doing pilot with one enterprise in India, and I am doing a pilot with one funded startup in India. Then I am actually doing.
No, but this is the pitch. So your pitch to them is that you are going to come in. You are looking for a pilot here. That's the whole.
No, actually, I'm not looking. They are too big. Okay, let me be very honest. It's right now I am at a stage. Let me prove it in terms of. So my. The pilot that I am doing, my responsibility is tools. I am mostly doing with e-commerce.
No, Rohit, sorry. Yeah. This panel, this that you signed up for, is for you to get feedback from a set of enterprise buyers for your solution.
Yeah. So if I want to ask something, I will ask that. I know it is a big risk to replace your whole team with something. Is it something which enterprise will be interested in, like trying out?
So your question is, would enterprises be interested in removing the SEO component to their?
Not SEO component, SEO team. You will still have SEO component, you will still get traffic, you will still get organic sales.
The SEO team?
Yes.
So replacing
Much
the
more
SEO
efficient.
team with what?
With a machine.
With a machine?
Yes.
So a machine that generates the content, updates the content?
Yes.
And does that rapidly, like every day?
Well, it will depend on like the paper that I showed. You actually need to check what is your target, where you want to actually get that visibility and whether it is converting into sales or not.
Yeah, I'd say for me, replacing teams isn't like an end goal.
That's
So, yeah.
it's not about you want it or not want it.
Yeah.
Eventually, the objective of a company is to have a proper P&L.
Yeah.
Profit and loss. So it's one thing that given the search discoverability is becoming much more difficult and other people are not able to solve it, that is major problem. Even if you don't replace it, you keep a human in the loop, that is totally okay. I don't know what it will do. But because it is so complex, I will give you a simple example. Many people say they know SEO, GEO, you have to write content on semantic similarity. Just ask them, have you seen semantic similarity? Have you seen it? Answer how it looks like.
Yeah.
It is not something that is human understandable. What you will do by keeping a human in the loop?
Yeah, my question would be, show that, what you just said, what's the value getting from the product that you're building? And, what's the cost benefit that you're getting from the product that you're building? I'm not quite grokking what the product exactly is, but if your question is that you want to make a pitch to a buyer, my recommendation would be like, articulate what's the value and at what cost.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Cool. Next up, this is our last presenter, Anish from Intently.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anish. I'm the founder of Intently. We built Intently to solve this core problem. Your buyers are constantly revealing intent in public. They are expressing their pain points on platforms like Twitter. They're asking for recommendations on Reddit. They're posting GitHub issues on your competitors' GitHub repositories. They're commenting on your competitors' content on LinkedIn. But go-to-market teams today are completely missing these signals, and that's why we built Intently. Our solution is that we deploy AI agents to monitor these platforms and look for these signals in real time to help fill your pipeline with high intent prospects. And so, for example, you can set up a signal Intently to find all the people that are talking about a specific problem that you can solve. Maybe find companies that have recently announced a fundraise, because that would be a good time for you to reach out to them. Our platform is really customizable to help you find exactly the type of signal that's relevant for your product, your business. And so once our agents discover these prospects, then we actually dive deeper into their profiles to figure out who are they, what is their job title, what company do they work at. Obviously, from a LinkedIn profile, this is very easy, but we can actually do this across across Twitter or GitHub. Oftentimes, people include links to their other socials. Our agents just keep diving in until they can find out as much information as possible about these people. And so, okay, you have these prospects. Now, what do you do with this data? We have been working closely with our customers to help them launch hyper-targeted email campaigns or ad campaigns as well. So, for example, we have our own signal set up to find everybody on LinkedIn who is posting about different go-to-market strategies and playbooks, and we'll take everybody who's commented on it expressing interest, put it into our own targeted email campaign that says like, hey, saw that you express interest in these types of playbooks, here's how we can help. Or imagine in the case of Figma, imagine you want to create an ad campaign specifically for people who could be interested in Figma Make. You could find all the people on Twitter that are asking for no-code design tools, ways to transform Figma designs into code and put them into a custom ad audience and have your messaging for your ads be specifically targeted to those people. And so we've had some really exciting metrics with our customers. For example, we had one customer, Commissero, their payments platform. They started using us to do direct outreach, not even automated outreach. And in their first month of using the platform, they had a 20% conversion rate and closed about $8 million in pipeline in their first month of using the platform. We've also helped people completely revamp their email outbound campaigns. So people who are previously using LinkedIn Sales Navigator to get their initial set of emails to feed into their campaigns, we're converting about less than 1%. We worked with a legal tech company that was able to bump that all the way up to 7% after a few months of iterating. And so, we've seen a lot of really exciting use cases there, and that's kind of the really where our platform shines, is that it's really flexible and let you as the user define what signals do you want to go after, how do you want to use that data. And with our webhook integrations, you can integrate it into your existing go-to-market stack. For example, you could have these prospects feed into a clay table for further enrichment, and then have that automatically feed into your instantly email campaign. Now we've actually graduated beyond just social signals, and we can actually help make custom builds to monitor pretty much anything that we can find on the internet for you. So for example, we just worked with a venture firm company that they want to monitor a lot of different startups and founders. And so they started using us to monitor their Twitter profiles and figure out when they're doing product announcements. But we also did a custom build for them to monitor not only their Twitter profiles, but actually their websites for their products. And every time there's an update to their products, they get notified in a weekly email. And another example is that we're working right now with a digital transformation company, helping them monitor different government websites for RFP listings, because those are the prospects that they want to go after. And so what our process looks like is that in our first month, we will do a workshop with you. We'll get you set up with all the signals. We'll completely help you actually set up the entire end-to-end from signal to outreach for you. And then over the next few months, we'll actually continuously work with your team, regularly meet with you, refine your signals, and making sure you're getting a positive ROI on this investment. And so if you work with us today, over the next few months, we can help you get all of these campaigns up and running and scaled so that everything is ready to go in Q1. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Who are you replacing? Anyone or?
I mean, we definitely have some competitors in our space. So there's Ample Market, for example, or Trigify. But oftentimes, most of our customers have come in, haven't replaced us, but they've used us to integrate into their stack and just augment it to get even better results.
Okay, thanks.
Am I sending emails out of your platform, and do I still use my marketing automation system, whether it's HubSpot or Marketo or John Miller's new platform that he's building? What do I use for sending out these emails? Is it, you mentioned you send emails?
We feed into your tool that sends emails. So we usually set it up with Instantly.
Okay.
I mean, love that you're doing social listening plus then some. I'm curious, when you talk about the way you engage with customers today, help me understand how much of it is a platform play versus almost like an agency that works with you in parallel, because you said we help you plan the outreach and stuff like that. So what is the percentage of each?
Yeah, so we started off on the platform side of things, and then as we saw more and more value that we could add to people, we layered on this agency offering on top of it. And typically, with smaller startups, earlier stage, or even solopreneurs, they just end up going onto our self-serve platform. And that has actually acted as a funnel into our services layer as well. We identify the people that are getting the most value out of the platform, ways that we can help, and we'll actually go outreach to them. So the agency part is something we've started over the past 3 to 4 months now. And we're ramping up that as well, as we've been able to put together some really cool templates in like N8N and Clay of all the different ways you can do much more intelligent outreach.
So can you explain how you're different than Common Room? Because it sounds similar, and you didn't mention them as a competitor. So I'm just curious, how are you different than Common Room?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not intimately familiar with Common Room. I know there's some overlap in terms of like the signals there. So I will say, like, in general, when you look at other platforms, and I forget if Common Room specifically works exactly like this, but I know a lot of like the social intent platforms, they start with a keyword search, right? So even both Ample Market and Trigify do this, where you just enter a couple keywords you want to monitor, you get like a lot of noise. We have AI built in throughout the process to actually find the exact signals that are relevant to you. And then our really unique offering is our AI prospecting agents, which I don't think any of our competitors do, which is being able to dive into GitHub or Twitter profiles, learn more information about the person, so you just have a much wider set of prospects to go after that you won't be able to get from any other platform.
Yeah, I think Common Room is limited to some. I mean, what you're doing is fantastic. I think it's like deep social listening or whatever you want to call it, right? What's interesting to me is, let's say you're the best out there in terms of being able to dive deep into every available public data, okay? And then you come back. I'm kind of curious about how do you help the decision makers in the whole notion of weights and biases, right? Because I can tell you, even without all that data, internally to organizations, there's all these the weights and biases that we don't think, like, here's my gut feeling, or this is what we should do, or we should weight this one over that one. So I'm just curious if you help in that decision making, or you're just sort of providing way more data into that decision making. Because at the end of the day, after I absorb all the social listening, after I absorb all the recommendations, I have to make a decision, right, on what to do with it, when, and that is usually, there's several humans involved, depending on the size of the account and other things.
Yeah, so just to make sure I understand, when you're talking about decision making, you're talking about like, whether you're launching like an email campaign, ad audience, whether you're doing direct outreach, things like that? Okay, so yeah, typically like this is where kind of our agency offering comes in, is that we work pretty closely to figure this out on a customer by customer basis. And so it really depends on like, what their marketing efforts have already looked like, what's been working for them, and we often do our own brainstorming ahead of time based on everything we know about their product to figure out, in our experience, what has worked really well. We almost always end up making a lot of different recommendations for signals that teams had never even thought about, because it's signals that we've already dog-fooded internally, we know work really well for us. And so we end up doing both things that are like completely new that your team hasn't kind of even considered before, and also just replacing or augmenting some of the existing efforts that you're already doing. But I guess to fully answer your question, like we work with you pretty closely to help with that decision-making process.
You mentioned you work with Clay. Can you talk a little bit about how does that work?
Yeah, so we basically have a webhook feature that every time we find a prospect, it'll send to the webhook. Clay has a webhook source feature. So like one of our flows, for example, actually I'll talk about a little bit more complex one. We have a signal to find all the companies that are hiring go-to-market engineers. So we find that signal on Intently. It feeds into a Clay table. From the Clay table, we actually, if the person who made that post is not a relevant ICP, for example, a lot of recruiters make that post, we want to go after the founder or the go-to-market lead, we'll use a separate Clay table to figure out who are the right people at that company to go after. That table fetches the right prospects, and then in that Clay table, Clay has a feature to actually send them automatically to an instantly email campaign. And so that's kind of like the last step of that process.
Just one follow-up question. So if someone is already using Clay, do they immediately get access to like the, the data that is on Intently, or no, that's like an add-on to that platform?
It's an ad, like we are a separate subscription. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you ratings.
Yeah, so I'll take a meeting and I'll pass it over to my head of growth, head of demand. I think this is a pretty interesting solution that you're building. It's kind of maybe next gen kind of signal-based selling / enrichment. Like a lot of these enrichment vendors, ZoomInfo, and the data's not that good, right? And I like that you're digging into these other sources, especially for like highly technical audiences. So if you're selling to companies that you're in the dev tool space or even cybersecurity space or infrastructure space, those profiles of people typically aren't on LinkedIn. They're going to be in other places.
Yeah, very similar. I would take a meeting and have someone on like a marketing operations side, which is a team that typically buys a lot of tools for marketing, kind of invest into it. I'll say there's something in there with like positioning with Clay, because it's really a breakout product in what I've observed, and they've been able to show value, real value. So potentially a partnership for you or something that if you can get them to be interested in that.
Yeah, we're actually chatting with their team right now.
Fantastic.
So for me, I would say definitely check out Common Room because you're competing very closely like they are into GitHub, and they are doing a lot of the things you're doing, and they're kind of hyper growth right now. They're everywhere, like they're blowing up, right? So I'm not saying, what I'm saying though is that that's okay, and that what you're touching on is super valuable to solve. Like this is a great market. What really stood out to me though is things like helping find RFPs. Like that's a pretty niche thing, and like I'm pretty sure Common Room's not doing that, and I don't think you want to be like stuck to that. But there was some things that you mentioned that really stood out as different and niche, and like you would have a good grasp on that market. For us, like Common Room is a current vendor. Like it's just, it's there. The POC has proven like massive results, which is a good thing for you too, because you sound very similar in a lot of ways, which means that you have a lot of value to bring in your own way, right? So definitely take a look at them though, and make sure that you're going to differentiate a little bit in the future.
Yeah, same thing. I would take a meeting and maybe even interested in a POC. I would say, from what I'm hearing, you're Common Room plus. I completely agree with them. I mean, if you have a chance to partner with Clay, you want to leapfrog Common Room. We've used Common Room on Slack Social and Git and things like that, and they're good. What they don't have is some of the stuff you're talking about, because they're not there's a connectivity issue to take that beyond the developer. They've always been popular with the developer world, but there's always this, like, the world outside there, like, yeah, that's good for developers. Good, have fun, whoopee, right? Like, there's just this whole market outside that either doesn't give a shit or knows it doesn't prove out, and it's just by developer for developers, fantastic, but show me when you get beyond 1 billion, right? So think about both. You maybe have an opportunity to leapfrog them. I agree, they're super valuable in certain circles, but sounds like you're doing that plus more.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
That's a good point, because we're very developer focused, so that's probably why Common Room, right, got right in with us, because we're trying to find those developers.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the judges. Can you please give them a big hand? Thank you, guys. Workshops are, the Amoeba workshop is in the front. So Levi was here, that's why we didn't want to start the workshop, and the AMP workshop is on the back room there. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene after a break at 4. Thanks. 3:30, sorry.
I'm a reflective spent a long time coming, and we were too sure. And now I see you fall to the floor. We spent a long time running while we were slumming it all. And now they're knocking down my door. Don't blink, open your eyes. We move it to the left, we move it to the right. Can you see through my disguise? We move it to the left and we move it to the right. Don't blink, open your eyes now. Oops, and you might be missing me. Yeah, you might be missing weight I followed. We spent a long time coming, and we were too sure. And now I see you fall to the floor. We spent a long time running while we were slamming it all. And now they're knocking down my door. Well, please go away, I'm trying to chill. Why'd you foot me with your bills? It's really not the time and place. I've been losing a little faith. Faith in me, faith in them. Faith in who, where, why, what, when. Things that I can't comprehend. Like how much money have we spent? We spent a long time coming, and we weren't too sure. And now I see you fall to the floor. Yeah, my heart starts burning when I hear them roar. I see you knocking down my door. Yeah.
try to change your mind. You've got all you need, but if you're ever ready, don't be afraid to call on me. Well, it ain't over till you're dead and gone. I really hope you don't wanna wait that long. Well, it ain't over till you're just a memory. Well, I'm roll thunder down the line. The teachers rise in Richmond as they sleep in San Antonio, while the harbor lights on Baltimore got nurses headed home. And the Joes of Maricopa say a man is but his wrong. It's morning in America, but I can't see the dawn. Congressmen in Washington receive their brief and brew, while Letty fills the pipelines in a Detroit County school. And I think of my grandmother, how she told me to be strong. It's morning in America, but I can't see the dawn. A junkie waits in Jacksonville, prescription for the pain. That's what the doctor ordered. Come screaming through the pain. And in towns across the country, it's color that divides. When in working men and ladies, we could find our common side. It's morning in America. It's morning in America. We morning in America, and I can't see the dawn. No. Star you are and a star you'll always be. Amazingly blessed, put together, dressed so viciously. Your loving touch was like fire in my soul. And then one day you just left me. How did I get here? How did I get here? I'm so all alone. Since you've been gone, and you got created a masterpiece, built on love, the kind you never received. But you gave and you gave and you gave and you gave and you gave everything. And then one day you just left me. How did I get here? How did I get here? How did I get here?
nothing's changed. It stayed the same. Stayed the same. I'm so all alone. I'm so all alone. Baby, when you come back home, I'm so all alone. Since you've been gone.
I see these ducks lining up, getting closer to being who I want to be. Nobody swerves, learning curves, no matter what they tell you. But what about happy? See me now, standing strong, 10 feet tall. You can't touch me. Yeah. Bare my soul, I got the gold. 10 feet tall, just like I told ya. I seen the signs, but in my mind, I would have never ever tried to change a thing. So thanks for my map, for my shovel and my backbone, baby. But what about happy? It's time to reboot. Wave my voodoo in your face. I'm upgrading gracefully.
never really that far away. Just never, ever, ever really come my way. They said I go to elsewhere. Just one double drop, then I'll be without a care. My time, my place. I thought it's not gonna matter if we get caught. Take a deep breath of the night air. I'm waiting for it to take me to elsewhere. Backstage, the lights get brighter. I've always been a lover and I've never been a fighter. Don't even know what I'm waiting for, but the first wave starts and I want more. Talking to the drummer and I'm trying to concentrate. Heads get wider and I'm not in a great state. I take a breath of the night air. This must be elsewhere. The importance of elsewhere. I love it elsewhere. The importance of elsewhere. Someone please let me back there. So I didn't need a drink. Collapsed into cushions with some time to think. Sky green and my legs feel lighter. Rainbows in my hair turn a little bit brighter. I didn't know this before, but there's no doubt that I am one. All of a sudden I could see the beauty. There's little Richard and he's singing Tutti Frutti. I came round and had taken its course, but that didn't stop me seeing the black horse. I said I go to elsewhere, and I didn't, yes I did, and I've been without a care. Got struck for, but that didn't mean that I didn't want more, if you know what I mean. And now I've been and I gone there. I highly recommend you go to elsewhere. The importance of elsewhere.
Jackson, Canton, Macon, Vicksburg. Come on, Columbus, Gulfport, Houston, Oxford, Hattiesburg. Bay St. Louis, Moss Point, Point City 39773. Heard people come and people go. Sometimes they love you, sometimes they hurt you so. Should I stay or should I leave? I'm going back to my roots in Mississippi. Back to the summer 1983. To the place where family meant everything. And where seeing no grandfather's knee was the place to be. It was the place to be. Sit down by the banks of the river. What a time. Oh, what a time. Come on and come with me to my place, my place. Come on and chill with me in mine. Back in the day, just a little girl, and everything felt so huge in my little world. Dreams were fantasies, visions realities, until I broke free these chains that shackled me. Look to the hills for peaceful serenity. Looked at the people, the misery inspired me. Mr. G's where the party people go, enter in the back door. It was the place to be. Sit down by the banks of the river. What a time. Oh, what a time. Come on and come with me to my place, my place. Come on and chill with me in mine. West Point, walk me to below, talk to me. Starfield, slide with me. Greenville, ride with me. Aberdeen, Jackson, Canton, Macon, Vicksburg. Come on, Columbus, Gulfport, Houston.
Hello. Hi, everyone in the back. We have one last session at 3:30 that is starting in 4 minutes. So if you can make your way to the front, that'll be awesome. Thank you for sticking on. Everyone in the back, if you can make your way to the front. We have this one last session. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Thank you. All the recordings will be made available on YouTube. We'll create clips. We have recordings of all the speakers, And Fal here does a great job of, doing a lot of work on the video content generation using AI tools such as Descript and the ever popular YouTube. So here we have Rahul Awasthy, who was also one of the judges, a longtime marketeer, who is now head of data center go-to-market at Intel.
Oh my God, it's so crowded. Let's make some room. Okay, cool. Last session. Hopefully, I'll keep it super boring. Let's get started. Okay, cool. So there's just a little bit about me. I've been kind of up and down the stack. I started my career as an engineer. I did a bunch of software development. Then I kind of went up stack. I did some platform as a service. I was at Salesforce for a little bit, like AT&T, Virgin America. These are more like vertically integrated. But the reason I'm kind of sharing sort of in a stack way is I'm going to talk about the stack today and how it matters to AI and the stuff we're building. So if there's one thing to take away from this presentation, it's this, right? This is what we want to take away. And if you have to go, then this is it. That's all you care about, and only take this away. Because I know a lot of you are either building apps, a lot of you are playing with apps, you may be buying portions of your stack, but my goal is just to make sure that people are stack aware, and I'll talk about what that means and why that's important. Because I think your success as a startup, as an enterprise, depends on that. All right, let's get started. So when you are selling to the enterprise, or anyone for that matter, right? Mid-market, enterprise, you're having sort of these discussions. The question like we had in the judges thing recently, right? You have to answer these few questions. Why you? Why should we buy from you? Why should we buy from you now? What alternatives are there versus you? And sooner or later, you have to answer this question, which is total cost of ownership, ROI, whatever you want to call it, right? How much does it cost? So let's say you pass the barrier of why you, why now, alternatives. Your last barrier, sooner or later, that's going to make or break things, is how much do you cost? Move this a little out of the way. So that's why this matters. Okay. So we're going to talk about that, but I wanted us to take a step back and see where we are on the AI cycle. So this is some data from Gartner on where your enterprise folks are buying, or whoever's buying, right? So if you look at 60% on the left, it's all experimentation. Awareness, experimentation, 40% on the right, even in that little box that says operational, right? So if you add the math, 40 plus 20 plus 15, more than 80% of the folks who are buying stuff on AI apps or AI solutions, they are very early, right? So you're essentially hitting this box and you're saying, okay, I want to sell to this box. And within that box, how much money do they have? So I'm going to ignore the top 15%. These people have money, right? This is excess of 50 million to spend on AI alone. Most of the people who have excess of 50 million to spend on AI alone, they're probably not talking to us here in the room. They're talking to some different companies, and they have different requirements. But if you go beneath that stack and you say 1 to 50 million or 1K to 100K, that's the conversation we want to have. And in terms of what their budget is, if you look a little bit at this graph, right, this is what you want to be interested in. If you look at the companies that have more than $1 billion of revenue, just like that's not the audience we want to talk to, because they have a different motion, they buy differently, you may get a trial and things like that. But look at the left too, right? These are companies with between 100 to 500 million of revenue, or 500 to $1 billion of revenue. And in that, the ones who are spending anywhere between 100,000 to 50 million, that's who we're after in terms of what AI solutions and what they might be open to. Okay, so now we talked about who is spending, who is buying. And what I'll say is, this stuff is hard. So this famous acronym, keep calm and, build, buy, sell. And the reason I said build, buy, sell is all of you are building, but you're also buying, because you're buying some solutions, you're buying some stack, you're buying some service, and then you're trying to sell. So how do you differentiate? The hypothesis here is, actually raise your hand if you're building something. Okay, quite a few of you. Do you think what you're building, anyone else can build it? How hard is the building? Raise your hand if you think it's very hard to build it. Okay, the causal gentleman, yes. So it's hard to build it. Okay, I'm gonna assume the others are saying that the building is not hard, but the execution or the idea is hard. Is that a fair? Okay. All right, we just lost the presentation. All right, fixed. We'll get it back. Our awesome AV person here fixed it, see? So, one thing to think about is that your differentiation is not necessarily tied to the hard part of building, because lots of people have ideas. The barrier to building an AI app is pretty low. Unless you're out there building some really, you're gonna launch Quen, or you're gonna launch a frontier model, which very few people have the capacity, the resources and the money to do. The barrier to building an AI service, an AI solution is low today. And so what is it that's gonna make you different? And here what we're gonna say is, what I believe is really it's your workload. So when we talk about a workload, it's your product plus model plus your UI. So what does that mean? Let's talk about it. So Jeetu Patel, who's the CEO at Cisco, kind of tweeted this a few days ago. He said, the lines between apps, model, and UI are blurring fast. Every product company is gonna be a model company. And so your workload, it's not just 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you wanted to launch a product, you launched a product, and you hoped that was differentiated. And then let's say a good exit, like I was talking to someone here, a good exit is, hey, somebody buys you, right? Oh, you sell your product. You sold software, you sold some people. Now, think about the company that's gonna buy you, an enterprise company. Or you're gonna scale. It's not just your product. It's your underlying model that you're training. It's your UX that's closely tied to it. So you can't do this. You can't do the circle thing if you're not stack aware. You need to do all three of them. Just having a great product is not good enough. It doesn't differentiate you well enough because the barrier to entry is low. Your model matters, your UX matters, and all these three together really make up your differentiation. So now we're gonna get a little nerdy, talk about the stack. Okay, let's say you are up top here. Is anyone building on like Salesforce and HubSpot or using it? Okay, maybe one person. What are you using it for? Email, lead. Okay, so pretty predictable things that we know that are mature, right? Who's using maybe Lovable, Replit, Modal, things like that? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the same gentleman. What are you using Lovable for? Right. Okay, awesome. So if you're at that layer, right, at the SaaS layer, which is exactly where you should be if you're starting out or startup, right? The caveat is at some point, if you get successful, when you get successful and start having more customers or enterprise customers, your margins are gonna start dropping because of what these providers charge, because of the custom things they make you do or require. So then a lot of people do is they go one step down, right? I think I was talking to someone today, a gentleman back there is like, Databricks, Snowflake, correct? Yeah, so Databricks and Snowflake, which is I think in the second category. You're either using SageMaker, somebody else I just spoke to has their entire thing built on Vertex AI, PyTorch is a given, CUDA someone is using, So you have people who are sort of doing that at the top, but then going one click down because they know that they either are going to sell this to the enterprise or they know what they're doing is going to be more differentiated because they have more control. One click down. Now, if you're really, really nerdy and you have the resources and the time, you're probably going one even more click down, which is very few, right? You're actually thinking about what's my GPU, TPU, what are my benchmarks, what are the performance. Very few people are doing that. Some cases they are. Companies like Sierra and other who are building stuff at scale need to do that and think about that. Who's that? Does anyone recognize her? No, nobody recognizes her? That's Mariah Carey. Okay, thank you, God. I was like, where, what? And you know, it's time for Christmas, so you know what's gonna happen, right? Her song's gonna start coming. Okay, so here's what I did. So we're gonna shift gears a little bit. I started chatting and asking, you know, her song's gonna start playing nonstop on radios and things like that, because Christmas is coming. And how much do you think Mariah Carey makes every Christmas from that one song? Was that 50 million? Okay. Okay, though, I mean, wow. Yeah, maybe. So, okay. So the reason we're talking about Mariah Carey is I asked this question, I was curious. I was saying, you know what, I thought actually it was about, it's not that high, but this is what it is. So I started asking, you know, one of the chat thingies, hey, how much does Mariah Carey make every Christmas? 2 to 3 million. Every holiday season from that one song, All I Want for Christmas Is You, okay? And over time, she's probably made, I don't know, I've lost how much, you know, probably 100 million just from that just one song. She's worth a lot more than that. Okay, then I said, hey, how many tokens did it take you to answer this question that I just asked you? So I just asked the chat thing, it wasn't ChatGPT. How many tokens did it take to ask you this question about Mariah Carey? And said, hey, it took approximately 100 tokens. And this includes the full response. This is a Gen AI example, right? Exact token count will vary, blah, blah, blah. Then I said, how much did it cost? And so without going into all the details, it's pretty low. It's about $0.01. That sounds pretty low, but it adds up, right? But this is the cost for this large scale, massive, you know, available to the whole world thing to generate. And the reason I'm showing you that is token economics really start to matter. I know this sounds strange because you're building your app, but think about what you will eventually be able to price your app or charge for that app, right? I know it's blurry to read here a little bit, but you could be charging $1.99, you could be charging $200. A lot of it depends on what your costs are. So we're still in the game where your token economics or the cost of building your app and its scaling starts to matter, which means you need to think about token usage, model pricing, maybe infrastructure choices, maybe benchmarks. I know this is boring stuff, especially if you're building an app and you're like, hey, I just want the app to work. I want people to buy it. I want this company to buy me. But it does matter. It didn't matter 10 years ago when you were building a SaaS app. You didn't have to think about this as much. So what you might be up against, here's sort of just a run of the mill. Now, if you're selling to an enterprise and let's say you are saying, I'm gonna build you a contract intelligence tool. It takes about 16 weeks and 150K to build it themselves. That's what's in the market today. So what's special about your contract intelligence tool? Or Agentic AI, which is a little bit more on the advanced side. 300K, 16 to 24 weeks. And every enterprise that you're selling to is thinking about, should I just build this, have my IT build it? Should I buy it? What does it look like? So that's, you are gonna face that, right? When you have that conversation and what you're up against when you try to sell this. You know, I won't get into the details of this, but my point here is just that be stack aware. In your software stack, let's say you're building a web app. That's the thing that you're gonna sell at the top. And then you have all this stuff at the, you have some prompt management, you're gonna maybe have a RAG, observability, I think you're probably gonna end up buying, you're not gonna go build your own observability and logging. Most of it runs on PyTorch. And then you do have to sort of just be aware. Is it a CPU, GPU mix? What is the storage? Like the gentleman back there, which is, again, very encouraging to hear that you're already thinking about Snowflake and Databricks and why that matters, because you've been through one of these before, and you know that it will matter when you get successful. You can't just say, oh, I put this on AWS and, oh, here, go have fun with it. So that awareness matters. This is an interesting thing, the lower 2 rows, for example, most people don't need this. People get so excited about all the NVIDIA news, right? H400s, H200s. You're never gonna need it. You don't really care. You're not building frontier models. But at the top, for example, like an L4, someone just said here they're using maybe Replit or Lovable or Modal. So let's say you're using Modal, right? What you consume and how you consume changes a lot by what you're using. So if you're using an NVIDIA L4, look at that difference in here. If you use it on a cloud model like a GCP or AWS, the costs are different. But if you're using for bursty use, you're far better off using it in a serverless way for Modal. So I had a founder here talking to me today, and I was talking to her, and she was like, this is all great, I don't understand all this infrastructure. Like, why are you telling me all this stuff? What should I tell my engineer? Just tell me what to talk to my engineer. And I'm saying, what I said to her is like, all you need to do is make sure your engineering team or your, whatever, your architecture or data team have an awareness of what they're building on and how the costs may vary. You can't just go and just do it on the easiest thing possible, assuming obviously you've got some success in your scaling, right? In this choice, you'd be pretty severely restricted if you were building on GCP AWS, depending on your burst to use versus building it on Modal. All right, so that's it. I mean, you can't do this if you're not stack aware. You don't need to know all the details. I know I went through a lot of details. Don't let it, this is not to scare you. You just have to be stack aware. You're all smart builders here. Just know the stack that you're building on. You can't be stack unaware and say, okay, my product looks great, it's gonna succeed. The minute you start scaling, the minute you get success, you will hit pretty severe roadblocks. That may be, spell the end for some cases, because if your math doesn't add up, it's not gonna work. So 4 things I will say. When you give a CXO pitch about total cost of ownership, when that comes up, it's typically the same 4 things. You'll get data questions, right? How do I acquire the data, cleanse it? What does the stack look like? We talked about that. How does it integrate? Who's gonna maintain this? Who's gonna build it? I know it's a lot. It's too much. It's a lot. It's a lot. But all you need to do is keep calm and be stack aware. So that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Happy to take any questions.
So, thanks for the presentation.
Yeah,
do you really have control over which GPU chip you use? Isn't that by if you use AWS or you use one of the hosting providers, don't they end up taking?
They do,
care
but
of that?
you can specify. So you do have control. You can. It shows up in a few ways. So it shows up in one way in terms of how your workload is architected. So you work with the AWS team and they have recommendations. The second is price. It very often will show up in price. So you may not need to be exposed whether it's a GPU, CPU, what mix it is. But if you have a ability to negotiate on price and data on your requirements, you will automatically get sized for that. But if you don't even have that conversation with them, they're just going to put
you on the most expensive, or?
Most expensive or most, whatever it is. Like their job is not to make things cheap for you, or to make right. That's not what they're thinking. They're driven by their consumption and demand. But for an awareness for you when you're talking to your AWS architect or your AWS person, it's like, hey, I'm just curious. Do you have a CPU GPU mix? Why would you use it, for example, let's talk about, why would you use a GPU for a low-level inferencing llama, less than 8 billion parameter, when your response times are, like, why? Not everybody is building ChatGPT. You don't need, the models from Quen that came out from China, wherever, fantastic. You don't need to buy into the hype of everything is AI, everything is GPU and NVIDIA, and oh my God, it costs a lot. No, that is just BS. It applies to fewer people. Sorry,
So
go
if
ahead.
it's low workload, it's better to just keep local llama.
Absolutely. Flexibility, workload flexibility, the ability to transfer, the ability to go on and off, the ability to burst. How is SageMaker helping you do that? Good question to ask. Why should I just sign up for SageMaker, period, and have no flexibility in what they're using? So to your point, you don't need to know what they're doing underneath that, but you do need to be able to have the price conversation, the flexibility conversation, the workload transference conversation, the delay conversation, and that becomes a proxy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It seems like one of the trends that we see two trends kind of going off on what you said. One is the concern for privacy. So, kind of using large language models that are in the public internet. That's a security risk, especially for even that kind of, definitely for enterprises, but even that kind of band of customer. And then this trend towards small language models, which, don't necessarily have all the kind of, heft, but are good enough for what they need and maybe for their local data. Can you talk a little bit about that, how to kind of evaluate those decisions, and what's the TCO consideration for things like that?
Yeah, so we could spend an hour talking about this. Two things you touched on that are important: small language models and the TCO conversation. So here's I'll just give you an example, because I was on a call this morning. We were talking about the ability to use 2 NVIDIA H400s, I believe, or H100s versus 4, and the CPU mix in that and what that allowed. And so much of that configuration optionality may just not be known to people who are consuming at a layer above that. But those options are available. So I think that it comes down to being able to build your TCO, or being able to have that in your mind that's saying, hey, I'll give you another example, sorry. The startup I was talking to, the person, she said to me earlier today, she said, hey, I want to give a trial to a prospect. How do I price the trial? Because the trial is not free for me, right? I have computational costs, I have costs. So what should be the upper limit of my trial? How should I throttle it? And in that, the answer to that question is an awareness of, do you understand what your consumption is for what boundary use cases? So one I would say is understanding the boundary use cases and building a TCO around that. Second is workload specifications, building a TCO around that. And third is really your config, the config that your engineering team or whoever has set up. Without that, it's very hard to have a TCO conversation. Sure, Salesforce can go up and say, here's Agentforce and here's pricing and use whatever, right? Different scale, different conversation. But if you're having a conversation, even for trial, you're trying to sign up clients and you're saying, hey, I want to try this. It's a different world because your costs are not. And imagine if one of your trial customers goes crazy or has some bursty use cases, because they do. At what point do you tell them you can't upload any more data? Or what point do you tell them, this is a personal experience, right? We're building something and the performance was really bad. And when performance is bad, people don't like it because people expect your response to be like ChatGPT. Again, using the Gen AI thing, oh, it'll come back in 2 seconds or whatever, right? All depends on what you're asking and what you're doing. I have made prompts to GPT that GPT has said, it's going to take me 6 hours. And I'm okay with that because it was a 3-page prompt. I'm like, fine, just come back in 6 hours. But anyway, I don't know if that helps. it's variable, but it's good to have a sense of that. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for staying back late. I hope this was all useful, good information. We have some drinks in the back if you want to hang out from now onwards. And then tomorrow morning we start at 9:30. We have the CMO of Box, Trisha Gilman, talking, and then we have the head of marketing from Gamma. She's going to be talking after that. Then we have a session with AirOps, which is AI SEO. They are also going to be doing an SEO workshop in that room there in the afternoon. And we are also going to have a founder from Format Commerce, that is AI e-commerce. So like I mentioned, there is a lot of B2B SaaS stuff in the Bay Area, but there is not enough e-commerce exposure, and e-commerce is a way bigger market, has always been. So Rishabh is a great guy to talk about what they are building with what the opportunities are in the e-commerce space. So thank you very much for staying all the way to the last session, and we see you bright and early tomorrow. Thank you very much.